Okay, let the fun begin. Let my food be ready. What's my temperature? Play the ground. Let's look at the
I call this meeting to order. Can you hear me out there? I can't hear myself, so. Welcome to our council meeting for January 13, 2025, the first one of the year, of the new year. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council, given the opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public, in person and virtually. Virtual participation in council meetings are now available on your computer or smartphone via Microsoft Teams or by telephone. You can learn how to participate virtually by visiting our website at www.clermontfl.gov and search for Attend Council Meeting online. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. In an effort to be respectful during the meeting, please make sure your cell phones are set to silence. That includes the council. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for participating in your city government. Tonight's invocation will be given by Minister Tyrone Jordan of New Jacob Chapel Missionary Baptist Church. Please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Can we all bow our heads? Oh, gracious Father, oh Lord, we come to this meeting, Father God, Lord, giving you honor and giving you glory. Because, Father God, you have created every living being here and every living being here on this earth. And, Lord, we come boldly just to say thank you. And, Father God, Lord, we ask that you look down upon every council member that's here. And everyone that's here, Father God, Lord, we're praying that you will reach out and touch them right now. Lord, as Solomon said, give me wisdom. Lord, we ask that you have wisdom for the council, wisdom for every administrative office that's here. And Lord, we're praying, Lord, that as we are different individuals, everybody's not going to see eye to eye. But Lord, that's okay. As long as when we leave here, Lord, we leave with no malice in our heart. Father God, Lord, we ask that not only that you look down upon this council, but you look down upon the city of Clermont. And Lord, that you will grow it, prosper it, and Lord, let it be a city that's glorified in your name. And Lord, as we leave this place, but not from your presence, we ask that you will give each and every last one of us traveling grace, that we go back to our respective places and find it as we left it. Lord, we pray for that and many more in thy glorious Son named Jesus, and let every believing heart say, amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right, I think the first thing on our agenda this evening is a presentation on economic development and design tour of 30-A. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, on December 2nd and 3rd, by the way, my name is Nathan Norris. I'm the Economic Development Director for the City of Clermont. On December 2nd and 3rd, we undertook to go on the Economic Development and Design Tour, which was focused on 30A, which is in the Panhandle. This is a place that's known for these very high-end traditional neighborhood developments. The first ones that were the first one that was built in the United States was at Seaside. We went to see Seaside, Rosemary Beach, and Alice Beach. A lot of people would wonder, well, why are we going to these really ritzy resort new towns for Clermont? And because we're really not a ritzy resort town. Well, the reason is because that's the place you go to learn most efficiently about all the principles, whether it's economic development or design, on how to handle downtowns and town centers or village centers. Okay, in other words, in planning, we call these places actually urban places as opposed to suburban or rural. It just so happens that in Clermont, the areas that we have available for redevelopment in the future and evolution is our downtown, as well as certain areas along our corridors like 50 and 27 that can over time be reconfigured, as opposed to a single family subdivision that's sort of frozen in amber pursuant to HOA rules and the like, where it's not going to be redeveloped. And in fact, you know, when we look at things like traffic in a place like Clermont, we know where the traffic spots, well, the real big ones are on 50 and 27 oftentimes. And so part of the challenge from an economic development standpoint is how can we still grow without the negative consequences of traffic or without the negative consequences of losing more nature and just gaining growth. So one of the ways to deal with that is to have village centers or town centers that enable people to maybe get close to 27 or 50, but not actually have to get on it and become traffic. As an example, for those of us who live in the downtown area, that's a wonderful thing, is that if I want to go eat with my wife, I don't have to go out on 50 or 27. I can actually walk down to the downtown and enjoy a wonderful evening down there. So that's why we were essentially going to these places. Now, what was interesting was that most of the people who were on the tour didn't realize what was going to happen on the bus. And it's a 6-hour drive, and I ordinarily give tours of places to clients, or at least I did in the past. And so we had long discussions while we were on there that really focused on a large number of questions that have to do with the core principles that are important from an economic development or a development and design perspective. And those range from not only how traffic, I'm going to go through these just to give you a flavor, and then I'll let you ask any questions you have. But we talked about, once again, how can we design places that help decrease the need for people to get on 50 or 27. We talked about the pros and cons of the two primary development systems we have in the United States, whether we're building places that are really suburban in nature or urban in nature. We talked about the key characteristics of what makes land most valuable. We can sort of forecast what's going to happen in the future, and so we talked about that. The 3 steps of placemaking, how to design streets as outdoor rooms is a really big issue, because we've got several blocks in our downtown area where we need the charm of the outdoor rooms that get created in the downtown. And so going and physically experiencing that at these places was very valuable for the participants. We looked at how they handled roads and streets differently. Like their county highway that they've got running through there, 30A, has a wonderful example from Rosemary Beach coming out of it, where they have one area that's heavily treed and one area that's the default setting, which is no trees. And it's a radical transformation that really shows how shade should be treated as a basic infrastructure element, like water or sewer or electricity, as opposed to just a cherry on top. We talked about how to manage parking. Okay, we talked about why block size is the most important issue as it relates to future redevelopment. We talked about the basics of form-based codes, how to live larger in smaller spaces, because we've got affordability issues today where the cost of housing in Clermont is effectively doubled in a relatively short amount of time. And how do we deal with that? Well, we've got to be able to get people to be able to live smaller but live larger, even though it might be in smaller spaces. We talked about why placemaking is essentially the essence of economic development in the 21st century, because the key resource are talented people, and talented people can get up and leave. They can go anywhere, and right now, we're very desirable. We can take advantage of that. We talked about how to improve local wealth capture. That has to do with fostering businesses that are local, where the profits from whatever the business may be primarily come back into the economy, as opposed to going off out of state or something like that. We talked about how to build a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem. That is to say, one of the things that holds communities back in the United States right now is that we don't have a robust first step to becoming an entrepreneur, because we have more regulations at both state and federal levels and other things. But how do you foster those smaller spaces, those easier ways to become an entrepreneur was something we talked about. We talked about missing middle housing, which is the housing that we effectively haven't built over the last 50 years. The missing middle is once you build, let's say, single-family homes and maybe townhomes, we jump up to apartment complexes. But there's a whole mess of really wonderful building types that were effectively discouraged or outlawed over the last 50 years, and we talked about how that works. You can't do it doing effectively ones that aren't compatible with what's around them. We talked about the different approaches of creating mixed-use town centers. One of the great things is that the firm that's doing our comprehensive plan and our downtown code actually designed all 3 of these new towns, and they're all radically different. So you could go into them and say, okay, well, this is why this was this way. This is another alternative that they created so that the people who participated could, sort of say, well, I like this one over that one. That gets to one of the core reasons of going on this is because we needed our staff. This was all started off as a staff thing, and the reason was we needed our staff to be able to effectively guide and provide feedback to DPZ during their planning process, which starts, officially in just a few weeks. And with knowing projects that DPZ has designed, and knowing that DPZ understands all the different facets of those places, when they go to talk about something like a street in a neighborhood and how they handle parking, they can go back and say, well, remember when you were at Rosemary Beach, when we were on Rosemary Avenue, and we talked about how they handled parking and how the street will work? So there's a common place where everybody sort of has something, so they don't talk past one another. And that's important on the staff, just talking to one another about it as well. We talked about the role of third places. Your first place is where you live, second place is where you work, third place is where you gather socially. And oftentimes when we build new communities, we don't actually think about that third place being important to the sociability of the neighborhood. We find many developments where people don't even know who lives 4 doors down from them. And this third place is an important concept. Just 2 other things I would mention, and one was the different techniques for how you connect to adjacent property. That's one of the reasons why we get more traffic, is because a lot of our developments don't connect to one another. So you actually, to visit somebody, you might have to go actually for a 3-mile drive to get to somebody who's really just a few hundred yards away. And then we also looked at the architectural variety and looking at the different building types, the different building uses, how they combine uses in clever ways. Places do double duty, the variety of civic spaces that are very small. You go to a place like Rosemary Beach, and they don't have one big massive pool for everybody. They've got 5 neighborhood pools that are designated throughout there that provide a different experience for everybody. As soon as you provide a different experience for everybody, you've provided something that's of greater value to the whole. So that was the focus of really what we were doing, is trying to make it so that we could communicate better as a team and also learn at the same time what these basic fundamentals are that we should be getting right. Is that?
That sounds good to
Okay.
me. Mayor,
Thank
I
you.
would like to present a report that you asked for at the last city council meeting in addition to the presentation, if I may.
Please.
Okay. Some of this may go over a few of the elements, but I didn't take it as my job in the report to discuss all the things that they saw or necessarily the purpose. I want to give you the who, what, when, where, why, and the funding and those aspects. So on December 2nd and 3rd, 2025, city staff, led by Department Head Nathan Norris, went to a trip to Seaside, Rosemary Beach, Alice Beach. The trip was suggested by Mr. Norris and authorized by the city manager as well as the deputy city manager. The purpose of the trip was educational in nature, going to largely planned modern communities to see what lessons might be learned as Clermont embarks on a multi-million-dollar revision of its comp plan and zoning code. Who went? The trip was originally intended to only be for staff. In order to accommodate the staff who would be going on the trip, the city rented a large bus which could accommodate up to 25 persons, the expense of which I will discuss later. When staff learned that there would be additional capacity due to staff not being able to go, whether as a result of sickness or conflicts or otherwise, and a lot of people were sick at that time, they invited the council members. To my understanding, all council members were invited and had knowledge of the pending trip, but all declined the invitation. With extra capacity, the staff then turned to stakeholders, primarily led by Clermont Main Street. With the help of Clermont Main Street and their stakeholders, the remaining seats were filled. The following staff went on the trip: Nathan Norris and Rob Fox from Economic Development, Zane Ertel and Jessica McNulty, Development Liaisons, Chief David Azell from the Clermont Fire Department, Kurt Henschel, John Cruz, Nick Gonzalez, and Justine Day from Planning and Development Services, and Cody Corey from Parks and Rec. The following non-city staff went on the trip: David Colby from the South Lake Chamber, Christine Dalton from Main Street Consultant, Brett Jones, a local subject matter expert, Lake Sumter State College Board Chairman, Natalie Collar, Clermont Main Street Executive Director, Gian Pena Redondo, an architect who has actually created some drawings for the city, Anna Sinclair, Strongtown's local conversation leader, and Phoenix Strange and May Topino, youth representatives. Again, the trip started on Tuesday, December 2nd at 7:15 a.m., arriving at the destination for lunch. Today's events ended around 9 p.m. when people went to their hotels. The next day, things started at 7:45, touring Rosemary Beach and then Alice Beach, after which the party departed for Clermont on the bus. Half the time was reserved for group discussion focused on takeaways from the location. They returned to Clermont around 6:30 p.m. on the 3rd. In terms of costs, Clermont staff costs were as follows. The transportation from Charter Up was $3,450.98. The lodging at Residence Inn was $1,210. Dinner at Amigos, $238.48. Boxed lunches across both days totaled approximately $533.83. Water from Publix, $5.15. The total was $5,438.44. Main Street contributed $2,200, leaving the city with a total final expenditure of $3,238.44. In regard to the manner of the purchases, several city staff had purchasing cards. The purchasing cards from our economic development personnel were used for most of these expenses. Once the expenses were in, Clermont Main Street reimbursed the city for the portion I just described. I will say that this is not a best practice. It would be a best practice to authorize the expenses ahead of time and then to cap them before their use. And to that end, I have had a discussion with your procurement director on this, and it's my understanding that he has amendments prepared to your procurement practices manual that would address this in the future. There's actually some very substantial and great amendments in there. Among them, they would increase the procurement director's oversight of the use. There is a change in there that meal expenses, including food and beverage, would not be allowable unless approved in advance and in writing by the city manager or an authorized city event, program, or activity. And there is a good new section talking about meal purchases while traveling being expressly disallowed from purchasing cards. I don't know. I'm happy to try to answer any other questions, but that concludes my report.
Well, thank you, sir. I think you covered all the areas I asked you for in your report. First of all, anybody have any comments, anything?
Can I just ask one clarification question? Was anyone from, were the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission offered?
The answer is no.
Okay.
I do that's a question I did ask when I was investigating. I think someone from the CRA was asked, and I think there was another stakeholder asked, but the Planning and Zoning Board members were not asked.
Okay.
Well, one of my concerns with this is, first of all, I heard in your report that you said that all the council members was notified and asked. I guess I'm not part of the council because I was never asked. Okay, I knew nothing about the trip, and I guess that's why I asked for the report, because I knew nothing about the trip. And I find it a little strange that we take a trip like this and we have no council members on the bus. We have no P&Z members on the bus. Okay. Of course, we have other civilians. I heard you say youth. I guess youth representative and everything. Which before we take trips like this, I think it need to come to the council for council approvals and everything to see that. Because one of my concerns there, we got civilians and people unrelated to the city staff or anything. Something happened on that bus, who's responsibility? Who's reliable for them? That's city reliability. I would assume we're
Potentially, yes.
Reliable for them. Okay, so we putting the city in jeopardy doing these things. And the other thing is, and I heard Mr. Nathan, your report said you went at the suggestion of DPC.
No.
Who suggested the trip?
I suggested the trip.
Okay. I guess my question to you is why, well, I guess I heard it in your report, Seaside, because it's a resort city and everything, but my question there is why Seaside and all these cities up there that's resort cities, what do they have in common with Clermont?
Yeah, that's a
Nothing.
great question. No, they have a great deal to do with Clermont and Clermont's future. In fact, I learned, I've been a consultant for about 25 years, and during that time, I used to take any client when I started. I'd take anybody. And then I learned that all the clients that refused to go on the tour ended up being bad clients because they didn't want to learn from the successes and the mistakes of others. And the most efficient place to go actually is 30A. Now, when I got here, I was surprised how few people I met had actually been, and then I realized, well, it's 6 hours away. Why would you want to go 6 hours away to get to a beach if you're in Clermont? So it's not a common thing. And so when as a consultant, when I would work with a city or I would work with a developer client, the first thing is I'd go on a tour of 30A, and then we would go up to Montgomery, Alabama to a dead market, which you'd say that has nothing to do with a robust market like 30A. And then we would go up to Atlanta, where we'd see 3 additional projects in Atlanta that were newer versions, newer applications of these principles and ideas. And for the same reason that we needed to bring our staff to 30A on this, we didn't have the luxury of time to go up to Montgomery and to Atlanta, and we could cover most of the principles just down there. So that's why we wanted to go there, is because I've seen firsthand how valuable it is before you go through the planning process to understand these principles in more than words. Because when you go and actually feel like one of the key advantages of a place like our downtown, we've invested all this wonderful money in these great streets, but the 3 advantages of a downtown are the convenience of having a bunch of places to go to. You can go to a barber, 3 different barbers in the downtown. You can go eat at 20 different restaurants. You have all these wonderful amenities. You also have the vibrancy of people walking around, which people enjoy. But the key thing is you have the impressive charm of the outdoor room that gets created when the buildings are close to one another. And when they're not, you can see where our downtown sort of breaks down. Like right across the street from here, we have 2 suburban buildings across the street. And you can see where you can watch people walk. They tend to stop right about at 7th Street before they keep walking because it's not it doesn't have the charm of an outdoor room. You get that charm also in rural areas, like if you think about your favorite street in a rural place, you're gonna have the trees that form a canopy, and you're gonna be driving through that, and that just makes humans feel good. So understanding those things firsthand are critical to being able to leverage all this investment we have in DPZ. DPZ ended up designing those 3 places at 30A, just that's by accident. Even if they hadn't, that'd be the place to go if you wanted to efficiently learn these things. So all the principles stay the same, whether you're in a hot market, a weak market, a resort market, a first home market, all the principles stay the same. So I think it does very much.
Well, when I go on the internet and I look at Seaside, I don't see much commonality between Seaside and city of Clermont. My question is, I think we got a little city south of here, which is about 30, 40 minutes from here, called Celebration, that was designed on the Strong Town and concept. Why couldn't we go visit that and see? And here's the other question. If I'm not mistaken, we've already hired DPZ.
That's correct.
So why do we need to go see them now? Why didn't we take this trip before we hired them? It's a little late. Isn't it a little late?
Well, yeah, I can't speak to why they were, why the trip didn't happen before, other than I wasn't here, and you didn't have someone who understood perhaps the value of doing it at that time. I'd love to give you a tour if you're ever in the Panhandle. I'd love to take you down there and show you firsthand.
I've been there. See, that's why I find it a little strange. We for us to take a trip all the way to the Panhandle, 5-6 hours away, to look at a city that basically to me has nothing really in common with reality. It's a seaside city. Oh, we got our waterfront here and everything, but basically, it's great for Seaside. I enjoy what I saw and what I've been up there. I mean, I spent time in the Panhandle quite a bit. Okay. Some of my military duties took me up there and everything, so it's nice. But still, again, I think we could have got a feel of what they are offering by going to like Celebration or somewhere around here, without going to Seaside. And here, I'm just still trying to figure out why we go up there to see their work after we've already hired them? Why didn't we do it before we hired them?
Well, because we have to provide feedback and guidance, and if we're not informed about the options, you go to Celebration, there's only one way to do a town center in Celebration. They've
And,
done it, one way. Here, we could see multiple ways, multiple techniques, and the interesting thing was that they were designed not at the same time, but at different times. So when you look at Seaside, and you see how it was, then you see the next one, which was Rosemary Beach, which they reacted to the good and the bad of Seaside, and then you see Alice Beach was reacting to Rosemary Beach. So instead of just seeing one project like Celebration, which, once again, it only has one town center, that we can't learn that much from it, because we don't see all the different techniques being used. Whether it's, you don't have deflected views in Celebration like you would find at a place like Rosemary Beach. You don't have, there's all sorts of different things. They don't have, they only have the one lake in Celebration. They don't have as much housing variety at Celebration as they do at these developments. The architecture is a different approach. Instead of a language of architecture, they just used historical styles at Celebration. So there's a lot of variety there.
Yes.
So that's the reason. It was the most efficient way we could use a 14-hour day and an 11-hour day to learn the basics.
Right, you're right. There's a lot of variety up there. Matter of fact, during my career in military, I had to take a road trip up in that area and visit that area for planning purpose. But we went prior to making our decision to see everything and see if it was the way we want to go. The other thing, and back to the thing about you notified all the council members. I didn't have the luxury of asking all the council because I don't want to violate sunshine law. But then again, I wasn't notified. I knew nothing about this trip until I get wind from the public, about a trip that's being taken and everything. And then, of course, I wasn't happy with the answer I got when I asked the question about it. And the thing that I was notified, I was never notified. And of course, then the next answer came back to me was the fact that I didn't talk to you because you were busy, is what I was told by my city manager. Okay, I was busy, so he bothered not to talk to me. Now, I'm looking at the dates of this, 2 and 3 September. You're right, I was busy because I was in a conference, but guess what? These dates this trip had to be planned within, 2-3 weeks before you went?
Effectively within.
My conference I was on the book for that conference at least 2 months prior. So if any intention for me to know about that or be included in that, you would have known, but I was on them dates, and yes, that I was busy. So you see how that looked. Okay, you plan a trip at the time you know I'm gone, and of course you don't say nothing to me, and I got residents
no,
out there asking me
no,
about
that's a
that.
great. Let me clarify the origin of the trip. The origin of the trip did not intend to include the council members in the beginning.
Okay.
And the reason is because this was for staff to be able to, once again, leverage the opportunity of DBZ coming in and doing our comprehensive plan. And typically, when I've taken government staff on these tours, if I take the electeds along with us, the council members, they clam up. They don't ask questions. I don't get what's really on their mind. And so that's why we originally only asked staff, sent an email out to them, and it was only right before Thanksgiving that it was clear that we had this bus for at least 25 people, and we were only going to have, it looked like 12 to 14 people. And so that's when I went to the city manager and said, do you want us to open this up to council members to see if they can take advantage of it? And so that's why it wasn't planned months in advance. First of all, I wasn't here till October 20th. This got planned a couple of weeks later, and then we just, so no, it wasn't a bunch of lead time. It was hurried because of the holidays, because we wanted to do it before the holidays, because we knew that, first of all, during the holiday season, we knew a lot of people have prior commitments that they weren't going to be able to participate, and if we waited until after the holidays, this is a busy time too for a lot of people, so we didn't want to wait till the last minute, because at the time, DPZ was talking about potentially starting their process in January even, and I didn't want to wait till it was too late.
Another question is, I heard you talking about a lot of discussion on the bus appointment among staff and everything, but I haven't heard anything about you trying to set up a meeting where you can pass any of that information of your findings on the bus, the communication with them on the bus. I do understand the fact that it would have been difficult for all the council members and any else to be on the bus because of sunshine law. And I mean, seems as though you got a lot of information on the bus, but you haven't shared it with any of us up here, and I feel like, well, why not? Because we're responsible for hiring DPZ. We're the one hiring the companies and everything. I think that would be valuable information for this council to understand. And yet to date, I haven't heard you schedule any kind of public forum where you can brief us on all the discussions and the type of feedback you got and everything. So, because ultimately, any approval that's handled through any design, anything DPZ does, it has to come through us.
Right.
So it'd be valuable, I would think that would be valuable information, whatever information you gather for us to know, for this council to know in advance. So maybe, and then I can't help but think, if I hadn't asked for this report at the last council meeting, whether we've been getting this report at all. See, I know you may not be able to answer this, but Main Street, can you find it, Mr. Matthews, Main Street? Can you, well, I don't need to ask that because I think Mr. Ward covered that, because my question was gonna be, did Main Street approve these fundings in advance of the trip? But I think he answered that question already. When he said that, they wasn't approved in advance. Normally you approve these things in advance. So I would have liked to see where they Main Street, because it seems though after I asked for this report and how much it costs and all this involvement, all at once Main Street cut a check 2 days later. Okay, so when I have public residents coming to me asking me these things, and I start searching, and I'm starting to feel like something being done underhand, and this not good. Okay, we need to be very transparent what we're doing in this city at all times. Okay, if you want to do these things, I know the city manager has authority, but since it's such a small amount and everything has authority, but things like this need to be cleared through, because you're putting the city in jeopardy, especially when you invite, I call civilians in on the trip. Okay? So I just want to make sure we understand this and all, and I'm still not quite sure on, I know Main Street did a $2,200 reimbursement. And that was there for people in Main Street, or what? Who's still responsible for the civilians, Mr. Jones and the youth reps? Did the city pick up those costs?
Let me try and clarify then. My understanding is that the city did not advance any funds for lodging
Right.
for
Okay.
the non-city staff. So my understanding, based on my interviews with everyone, is that the reimbursement from Clermont Main Street was meant to cover the portion of the bus and brown box lunches. So any food that went on a P card, theoretically was reimbursed. The bus was the biggest cost. So it ended up, I guess, that about 40% of the trip was reimbursed, and I believe Clermont Main Street has a resolution approving that.
Okay. You believe they have a resolution?
Well, when I do a report, I have to rely on the interviews and the documents that I'm given, so.
Well, I thank you for the report. That's basically those my concerns. I still have some concern because I'm still not clear on the funding here. I do know when I take trips, my wife escorts me a lot of time, go with me a lot, but anything that costs me that we have to pay fees for, I pay for it personally myself on it. I reimburse the city for it. I pay it at that time at the conference or whatever. So, because I don't want the city to be responsible for any expenses that she's not entitled to and I'm not entitled to. So,
Mayor, I think that's a good analogy, by the way. I mean, I think that's why I don't have legal concerns about the bus expenditures and the capacity. It's like, when there's extra capacity in a hotel room, we don't distinguish,
Right,
Right.
right.
It's the same thing, so that's why I don't have concerns about that.
well, the hotel, I mean, well, in this case, I guess it could be a little bit different because you got civilians there and the city picking up the cost. Okay. Like I say, when I go on conference, a lot of times I do go on. Matter of fact, this conference I was on here, I paid for all my wife's, other than the dinners that she was actually invited to and paid for by the Florida League of Mayors. Because they were one, they always pick up the cost of dinners, and they encourage us to bring our spouses with us, okay? And they pick up the cost there, but anything else, like in the hotel room, breakfasts and anything else in hotel, I pick up the cost there. Yeah, the city pick up the cost of the hotel.
But that's what I mean,
But,
yeah.
so I understand that, because we gonna pay for the hotel regardless. If we got one person in there, two people, we gonna still pay for the hotel. But foods and the transportation and everything like that, I'm concerned with, okay? And the other biggest thing, like I say, the liability. If something had happened on that bus, who would have been liable for the people on that bus?
And since you asked for the report, we've had discussions about best practices regarding both the purchasing cards as well as how to plan such events. So I think we're going to advance our best practices after this.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, I think you went over that 3-minute limit, I think, correct? I think you've made your point that you really are not happy that they didn't invite you because you were busy. And we can understand that, but we also have sunshine laws are in effect. And obviously, we couldn't all come on the bus because that would present a picture of impropriety there. So I think it's important that we distinguish between the power of the council and the power of the city manager. As you said, he has the power to, as long as the expense isn't outrageous, to have these type of things that go on. And I think it's important that we understand this and also understand our limits of our time. We shouldn't be able to go on for a half hour discussing a point that just we're concerned with.
I agree. He is the city manager, and that is his purview to be able to have trips and underneath. Isn't this spending is up to $50,000 without our discretion, correct? And the purpose of the trip was to benefit the city, and all of the people couldn't come because at that time, I do remember December, a lot of people were sick. So we have the space, so we wanted to fill it. I don't see the issue. The point of it was to educate. So it sounds like you got some education of, do we want to use that type of way of building for our community down here? Because that was the point of the trip, correct? Was to get ideas for us to see.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is, do you have any pictures or any videos or anything for us to see since I didn't get to go?
If I can plug my computer in and I can show you some of the important ones. But no, I'd love to do it, and I'd love to take the mayor up on his offer to, if we can put the council members together, it would take just about 6 hours to go through all the different details that I think are most important before DPZ shows up and starts their work. So if there's the ability to have a workshop or anything, I'd love the opportunity.
I'd be willing to as well.
I jump at it.
All right, well, just let me know.
Okay.
I just have one other question, sorry. Could you, in an email, just email us the budget lines where the 3,200 city funds came from, just so we're aware?
Yes, sir.
And just in terms of notification, I hear what Councilmember Peterson's saying. I do think whether or not we all can attend, if one of us gets notified, it should be good practice that we all get notified so that we're not left out. And whether or not we can go or not, just a notification. I don't think that's a unreasonable request. I don't want you left out if I'm informed,
Right.
and vice versa.
Right.
And so, and obviously, staff was willing to have all of us go by asking.
Right.
Some of us, if that's the case, to be on there. So they had a plan to deal with the sunshine
Right.
issue. And it's not uncommon for us to be in meetings where more of us are there. But I do think it's okay to say publicly, and I think to expect that if staff is informing or inviting council members, that it's not selective, so that it doesn't appear improper, it's inclusive.
Yeah, it seems odd to me that you didn't get invited, because it seemed like, if my memory's right, at the last meeting, Rick said that he brought it up to you, but you said that you had something else planned. That's what was said at the last meeting. I do remember that. But I wasn't there, so I don't know what the conversation transpired, but it doesn't seem like that would be something that he would do, is purposely not invite all of us. That doesn't seem like he would do that.
Okay, as I say, and let me clarify something. You're right, the city manager has up to $50,000 at his discretion to spend if it's an approved budget item. Key word, if it's approved budget item, okay? He cannot just literally go out and spend $50,000 if it's not approved on budget, all right? He doesn't have that kind of authority, all right? And this was a small amount, so, you know, that's so much of that. But like I say, my main concern was the liability, and then, well, you all say you got it, but, I never got anything on it. I had to learn about this from the public. You know, when I have people come and ask me about stuff like that, it looked very bad on my part and on the city part. That we got people taking trips and everything, and I have no clue about what they're talking about when I come back. And then when I ask about it, I have to go through all these steps just to get some clarification, know what I want to talk. All right, I'm done with it. Unless anyone else adds anything else to add. Next item on the agenda is the public comment. Beginning with this meeting, we will now allow virtual comments. Okay? If you wish to address the council in person, please come to the microphone. Come to the microphone and state your name and address. Once in-person comments are concluded, we will move on to virtual comments. If you are participating online on Microsoft Teams and wish to provide comments, please raise your hand and you will be called on to unmute your microphone when it is your turn to speak. If you are participating by phone, you will press *5 on your phone to raise your hand. When called upon, you will press *6 to unmute your microphone. For all virtual participants, if you wish to comment on other items on the agenda, please stay on Microsoft Teams or on your phone and raise your hand when your items come up on the agenda. The portion of this meeting is only for items that are not on the agenda. In the interest of time, efficiency, ensuring everyone who wishes to address the council is given the opportunity to do so. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. To avoid disruption of the meeting, speakers should avoid inappropriate language, personal attack, and derogatory statements, and direct comments to the city council. Everyone is requested to be respectful of each other, even when we disagree. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Woodhouse. I live at 2010 Sunset Lane, Clermont. All of the council members have received an email from me this week with photos regarding 1919 Sunset Lane. Despite years of complaints, conditions at this property have not improved and they have worsened. If these violations existed on the street where you live, you would not let it be allowed to continue for years. We need enforcement of the ordinances already in place and measurable action within the next 30 days. We have been dealing with this for over 5 years. I want to be clear that we have great respect for the Clermont Police Department. However, this situation cannot be solved by policing alone. It is not reasonable to expect officers to monitor one residence 24 hours a day for criminal activity. This is not only a police issue. The property meets the definition of chronic nuisance property, with repeated police EMS responses, including a raid approximately 3 years ago and a fatality in the front yard 2 years ago. Under Clermont's property maintenance, nuisance, and fire safety standards, the accumulation of junk and debris in visible areas is a violation. The carport is stacked from the floor to the ceiling, a boat's been in the front yard for years, and a stove has been sitting there since before Christmas. My Christmas people that came to visit really wanted to know what was going on at this property. These conditions are visible, ongoing, and measurable. Code enforcement is aware of these violations. I'm in constant contact with Andrew. Andrew was told last year to stand down, and I'd like to know why. We were told a nuisance committee would address the issue, and according to code enforcement, it has never been convened. Fines don't work. Code enforcement has had their hands tied. There's regular activity involving homeless, known to the police, known to the city. We have observed behavior consistent with personal hygiene use, including people taking showers in the backyard. If the property is used in a manner inconsistent with single-family residential zoning, then it requires a formal investigation. I pay taxes on 3 properties on Sunset Lane. I currently have a home for rent. Prospective tenants are always asking me about the mess in this yard. This is affecting my income as well as my property values. Safety and neighborhood stability are also being affected. We're asking you to finally enforce the city ordinances. Liens don't work. The city has hundreds of thousands of liens on fines on many properties, and they're never collected, and that's per code enforcement. We need an immediate property maintenance and nuisance enforcement, a formal fire and safety inspection, and a zoning and use investigation. We're asking for measurable action within the next 30 days. Our neighbors would be here to join us. Unfortunately, they work. Our next step after this is we are going to go to the local news media. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Darrell Woodhouse, the other half. I live at 2010 Sunset Lane. My family has been in Central Florida since the 40s. My mom and her siblings graduated from Leesburg High. My family has been on Sunset Lane continuously since 1975. I've got family buried at Bushnell and Cape Canaveral that served both in World War II and Korea. My grandfather served in World War II and was missing in action for a while. Point is, I have deep roots in the Central Florida area. This isn't just about junk in the yard and carport. There are 1919 Sunset Lane routinely has numerous cars stopping by. Usually they're there for a few minutes and they leave. This is repeated day after day after day. It's drug activity. And you don't have to take my word for it. Ask the Clermont PD and Fire. They're very familiar with that address. SWAT woke up the street at 5 a.m. a few years back because of this house. People also come and go on their bikes all hours of the day and night with their backpacks. Again, many come by there for a few minutes and then leave. Many are homeless that come from the homeless camp behind Wawa on hooks. Again, police and fire are very familiar. I've seen hookers come by to get cleaned up at this house and then get picked up on the street. There was an overdose death at 1919 Sunset Lane a year and a half ago. We see all this because my wife and our realtors, we work from home. We do pay taxes on 3 properties. We take care of these properties. We do need a tenant for one of them, and potential tenants are exposed to this trash in this yard. It's frankly embarrassing. You wouldn't put up with this on this street, on your street, so I'm just asking for the same respect. And it's not just us, the entire street is tired of it, the entire neighborhood is tired of it. The owners of this house just live 10 minutes away. They are realtors as well, so they understand what property values and how they're affected by properties like this. Their son lives in the house. This is not a random tenant. This is their son. I'm usually a live and let live kind of guy, but this has gone on long enough. The homeless camp is on state land. I want to know if the state's been contacted. If not, I'll reach out to our representatives. I'm sure they would be interested to know what's going on. Media outlets all have journalists that report on activities like this. I've seen them so that will be our next step. This is not a new problem. This has been brought to this board numerous times over numerous years. We're just done with it. We would like something done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you from Sunset Lane as well? No. Okay, let me address it. I want to address this real quick, because I did get your email, and I think all the council members got your email. But it was going to be, I just got a report back from my police department yesterday. They just sent it to me last night. I didn't get a chance today, but I was going to contact you because I would like to sit down with you all in the police department and go over that report and everything. And I know it's been a problem, and I truly understand that.
Thank you. We would welcome it.
And everything, and I still don't understand. Well, you mentioned the Newsom law that we put in place a couple of years ago to try to take care of things like this. So I would like to get a time to sit down with you and your wife and everything with the police chief and see what we can do.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Look forward to that.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for taking my request, or listening for my request. Just about a year ago, I came before this council, and we do have some new members on the council now, requesting that the meetings be held at this time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I stated some of the reasons.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to hold on. Isn't that on the agenda later? Oh, that's something that's on the agenda, so we don't want to be addressing that right now.
Where on the agenda will it be?
Item number 21, is it?
Oh,
29, item 29.
Well, unfortunately, I can't stay for this whole agenda. I mean, you have speakers for over 40 minutes, and I mean, your meetings last 5 to 6 hours at times, and I just don't have that time.
Ma'am, if you want to, you can join us online. You can comment from online through virtual means, okay?
Well, that's not very welcoming.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. I filed a formal complaint to express my extreme dissatisfaction with the current closed-loop negotiation process between the City of Clermont and the Wellness Ridge Community Development District. It has become increasingly clear that while both the entities are currently engaged in high-stakes negotiations regarding infrastructure funding, maintenance of the roadways, tax, and de-annexation flexibility, neither side actually represents the residents of Wellness Way. As you know, the CDD is currently builder-controlled by Lennar. The negotiations that they're doing is strictly restricted to keeping their project moving forward, not the cost and affordability for the clients, which would be me. As a result of this vacuum, the decision is being made about our situation of our future financial liabilities without the single resident vote or meaningful input. The interlocutor agreement being signed today will impact our property values and our tax bills for the next 30 years. We ask that the city and the CDD board establish a resident advisory committee immediately. The committee should be invited to sit in on the interlocutor negotiations to ensure that the people who are actually live there and pay the bills are no longer being treated as an afterthought in the dispute between the developer and the municipality. As you know, I pay a non-ad volume tax to the CDD, which is at almost $2,500 a month, or excuse me, a year. And then also I pay the MSTU tax to the City of Clermont. I'm talking to you, Mayor, and I'd like you to put your attention to me, please. Thank you. So the city agreed to the MSTU tax. The city also activated the CDD. We have neither representation in either things. And I've been coming here for a very long time about the MSTU tax. And now we have the CDD that through the developer, they're getting impact credit fees from the city. And they actually use some of those CDD fees to create the connector road and the Wellness Way, which is outside of our development. They kept the impact in credits, the developer did not give it to the CDD to help lower our cost. So we're paying for the roads twice. We're paying for lights right now that are not on in the MSTU agreement. They say because SACO has not hooked up the lights yet. So I think that we deserve, as residents, we should be invited to these negotiations. Getting information from the CDD about what has happened in these meetings or what their plans are is very difficult. They're slow in turning that information over me. I've already asked about their resolution 2025-04 from the CDD and what the result was. What did I get? Oh, we're out of the office. We'll get to you soon. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Famasi, if you stick around doing reports toward the end, I'll answer some of those questions for you, okay? Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Cornelius Meeks. I live at Auto Reserve. I have a problem with my water bill. For the last 3 months, my water bill been going up by hundreds of dollars. Every time I come to pay the bill, I complain and I get no redress. So I would like for the board to do something about it or to find out what happened. I am not the only one. Everybody in my community, the bill going up by hundreds of dollars, the water bill. I come here to pay the bill and complain, and I hear other people complaining, and I'm not getting no redress, and it keep on going up. Last month it go by $200, this month it go by $100 again still. So I'd like to know what's going on.
Okay. What was I missed your address, sir.
Huh?
What was your address again?
4477 Powder Horn Place Drive.
Powderhorn, yeah.
That's Hartwood Reserve.
Okay. We would, anything else?
Huh?
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. I would like to get some. I would like to get some redress because if not, I have to go somewhere else because I can't afford it.
Well, sir, if you'll stick around at the end of the report, and when we get reports, we will address that. In the meantime,
but-
I will
but-
say,
but-
I will say this.
For 3 months, I've been complaining and that's still getting me overcharged.
Can we have somebody from the water utility to
well,
talk
They
to
send,
him?
they send people from the water, but I get excused. I know the amount of water that I use. I've been using the same amount of water for 20 years.
Here, sir, and I do know, you're right, it's other people that's complaining about this, and of course, my city manager in here, of course, this is one of the discussions I've had with them a little bit about trying to figure out what we're gonna do, and we're trying to look into what we're gonna do about the water charges, because I hate to say it, but I'm one of those complaining too, because I'm not quite happy with the way things going. I don't know exactly what's going on, and we're trying to figure out why everybody keep getting different charges every month. You know,
Okay.
so we are looking into it. But again, city manager isn't here.
Okay,
and
I'm
I don't know
look-
where we are.
I'm looking for-
Mr. Matthews,
Our
do
deputy
you know
is here.
where
Yeah,
we are?
absolutely. We're investigating different softwares that'll help us with the leak detections and things like that. I'm happy to give you my card, sir. If you want to call me tomorrow, I will investigate this and help you in any way we can.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if it always, it's not the last of me you're gonna see. I'm not gonna stop because I can't afford it.
Yes, sir.
Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day. There are two types of crops, perennials and annuals. Annuals you have to plant every single year. Usually you get at least one season out of them. Perennials you plant and you might get 3-4 years out of them. Did you know that eggplants and peppers are actually perennials? Mayor, council, distinguished guests, I have brought my bucket here today to make a point that over 200 years ago, every single one of us walked around with a bucket. Not a Tractor Supply plastic bucket, no. We all had leather buckets for carrying water. In fact, we were all part of the volunteer fire department. Today, actually, I think it started today or a couple of days ago, up in Tallahassee, they are talking about eliminating property taxes or at least curbing them. These are some of the, one of the things that property taxes pays for is not only police, also roads, education, parks, libraries, and fire departments. So what are the options on the table? First and foremost, to eliminate property taxes for all those over 65, which is not bad. Actually, it will put a burden on X, Y, Z generations and also millennials, and if they did not like boomers, they definitely will not like boomers after that. The second one is to eliminate property taxes for those who have owned their house for at least 10 years, which is not bad, except for it does put a burden on first-time home buyers. A third one is something they do in other states, which does pretty well. And it's not an elimination of property taxes, it's actually a decrease, and that is you freeze the price of taxes from the original date, and it only goes up 1 to 3% every single year, and always comes back to the original spot. This is not an elimination, it is a decline in or a decrease in property taxes. The next one is oh geez, what is the next one? I'll come back to it. If we eliminate property taxes, we do have to find our revenue streams somewhere else. And some of the ideas that they are talking about is to, one, eliminate tolls for non-residents, for residents, to only have non-residents pay for it and to increase those tolls. A third one is to increase consumption taxes. And these are some options that are out there. When all is done and said, 9 out of 10 of us in here do not really enjoy paying property taxes. However, 10 out of 10 of us enjoy what taxes give us. So I always come back to what my mom had said, and she said, you pay for what you get for. I'll be carrying around the bucket for the next month. They're $4.99 at Tractor Supply or 2 for $8. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year, Mayor, City Council members. Two things, just this last 24, 48 hours. The governor did come out, talk to Taylor, of course, the others about this, and he's backed away from some of the property tax issues just the last 2 days. They're up in Tallahassee discussing. I do have a question for the city attorney. For the non-employees that went on the trip, did they get their room paid for and their food paid for, or was that a separate issue?
Mayor, do you want me to answer the question, or?
Uh,
I serve at the city's pleasure, so I don't necessarily answer. I mean,
Yeah.
basically what happened was the lodging was, the city did not pay for the lodging of any of the non-city staff.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't said, that's why I was like, okay.
Sir, you forgot to give your name and address for the
Kurt
clerk.
Shu, I have a restricted address under Florida law.
Yeah. Anything, yes, sir?
Yeah, the second part was, no, actually, you covered everything. Lodging, food. Okay, thank you so much. Have an awesome day.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And tell the public that that whole consent agenda scares everybody when it's 19 long and you want to see number 21, 22, or 23. I'm actually going to be an adversary, an opponent of whatever, but it doesn't matter. We need to help our citizens, okay? I'm always been an advocate of that. Now, the reason why I'm here, and I'm sure that you're very surprised, I want to make a warning shot over the bow of the boat. In 2026, I've decided, and I turned 70 last year, I've worked, as we know, for 25 years in here to give the public their say and to make this fair and also to protect this lake. And now we have the downtown historic district that some of you have been here for years on here. Some of you have done already 2 years. This is your first year. But if I have to, I'm coming out of retirement and I'm going to run the dream team like we have before. Tim understands that because he knows about it. And these are people that really cared about this town. And I have talked to y'all and talked to you till I'm blue in the face. I had to sit down and just go and absorb. And I've talked to some of you that I do fine with. And I know your heart is good, but you're not here for yourself. It's not here for your convenience. It's not here because it doesn't fit in your schedule. You knew that, you're public servants. And these people out here and the ones that are 75% that work, they come first. And if that's not good for you, you shouldn't run. And whoever I like it here and love you, you need to know the truth. And now, no one has done one thing to protect that lake. I spent 2 hours yesterday with Nathan, our new guy, and he afforded that and went down there and walked all over with me. I think he was overwhelmed that we've got a Florida outstanding body of water and no one's done anything. No one. And then I'm going to try to protect it down there at Victory Point. That's all a ruse. That was a lovely wetlands that lake had to have. Tim, you've been here long enough. You know this. You know what I'm saying. Well, this Florida Cracker girl, and I will not apologize for Cracker, by the way, to the people that don't understand. It's not a black misnomer thing. That's about our cowboys here in Florida in the early days cracking the whip on the cows. So that's what a cracker is. I'm going to go ahead and make sure and I'll go look at the last Cracker Barrel because my granddad is in that book. And so I'm tired of it. I don't care who I know, who I like, who I helped on their campaigns. We're going to come first here. We're going to put it back. And these people that live in this downtown, hell has come to them. Nathan got to hear that yesterday. He got to hear the music down there. So that's my warning. When I come back in at the next council in 2 weeks, I'm going to pass out a list of things that I've asked for years to get done that nobody's done, and we'll see who's going to do something. If not, you got to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one on the line? Okay. If there's no one else in the audience and there's no one on the line, well, we're going to close public comments. Move on to the next part of the agenda. But before I move on, Mr. Mathis, is there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, item 20 and 21 on the consent are being pulled by staff. They will come back at some undetermined time.
Being pulled or table?
They're being withdrawn, pulled. When we bring them back, it'll be re-advertised, And it'll be, we just don't know when yet.
Okay, just trying to verify.
So
so
not pulled for discussion, I'm sorry, pulled off the agenda.
Pull off the agenda,
Sorry.
not table, so we don't need to take any action.
Yes, sir, sorry about that.
You got overlooked in the public comment? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. John Sedona, 3611 Briar Run Drive. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to go over the attachments that I had emailed you and the city clerk on January 7th. There were two Clermont Sun articles. The first one reports on how the town of Groveland was able to reduce the Bright Hill development by 45% and conform more with Groveland's new design codes. The second article is an interview with Fire Chief David Ezell and his concerns about response times being over 10 minutes long. The article goes on to suggest a tug of war between Clermont and Lake County as far as whose ambulance should be here. So certainly increasing impact fees might be a way to generate that type of revenue for us. Florida DOT is aware of all the needs to update roads and infrastructure. They have many projects in the design and feasibility stages, but they fear that the tens of billions of dollars needed will not be approved by the Florida state legislature, so they are suggesting mobility fees as a primary option. SB 840 was supposed to correct the gray area of SB 180, but it did not address the burdensome provision. So even with updated design codes, developers can still sue local municipalities. That said, Clermont is going to need to augment these codes with something else that would stand up in court. Dwayne Jones is the Planning and Zoning Division Manager for Groveland. His team added a section 6.6 to mitigate some of the gray area of SB 180 while still applying standards to their new construction codes. Mayor Megan Sladek from Oviedo raised impact fees in early 2025 and moved towards mobility fees as well. She suggested a three-prong approach: develop the mobility fee schedule, negotiate a fee split with the county, and get the right consultant to compose it so it stands up in court. You have that gentleman's name in a separate email. Danielle Jeffries is from Highlands County Engineering. Highlands County has not initiated mobility fees, but they added several processes into their code from maintenance and improvements such as sureties. For Highlands County, this is working as a negotiating tool with developers. The packet also contained two really good examples of smart town, walkable, open space, mixed-use neighborhoods for your purview. Lastly, according to the 2025 Florida Highway State and Motor Vehicles Crash Dashboard, Clermont and Lake County, unfortunately, have surpassed several categories from 2024. Although we had less crashes, there were more deaths. Bicycle and pedestrian crashes and deaths are both up from 2024. I have personally observed bikers going up State Route 561 and there's no bike lane. Bikers tend to draft each other in order to limit wind resistance. So if one biker has an issue, the rest of the bikes scatter to avoid a pileup. Those bikers can sometimes wind up in a traveling lane. So now we've got bikes and cars occupying the same space. Certainly, we could agree that the city and the county can rely on bikers. That was all in your package. I appreciate your time, and I thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. That being said, we're closing public comment and bring it back.
So, Mr. Mayor, as I was saying, items 20 and 21 are being taken off the agenda, and item 22, the variance request, has been withdrawn by the applicant, so that's not going to be heard either.
So that one's completely withdrawn as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's it.
So we need no action on either one of those. With that being said, the next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wishes to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if any staff or members of the city council wish to speak to a consent item, they have the same opportunity. The consent agenda consent agenda items tonight is items 1 through 19. Anyone wish to have any items pulled from the consent agenda?
Item number 11.
11, okay. That's for proposal, all right. Any others?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I have it could affect how I vote, so I'm just going to ask for it to be pulled, number 9 and number 19.
Number 9, request for qualification, planning, okay, and number 19. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no other, I think that's pretty much it. Seeing no other, I entertain a motion on items 1 through 8, item 10, 12 through 18. Is there a motion?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent, except for 9, 19, 11.
A second.
Okay. I have a motion for approval of consent agenda items 1 through 8, item 10, and items 12 through 18. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, item number 9.
Yeah, I just had some, this is about the request for qualification awarding for the planning and urban design services. My question was relative to the ranking crew who did this recommended that we hire 5 or award 5 companies. However, then when it went to staff, they made the recommendation to add 3. And I just want to get a better clarification as to why the 5 that were recommended by the reviewers, what specifically is not included in those 5 that we need to go further and go a different route from the folks who did the procurement process.
Absolutely, I'll answer that. So when staff looked at the ranking, we decided that we needed to add a few more firms, mainly because one of them is none of the top 5 had firms that were members of the Urban Guild, which are a combination of expertise of urbanism and architecture. And that's very important as we move forward with this comp plan and the form-based code, to have someone that knows the expertise in that and can plan and design urban things, such as like if we wanted a community center or the missing middle projects, things like that. Those expertise in the top 5 were not quite there. Also, the efficiency of having thorough knowledge of having, for example, DPZ on board as a continuing service, since they're doing our comp plan and code, they're going to have thorough knowledge of the city and every aspect about it. So having them as a continuing services makes a lot of sense. Whether we use them or not, it makes a lot of sense to have them on board for specific projects. Also, just having the rapport with these firms, I think, is going to be very important with some of these, knowing that, for instance, DPZ is going to be working on the code, the comp plan. They're going to be working with each individual staff member, or each council members, stakeholders. Having them have that thorough knowledge and the ability to pull resources, I think, is vitally important. And when we looked at the rankings, there wasn't, what we did as a staff is we cut it off, rounding up at about 78, and that's where it put in an additional 3 people. But we felt, because of the variety of projects that it could be anticipated or may come in the next few years, we needed a wide range of expertise in a variety of fields. And so having more to us seemed to be the better solution.
Was the Urban Guild, was that part of the RFQ process?
It was not, it was the RFP process was more generalized on a variety of services that may or may not come up. So it was very general, but as we move forward with things like the missing middle projects and infill development, it's important to have those special skill sets.
Could we have, I hear what you're saying on that, and I think like we give points for other things when, if that was something that these folks should have known that we were looking for, shouldn't we have said that's something that we're gonna give preference to? And of the 3 that are added, how many of them are Urban Guild?
I don't know how many, I know DPZ is for sure. I don't know if Jacobs is a part of that or tool, but they also have different skill sets that could be useful in a variety of projects outside of the Urban Guild type stuff.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions.
Okay. This is a public, and anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, no one online, I close public comment. Bring it back to council. My question along the same lines as Mr. Bain. When we put this RFQ, did we put these qualifications in the RFQ? If this is part of the requirement, why didn't we include these qualifications in the RFQ?
The qualifications, as you may recall, this RFQ had a variety of services. Planning and urban design was just one of them. It also had things like stormwater and traffic engineering. It had a variety of topics. We had 70 some odd applicants for this, 27 alone just for the planning and urban. We did not necessarily put very specific qualifications like that because we didn't anticipate it at the time. This was before we had our economic development director on board was when this was written. I believe it was even written before we even had DPZ and the form-based code on staff. So it was not anticipated to be that specific. It was written specifically to be general. So not knowing the exact different types of stuff that was kind of come up, we wanted it to be very adaptable for the changes that may or may not occur in the next several years.
What's the purpose of the RFQ, I guess is my question.
What's the
purpose of it?
purpose?
Why do we submit put an RFQ out there?
Well, we put an RFQ out because we may not have on staff the expertise to do some of the projects, and so we do a request for qualifications to look for firms that can fit that need.
That's what. That's always been my experience with RFQs and RFPs and the proposals and everything. But if the top 5 on our list don't meet our qualification, why did we even accept that proposal?
Because they meet their qualifications in certain things that we might have come up in the future. Certain things like traffic studies or other type of services that we might have. Dick's Height is an expert in landscape architecture, things like that. So they all meet the general scope of the RFQ.
Well, you use the term there. They may have a qualification that may be something in the future, but this isn't what we're looking for right now. Not for the future. We're looking for a specific item now. Again, so why are we going out here? Well, I guess my problem with this is the fact that we put an RFQ looking for the best companies out there that can meet our needs and our requirements at the time. Okay, and we accept and of course we came back and say okay 5 and. Well, normally when you do RFQ, you're looking for 1. Okay. But now we're sitting here asking for 8 companies. So what was the, I was just trying to figure out why did we even do the RFQ if we could just go out here and pick 8 companies and go.
And I can tell you my experience, it's not uncommon to have multiple vendors on standby because you want to rotate them on the expertise that you need. When you talk about, we're writing it for now, these are 3 to 6 year contracts. And this city is going to change a lot in the next 3 to 6 years. There's no doubt about that. With a new comp plan, a new form-based code, a variety of infill projects, I think there's going to see a lot of changes that we wanted to be able to adapt to whatever's going to happen. And that's why, but Again, Mr. Mayor, this is just a staff recommendation, just like the committee is a recommendation. Council can elect to choose 1, 5, 10, 27, whichever they choose.
Well, I think originally when it went out, I think this came back to us before saying the top 5. And now we finna change it to the top 8. See? So do we really know what we want?
Well, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, there are occasions, we see it all the time across the state with cities and counties where sometimes they'll approve all of them, like even if there's 20. And in fact, I bid on one in Tampa, and they approved all, 30 firms for different practice areas. Sometimes the city will give you something, sometimes they won't. The idea is just to give the staff the flexibility. If something comes up, it's for all the things that we can't necessarily predict, so that if something is time sensitive, staff can pull the trigger without having to wait. I think the original RFQ went out on this 6 months ago or 7 months ago, so it's been a process.
Yeah, I know. It went out a few months ago, and it come back to us 2 or 3 times, and it seemed like every time I think when it first came back to us, we was looking for 1, we changed it to 3, and then 5, and now we're at 8. See, we keep moving the goalposts, okay? That's my concern, okay? Why we keep moving the goalposts, okay? And then when I look at the package you send me, and if the way you got them listed, if that's the order, how they were ranked by the committee, see, I look down there and I see, okay, certain companies didn't make the top 5, so now we're gonna move the goalposts. And see, these are one of the things that have been happening with our RFQs in the last few months. And that's become very concerning to me, because I think we're gonna end up getting ourselves in trouble, because people submitting their bids, and they come and they looking at everything, they know how they rank and everything, and then we come in here thinking they're gonna get the bid, and we change everything and move it. So, Mr. Wall, I'm concerned about legalities here. People saying, hey, what's the shenanigans you all pulling here? See?
And Mr. Mayor, I don't
Okay.
think that's what they're trying to do. I think the understanding is say if you have a building and the city needs someone who is an expertise in accounting, and then, we also need an expertise in electrical engineering, but we only have the company that can do accounting, so then we got to send out a whole nother RFQ. This is to prevent that. So they're being proactive. That's what this is for. So when the need arises, they can just hire this person because they're on contract, so they can go to them.
That sounds good, you're right, they don't want to have to send out another RFQ, but if I need somebody that, I need an accountant, I'm gonna put RFQ out for an accountant, okay?
But see, this eliminates that because they're already on contract. You know what I'm saying? They're already on contract. So like when you were at the MWR with activities you had there, you had vendors that you already knew that you could count on, so you went to those vendors. You didn't have to constantly put out a contract. It's the same concept.
Well, you mentioned them there. When I put out my RFQs in my job before, I chose one company and I did that. If I needed something different, I went and had, and you're right, I had different vendors, and I didn't have to go out because I already had RFQs. This one specialized in this one specialized in this one. I didn't have 8 different companies that I can choose off of one RFQ. See, but anyway, I'm just like I say, we've been working with this one here now for some months, and it keep changing, okay? And now we up to eight award vendors and everything. So,
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is an RFQ, and for those in the public who maybe aren't familiar with these processes, an RFQ is a request for qualifications. It's not a request for a bid or a request for a proposal for a specific project. So this was staff's, and I commend staff. In fact, Mr. Mathis, if you say you want all 27, that will be my motion and support tonight, because I think staff needs to be able to make decisions that are good for the citizens, which means the highest qualified professional for the specific job at hand, as quickly as possible at the lowest cost as possible. And if the staff has the ability to send out a project to 3 or 4 different approved vendors and say, this is the project, can you get me an estimate on this? We're more likely to get good estimates. Mm-hmm. We spent the greater part of last year talking about government pricing and how the system of procurement lends to government pricing. Now, in my background as a real estate attorney, I'm actually familiar with several of these firms, and they are all distinct. They are very different, at least the ones that I know. I know 5 of the 8. And of those, I have worked with some of those or seen them in action, and they are very different. And we would get very different results with them. And so I think it's wonderful. Mr. Mathis, my only question to you is, do you want all 27? Do you want 12? Do you want 15? Because I'm going to support the 8 if that's all you need, but I really and sincerely want you and your team to be able to be flexible and pivot and make sure that this city gets the best for the situation that it needs.
The staff recommended 8. Now 10 would be great. I think Freddie would have a heart attack if we went with 27 contracts. But I think 8 will suffice. 10 would be even better, but staff wanted to try to keep it somewhere between the 5 and 10.
All right, did you say 8 because you think you need to satisfy council, or did you say 8 because this truly and sincerely is what you want and need? Because this was a long process, and it's not going to be easy to go through again if you find you don't have the tools that you need to do the job that you need to do.
I would prefer 10, to be honest with you. But 8, I think we can accomplish most everything with the 8, but it's always good to have that flexibility if one's busy, or like you said, the competition of having multiple drives the prices more competitively, and not stuck with 1 or 2 where they can.
I'm going to move to approve the top 10 qualified candidates for item number 9.
Second.
Have a motion, so we moved it from 8 to 9, of 10.
Correct. That's the motion.
Have a motion to approve request item number 9, request for qualification awards, and then with the change of moving it from that top 8 to the top 10, provided by procurement. Any other further discussion?
It sounded like staff, the reason why I really want to know, because is it a number thing or is it a skill thing? And now we've just diluted it down to a number thing. And that doesn't make sense to me, so I'm voting no.
Well, again, I heard you say, Mr. Mathis, that you were looking for somebody with expertise in urban design. See, that was one of the qualifications, but then if none of these have a qualification in urban design, why are they even here? Why we need them? I'm sorry, I hear what you're saying about you want to have the flexibility, but my thing is, why even do a RFQ if you, like she was saying, choose all 27? We don't need RFQ. Just go out and grab your company, whoever you want, and do it.
They have to qualify. They have to go through the process of qualifying.
Well, according to what I read, we did the qualifying, and we doing this, and like I said, that's my concern. The company that's qualified and what we ranked as the best to meet all the qualification in the RFQ, we saying we don't, we're not trusting you to do everything, so we're gonna go down here, now we're gonna take the top 10. We keep moving the goalpost. Eventually, we're gonna get ourselves in trouble, keep doing this, okay? These guys put in a lot of work and effort in submitting these bids and these proposals and everything, and then they just basically just taking their proposal and walking them out. Okay? If I were one of them, I guarantee you, I'll be looking to sue the city right now. I guarantee you that. Okay? But we do have a proposal, motion to take the top 8 now, top 10 instead of the top 8. All in favor, let it be, if there are no further question, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote nay as well. Motion passes 3-2. Item number 11.
I pulled this one. My concern with this one was that the question of what to do with the real estate down at Victory Point has not gone through any sort of visioning process with the council. I think that real estate that, well, I have 2 issues. One is we haven't gone through a visioning process, and the other is this didn't go through the American Bicycle Association or DPZ. And so my concern with it is that I think that if any decision we make on using city property in a different manner while we're in this process with ABA and DPZ is assuming that we know more and better. We just approved a couple hours ago a new redevelopment plan, and candidly, with the suggestion by staff, one of the biggest complaints that I see, I'm not saying that the firm that won wasn't qualified, I think there was about a 1-point difference between the 2 firms, but one is a firm that has familiarity and use with jet skis, which I see the most complaints about from citizens in Clermont, and the other is bicycles, and this is on the Coast to Coast Trail. So I think staff did the best job that they can do in qualifying, but I'm not sure that we as a council did a very good job of giving a vision before they went into this process, and I think that that was missed. So I would prefer to push this off to a workshop, but if we had to take a motion based on what I've heard from the community, I would not vote to add more jet skis to the lake today.
Well, my understanding from this, what you're speaking of, is that this this proposal, they had two whacks at it because the score was so close that the evaluators had them come and present. And the other team, Lux, I think it is still selected. And they aren't just doing what you're, I don't see any, what you said, it's jet skis. I see other things in here that they're doing. And they're veteran owned and they're locally owned as well. They're doing kayaks, bicycles, paddle boards, pedal boats. So I don't see what the problem is of allowing them to go forth.
Hold on, thank you, I'm sorry. This is a public hearing, anyone in the,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. This is a public hearing, anyone in the public wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Charlene Harrison, 4th DeSoto Street, Clermont. This is actually why I came after the thing tonight. You know, there's a reason and a plan for procurement, and I know Freddie does a good job about what he does. But you know, we don't need to have a monopoly here. We've had that with the good old boys for a long time. We already have these people, you're saying the jet skis, and I wasn't real impressed with that back then. And we were almost, all of us, I think, felt like if you don't do this, we're coming down here and people with jet skis, and I don't know who all was involved in that. But we need to give other people a choice. Now, I will tell you this, and I'm going to disclose this. I spent an hour and a half with Valerie, the other one. She is my neighbor on the other street, but we don't really see each other. We don't hang out. We're not friends. So I'm not trying to push anything. But what I did understand is that she got it where you heard it earlier tonight, what I said about the lake. And we don't need where it's every party down there, every venue, everything. And I realized sitting with her, and she was glad that I brought it up because I wanted to find out in case this is something that should go to the council and be in front of the public where they can. And points don't sometimes matter. And I think we all know that in politics, right? When people win, right? We all know that. Some people win and they shouldn't have won, okay? And so, and I'm talking from Washington all the way down. But we need to give other people a choice to start with. We don't need to have a monopoly here where somebody's already got something else and now they're gonna do that. And I did hear that there was a bunch of stuff maybe involved in this. Where is the, and this is non-issue because it's gonna be non-motorized, which is what we wanted. Save Our Lakes, we've wanted it. We've advocated this for 25 years. And so I sat with a person that I know understood that. Now, what you do is what you do, but it should come back here. Things like this, that's not like big development and stuff, it should come in front of y'all and let you make a decision. I mean, I would advocate to pull this thing off the agenda and bring it back. But just think about that. We don't give this to the same people here. Let somebody else have a chance. You know, y'all were there about the food trucks and stuff and let them do. I mean, it's a bad thing. We got people that spend a bunch of money on bricks and mortars, and then you can just bring a food truck in. You don't have to pay for anything. Now we're starting to be a food truck city. I don't know when this ends, but at this point, let's let somebody else have a chance. Come on. I mean, that's not right, and it needs to be brought back in front of the public, and don't worry about points. Let's just see what seems to be the best fit. You know, you have no harm to pull this off and bring it back. That would be my suggestion tonight.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I'm actually don't like being here speaking about this tonight because I am a big advocate for small businesses, and this seems to be one of those cases where there's two small businesses going for the same opportunity. So this is not really about the qualifications of the businesses per se. It is about the fit of that particular business. In my mind, this is more than a bike rental or a kayak rental or a paddleboard rental. This is about a vision for the city. This is a public-private partnership, and when it comes to public-private partnerships, you need to think about economic impact and the services that that business can provide to the residents of Clermont. I did some research on both companies. One of them, Midpoint Rec, mentions Clermont all over the place. The other one only mentions it twice, and that is going to be on the address. So the question here is, what is the vision for that town? Do we want a company that, yes, it's local, but only has Clermont twice, and the rest of the mentions of a place in their website is Orlando? Or do we want a company that is proud to be in downtown, that wants to showcase the best of downtown, that has connections to downtown businesses, and that can create customized tours and customized experiences to people who already live downtown but haven't had the chance to explore everything or are visiting downtown Clermont? So again, this is a matter of fit. This is a matter of vision. I think the staff did the best that they could, but I think that perhaps we need to table this and bring this back to council so that we can develop a vision for that place. This is on the trail, on the coast-to-coast trail. So we cannot just put anyone there. We need to put someone who is going to be Clermont forward, who is going to bring us to, so that we, it drives me crazy when people compare us to, for example, Winter Garden. I want the city to have its own brand, its own name. And I think it's important that when we see opportunities like this, we think of that, not just points, not just, oh, this company has more time in business or they have bigger staff and things like that. So that is all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone else in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Vincent Nemick, Regency Hills. I look at your agenda, Your Honor, and the council, and I'm still confused on what the procedure is. All right, the procedure of selection, because as I'm sitting there, it even confuses me even more, because it sounds like you might want to undermine your staff, okay? And that, I'm really confused because I'm still trying to get a grip on what the procedure is. Okay, I'm hearing a score, I saw the score, numbers aren't adding up, and then I'm also hearing that there was an opportunity for that individual, both individuals, to do a live presentation. Now, all I'm saying to you is, and you all know our hearts in Clermont, because if it's South Clermont or if it's downtown, all I'm trying to say is we're going to be putting millions and millions into downtown Clermont by the waterfront, okay? I hope that you selected the right people to make this decision. And, let's not insult them by undermining them. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Valerie Schuett, 931 West Montrose Street. I am the founder of Midpoint Rec, for the public who doesn't know. That is the other vendor in this story. So this is a very uncomfortable position to be in, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm genuinely grateful for this support. I wanna make it clear I did not ask or organize that. I've been a part of Clermont civic community life since before Midpoint existed. And as a result, it's been a gift to have so many following this journey to find the right operating home for my business. So let me just say a few things. We remain ready to activate Victory Point responsibly if given this opportunity. It's been a journey. Last spring, when I met with many of you here on this dais to share a new idea, I heard some consistent themes. I heard, we want waterfront activation. We need to utilize Victory Point better. This shouldn't only be about tourism, it should be about engaging residents, be locally collaborative, care for our lakes and our natural resources, support downtown economic vitality. So these are things that I heard that greatly shaped my business. And it was a gift to be given this opportunity, of course, through the RFP process. I understand that Midpoint is the newer business in this lineup, and as far as the feedback I was given, that was, seen as the greatest liability, I guess you could say. But I can assure you that is the asset in this case. You have a locally attuned, locally tailored, experienced entrepreneur. I am not new to business. And I have been operating for almost a year and a half now. I'm building this for about 2 years. I've built something viable that is completely from, for, and with Clermont. In other words, it's not just enough to be from Clermont. I think you need to be about Clermont in this kind of partnership setting. Not to mention, I am highly incentivized to do right by this place. I live right over there. I show my face here. I've been endorsed by Clermont Main Street. And the reality is I'm feeling the expectations and the responsibility that comes with those connections. Charlene lives right behind me. She could get to my house in 60 seconds if she's mad. Okay, that's real accountability. And I'm okay with it. So I know tonight's decision isn't simple. I only assume good faith of the other vendor. Like I said, that's what makes this so uncomfortable for me. But I believe it is important that you approach this as choosing a place-based and vision-aligned partner. The reputation is going to reflect on the reputation of the city, being in a shared city space. And I believe I've built something that is right-sized to grow with the building of trust and time, that is safe, that is flexible, that is creative, and I am committed to collaborating alongside the city. I believe that's something that I've demonstrated in my engagement. So just letting you know I'm here. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to let me know.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Paola Angarita. Address is 6081 Osceola Loop, Clermont, Florida. Myself and Hector, my husband, are actually the owners of the company awarded. We are Lux Rentals. I did want to come up and, I understand your concerns. With our proposal, we were very thorough. I know the point system, they did cancel that out. We did come in here and present in person to the staff. Then we had another meeting going over additional concerns that may arise. I just want to let you know and stand here in front of you, let you know we are veteran owned and operated, like you said. We're very proud of that. We are Clermont residents. Our daughter goes to school here. We are very involved as well. Our company we have a brand that we're growing. We have been in business for over 5 years now. We do operate in the same manner at Orange Lake Resort over in Kissimmee. We do have multiple things. We're part of Uncharted Society, so we're members with BRP, which is how we obtain all of our items. I understand the concern for jet skis. This is completely separate. Victory Point for us is something that we really want to put our heart into, get involved in the community. Our big goal, and we did state that in the presentation, is to bring the community, not just tourism, because that is our main driver for our business with the jet skis and everything else, but we do want to be involved with the community. We want to create opportunity for kids to do internships, the ecotourism. We're in this business already. We see the drive in it. We definitely do believe that this is going to be an amazing opportunity for, financially too, for the city, bringing in a lot of tourism. When we bring the tourism, we also speak about Clermont. We're very proud to be here. The lake, the chain of lakes is what sells us. The jet ski doesn't sell us, it's the location. So for us, it's very important for people to know you come here, come see the city. Our goal is not just come see Orlando, the Disney parks and everything. We want to bring the tourism, and we want to align with, the community. We're a family of, I know some people don't like it, food trucks, so we are very involved. We have food trucks that participate. We've been very involved for years. I want to say over 5 years here, and our goal with Victory Point is to continue growing that, develop with the city. bring the waterfront, like someone said, you know, bring people the opportunity to come out and see the beauty in it from the water in a very safe way. Our main thing with our company, which is one of the things we express completely, is safety. We do hold a $5 million general liability policy. Excuse me, we never, you know, that's very important for us. Our guides, everybody's always trained. To us, number one is safety out on the water. We do ensure that we instruct everyone. And then on top of that, our Google reviews, you know, we do a good job at providing the customer service, which is why we ensure, you know, people continue coming back. We'd love that for not just tourism, but the community alike. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the audience wish to address this may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in-house, I'm gonna close down the in-house part of, portion of the public comment, and I think we have one online. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hi, this is Jenny May, 4062 Greystone Drive. I just want to piggyback. I mean, a lot of what I wanted to say has already been spoken about, but I believe that Councilwoman Strange made a good point in regards to the vision, and we really have to focus on the vision of our downtown and our lakes, and we're in the process of that. So I think selecting a group like this to be part of this vision needs to be kind of tabled, or we need to wait, as she stated, to have, you know, also DPZ or ABA to have some input. Or also even the Economic Development Director. I don't believe they were part of the process as well in that. So, you know, they're both very, very qualified firms. I believe the jet ski group already has a business on the lake. So to have 2 locations, I agree with Ms. Forth in regards to monopolizing. I don't agree with monopolizing either. So why not have 2 of the best things, both of the companies? Allow Lux to, you know, continue doing their jet skis, but allow another, you know, local business as well to thrive. But wait until the planning groups, DPZ, ADA, you know, have a chance to also review and see if that is, you know, corresponds with the vision of what we're looking forward to in the future. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That's it online, on virtual. Wayne, anyone else? There's no one on virtual, so we're gonna close down public comment, bring it back to council. You have a comment, ma'am? I'll hold off for now.
Okay. Now this is just a lease, right? For what, how long do they get to use this for? 1 year? 12 months?
It's a 1-year lease
A
with
1-year
the
lease.
option of extensions.
Okay. So, I don't see the problem of giving them an opportunity to serve for a year. They are ready. They're not a startup. They've been in business. They live here. They have the insurance. He's a veteran. I feel like, why not support them?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. To answer Mr. Nemek's point about procurement process, we had a conversation, I believe, at the December meeting after the presentations, or it was at the December meeting, and we talked about having a workshop in, I thought we said January, but we're not having that, and potentially it could be on the agenda for February, is what I heard in my meeting with staff yesterday. So I'll put a pin in the conversation about workshops and scheduling and save that for the council item later. I didn't think about the perspective of perhaps as council, we let staff down on this item. And I think we have to take ownership on that. This is not a go buy a dump truck, a backhoe, a weed whacker, a item. Not not to minimize that. Those are all important things we have to do to provide service. But oftentimes it boils down to, do they have the product that our staff really tell us they need, and are we getting a good deal? This is more about purpose and vision and partnership and collaboration. We're not just buying a thing, we're actually entering into a relationship here. And I think we did not set our staff up for success when they went out to bid this and then reviewed it and did the interviews. I think we might have failed them in that, and I want to recognize that. And I want to say to the staff that I think I owe you an apology for that, and I owe our applicants an apology for that, because I think we created, in some respects, this situation. If we don't want to delay a decision here, then I would make a recommendation to vote either down the recommendation of staff or to change the recommendation to Midpoint Rec. And my rationale for that is that I think that time in business is potentially subjective, in the sense that if I want to start a high-end restaurant, if I were a popcorn stand for 12 years, that doesn't necessarily mean that I've been in business of a high-end restaurant. I've had business acumen. Well, I think there's been demonstrated business acumen in that area. So I went to look at what are the areas that talked about substance, the relationship, the partnership, the purpose, the vision, the collaborative areas. And I looked at those, and it's like a 3-point difference the other way if we're going based off of some points there. So I know that that's what we have, because we weren't a part of the presentation, and I'm not saying we should be, but I'm just saying that that's the material that we have based off that. And then in doing due diligence and looking at everything, I would expect someone to go and look at the 2 websites of materials. And I would say, to go back to the point of business, I've looked at the recommended company's website, and I only found Clermont in the address of the business. Everything that's advertised is Orlando. And it's jet ski, books. If you want to go book an opportunity, it's jet ski and it's ATV, and it's all in Orlando. And so it makes me wonder, like, okay, maybe there is this other entity out there, this other collaborative partnership that they're in Kissimmee, but I don't find any of that in there. And I mean, if I were going for this type of partnership, I would make sure that that was front and center out there, and show the decision makers, hey, I'm investing here. I also think that, I'm concerned about if a company is coming in saying, well, I'm willing to create websites and do publicity information to promote your downtown. Well, we have entities that do that. I want someone who's going to collaborate with them. I don't want someone that's going to be a competition with them. We're already giving money as a city to entities and partnering with entities that promote what happens on our waterfront in our historic downtown. I want to collaborate. I don't want our landlord role, if it kind of boils down to that, our landlord role to support someone that's going to work against our interests in our financial investments. So that's where I'm at. I can't support the recommendation. And I really do have a strong feeling here that I feel like we may have let staff down and let our the applicants here down by not creating that upfront piece that we should have on this process.
Mr. Bain, I think you make a valid point. And the question you're alluding to is, why are we here? It's a brilliant question, and I think it's really important in this particular case. Unless I'm missing something, I don't recall us having a visionary meeting where we talked about doing something at Victory Point.
No.
We have talked about the master plan. We have talked about doing great things. And I think that's good, and we need to do that. And to that end, we have taken action. We've hired DBZ, we've hired the American Bicycle Association. We have taken action to those ends to get a plan together. Why we are here, and I'll go back, I've said before and I'll say again, the role of council is to establish the vision, the budget, and the policy of the city. That's our role, that's where it stops, that's where it ends, but that is our role. I think that the question of what to do with public real estate is a vision and policy question. And it should have started with this council. Mr. Bain, I did ask staff to have the presentations made to this council. I wanted to see the presentations. But why are we here? Unless I'm mistaken, we're here because one of our local business owners sent to us a request, an unsolicited proposal that she operate a bike rental downtown Clermont at Victory Point. Is that how this started?
Yes. Can I just interject something, council member?
Sure.
And I hate to do it.
I just don't want to mind 3
Well,
minutes.
the issue is, if the city council is going to, if it wants to consider overriding the rankings of the committee, then it has to be based on the factors, I think, as Councilmember Bain stated. In other words, Councilmember Bain looked at the factors and suggested that there's a different way to weight them. What the city council cannot do is discuss other factors as a basis for it, if that makes sense.
Fair enough. I see.
Yes.
I do actually agree with what Mr. Bain said about we didn't lead this, and I think that's the biggest error that was made here. I saw the same thing that Mr. Bain saw. When I look at the scores of this, and I want to be clear, I'm not saying even that I'm gung-ho on doing anything at all. I want to engage in the conversation. I'm willing to engage in the conversation. But I think that it is foolish and unwise, is what I mean, to jump ahead of the American Bicycle Association and DPZ. I have said that before. I will continue to say it. I think that should be a policy of this council. But that being said, if the will of council without a workshop, and I can get there, is to do a bike rental downtown. I don't want to be flippant about it's just a year. Starting a business is extremely difficult. I don't think 1 year is something that we say, let's give them a shot. I think it should be a longer term, and that's where we get into partnership and relationship. But when I look at the scores, the only two places that the prevailing organization won, if you will, this proposal, not a bid, but a proposal, by 0.67 points, it has to do with time in business and experience of the individuals. And those are in many ways the same thing, and those were 30% of the score. So those swung it. Midpoint Rec was leading in everything substantive. The introduction letter, the proposed plan, proposal requirements, the tied in business location, and then the quality of the submittal. I mean, all we're talking about is someone who presumably hasn't been in business as long as someone else, yet provides a better experience. So I'm not saying I wouldn't go for, I'm not necessarily a person who says, let's give a new person a chance. I do think that, but that's not what I'm weighing this on. It's really more, I love the points about Clermont, 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 Clermont. My campaign was, I heart Clermont. You're going to win me on that every time if you run for that. I love that. I'm not sure I want to vote yes or no, but I can say I would not be inclined to vote for the suggestion by staff. And I agree with you, Mr. Bain. I think that it's unfortunate that we're here. And so it puts staff in a bad position. I think staff did everything they needed to do, but I think what was missing was the vision and direction specifically from this council. So now we're having to kind of go back and give that after the fact.
I mean, is one of the criteria that both candidates have to live in Clermont? Oh, it's not okay.
It's not a criteria, however, if you're a Clermont resident, live in Clermont, or you're a resident of Clermont, they give you a little bit, a couple extra points. I guess it is 1 or 2 points different. But the thing here is, in this case, both of them are from Clermont. Both of them live in Clermont. And Mr. Bain, I understand you because I looked at the website too. Yeah, there's nothing in Clermont because basically they're not doing business in Clermont because we do not offer this business in Clermont right now. So there's a reason why, okay? But here's my problem, and go back to what Ms. Strange was saying. I don't think this is what I would like to see in Victory Point. Is this the best use for Victory Point? Okay. Yes, I would like to. I've always said I would like to see bicycles and kayaks and canoes and paddle boats on the waterfront, rather than a waterfront. But I don't think it's in my. I never envisioned it being in Victory Point. Okay. To me, Victory Point was created as more of a passive type park. I know we talked about putting some exercise equipment, stationary exercise equipment. As you're running along, you can take a break and do that. Putting this in there, I think that'll spoil all that. I used to have the vision, and I still have the vision. Is one of the reasons we went out and we purchased the 2 pieces of property over there by West Beach. Was to extend West Beach and make West Beach bigger. Okay, and that was the whole idea. We take West Beach with the 2 pieces of property that we had there when we purchased there, open it up and put bicycle rentals and everything to make West Beach bigger, because I don't even think it's a good fit down in a waterfront. See, to put it over there and everything, and it's better parking and everything over there. And see, Victory Point, here's the other thing, which we've gotten a lot of complaints about when we put the parking over there. We put Victory Point over there for activity and everything, but we never even put any parking there. We put this parking lot in there a year or so ago over there next to it, and this well, you all wasn't on the council when it all happened, but we was crucified over the parking. But it's one of the best parking lots we have around there. Now, Victory Point is being utilized a little bit more as a passive type park, so I wouldn't want to see that there. That's why I cannot really support this, and I don't think it was brought to the council for the council to give some type of vision on what we want to do and where we want to do it. I don't have any problem with let me say this, and I've said this over and over again. I think we have an outstanding procurement department, and it goes back to what I just said in the previous discussion about RFQs. Freddie and them do a fantastic job, but yet and still we sit up here and we want to change the whole process, okay? Here we are again, finna change it again. We just talked about it, and we finna talk about trying to do it again. See, if this company bidded them, that's fine. But I'm not willing to support this right now, not because who the company is. I'm not supporting it because I don't think it's the right location for Victory Point in the vision that I see for the city of Clermont. Okay, now, but I'm hearing everybody talking about wanting to change the whole proposal, but then again, I'm sorry, Freddie. Year after year after year after year, I know they won a national award for being one of the best procurement departments in the country. And we keep interfering with their work. Why? Let them do their job, and then we base it on their recommendation and go from there. You know, okay? And if I know Mr. Freddie must be about to pull his hair out right about now for the changes we've been taking it through in the last 12 months is over these RFQs. So that's where I say I cannot support it because I don't think it fit the vision I have for Victory Point base. Okay. So I'll entertain a motion.
Can I seek council's advice here? Are we able to table, or do we just vote down?
You're able to do either.
Okay.
Well, I will say if this is helpful at all, because I sense I truly think the issue is this didn't stem from council. And so there wasn't clear direction. And so it's not that staff did something wrong, it's that there was execution before there was vision, before there was a plan. When you go through a process, you want to have a vision and engage the people, and then you execute once you do that. And so for me, what to do and how to make this decision would be greatly influenced if I had feedback from the American Bicycle Association and DPZ. We don't have that.
So you want to table it until we can get that?
It would help me to get that so that I know what, we've hired the best of the best. I want to hear from them, and so, and this is Victory Point, this is downtown, this is the waterfront, this is the Coast to Coast Trail. This, I agree with Mr. Bain. We're not just buying fire trucks here where it's a price issue. I think that for me, that's a big deal, is to be able to hear from that. And that's where I'm hesitating, is I don't want to impose my will ahead of the best of the best. And so I'm willing to engage, but that's where I'm at.
I can support that. As I say, it's not, I know it's my vision, and of course, evidently it don't look like your vision for Victory Point, and you would like to get input from the consultant that we've hired already. I mean, we spent the money on them, so let's utilize them and everything. But again, I'd say it's not because the procurement process that I can't support it, is because I just don't think it's the right thing to be doing. And this, I don't think we had any input on this to begin with. So.
Bill, can we hear your thoughts? I mean, we're not usually this far separated, but
I mean,
I'm interested in your
my
thoughts.
understanding is like, we're looking to rent this piece of, this, whatever property is in Victory Point. So we gave them that assignment to put it out. They created we made a bid request, two people bid on it. They evaluated and picked party A. Now, we're going back now and saying, okay, we want to change the criteria of what the bid process was. Like, now you're saying, okay, let's table it until we can get ABA to lean in on it? Is that something that we're looking at now?
And if I'm misremembering, I sincerely apologize. I just don't remember directing staff to go get a bid on this.
Okay,
And that's where I'm.
Okay, so where did that come from then initially?
It's my understanding that it was initiated by Midpoint Rec,
Midpoint,
that they submitted
yes.
an unsolicited proposal for
Okay.
what could be done down there.
Right.
And that initiated a process.
Okay.
But personally, I would like to have seen that come to us so that we could weigh in on it. And at that moment, I would have said, yeah, let's get the consultants in, let's figure out what we want to do, and then go find the firm that's going to do it, and is that the right location? And that's what has me hesitating.
Let me say this. The original, I think Midpoint went to the city and asked to put their rental down there and utilizing the building at one of the city buildings at Victory Point. And that's how the RFP was put together and went out and said, let's put it out for proposals, okay, and everything. But I don't think this council or anybody else had any input on it at the time, okay? And I didn't realize it actually went out, okay? And we didn't give any input, and that's why I say it doesn't meet my vision for there, and I probably wouldn't have suggested doing an RFP until we had a better view on what we want to do down there. Okay.
Mr. Mathis, when would we be able to get this in front of DPZ or ABA and bring it back? What's the most realistic timeline of that?
DPZ is going to be in town this week, and I think just this week, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, and then it'll be back in next month. So we can try to get it in front of them.
So if we,
tomorrow.
Are we saying February 10th? It could feasibly come back, or would we need to say February 24th?
February 10th, so the deadline for agenda items would be.
Well, no, not
like
agenda. I'm
February.
talking, I think he's referring to a workshop and, do a workshop on this, or?
Well, no,
No.
I was, it sounded like we wanted their input,
yeah.
on what that space is and these proposals and how that fits with what we could do in that space. If we want to do a workshop with them specific to this,
Yes.
or we want it to be a conversation that we have after a report comes in, then that pushes it back even further. So I was thinking more of the first part of that, of having them weigh in on that space and also weigh in on the proposals, and for us to reconsider then awarding or not awarding at a future meeting. If we want to go a different way, that's fine. That's what I was inquiring about.
Yeah, I was just going to bring Nathan up here to remind me of the dates that they're going to be here, just to make sure
Their full team will be here from February 18th to 23rd.
Okay.
At that point in time, that week, they will be looking at the entirety of the area there, and that's when they would feel comfortable making a recommendation. They wouldn't feel comfortable before they're dealing with all the other issues and hear from all the council members in our community.
What's the date of that, Nathan? What's the date of that?
February 18th.
What's
we
the
wanna
date
do
on
it
the
at the
third
end?
What's the date on the third Tuesday in February?
17th.
17th. I was thinking we do a workshop on the if they in town, they come in the workshop. We have a chance to give them some input, listen to their vision in a workshop before we bring this to council and have to sit there and spend 2 hours in front of a council. discussing it.
But I think this is the public meetings, right? They're gonna be doing public
Yes,
meetings during this
they'll
time?
do public meetings, they'll do meetings with
Yeah.
key stakeholder groups, they'll
Well,
be meeting with
Well, we
council
can do
members
it
as well.
at some of the public meetings
But-
during that time.
But that will wrap up on the 23rd, I believe, of February, which is the closing presentation they'll give. And so they will be hearing from the public as well during that week,
Yeah.
which is another important
Well,
very
input
important.
item.
And that's important to me to have public give some feedback as well. That's another reason I would like to see a workshop before it come before council. We can give input, public can give input in a workshop environment, okay?
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, if they're in town that week, we could theoretically get them on the March 10th agenda here. If they're on town and have time to meet with a lot of the public as well as all of council, I think we can theoretically get it back here on March 10th.
Nathan, have they scheduled public meetings yet?
They have a
Doing
preliminary
February?
schedule that we're gonna talk about tomorrow. They get in tonight, actually. And they'll be here on Thursdays to specifically meet.
So
with,
if
many
they
of us.
doing public meetings all that week and they doing the schedule, why can't we take one of those days, well, hopefully the council can be able to attend one of those public meetings and discuss this in February?
They would love to do that.
Okay?
Mayor, if that happens, I just want to talk a little bit about procurement logistics.
Yeah.
Nothing that any third party says will change the rankings.
Right.
Right? Okay, I just want to make sure that's understood. I mean, if the council was looking for that, then it would have to be rejected. Like every bid would have to be rejected and it would have to be rebid with a new committee. And so I just want that in mind. So if the council desires tabling, wants other input, that's fine, but it's not going to change the rankings.
I just, like I say, I have no problem with what procurement did and the rankings they did and the way it came out. That's the way it is and everything, and like I say, I support the procurement department. And that's why, as I said in the last discussion, I'm always support them because I think they do a fantastic job. But I can't support it because it's not quite fitting my vision for what I would like to see in Victory Point, what we need to do with Victory Point, and doing a workshop with them, like Ms. Strange say, and being able to give some input on our vision. Okay.
See, my understanding that what you're telling us now is we can't table it, we have to reject it, because if we table it, then we have to still accept what the bid award is. We can't reject what staff says is the award unless we change criteria for the award. Let's say they change, we have to redo it and change the criteria that the applicant has to live in Clermont. Then it would be a clear winner, because the other applicant doesn't live in
Both
Clermont.
of them
They
live in
live
Clermont.
Clermont.
Both of them live in Clermont.
They both got the local preference points.
Right,
Yeah.
but
So we
Well,
wanna
no, so
table
I
it?
want to be very clear, council member, I'm not saying that you have to
Okay.
change the criteria, I'm not saying that you have to reject what I'm saying is just tabling it and getting other opinions or hearing
It's okay.
DPZ or whoever it is saying, the vision of this bidder is better for what we're doing, that's not going to change your rankings.
Okay. Right.
You're still gonna end up, unless you reject them, with the same rankings that you'll have to consider. And what that means is when you bring it back, if you do choose to override the committee's rankings, you're gonna have to base it on your evaluation of the criteria yourself, not based on factors that aren't there. It has to be in what you see in your packet. Thanks.
Yeah, those criteria are still staying, and while we stand, if we end up getting a recommendation of doing something else for Victory Point, then we can vote it down, not on criteria, just on the fact that it's not meeting our vision. Okay.
So it sounds like we can factor that in, it would just have to factor it into points, in terms of how we weigh those categories and their significance.
I think that's exactly right. I think it'd be the same thing as hearing from anyone from the public and saying, hey, you make a good point about that criterion. I'm
Okay.
now reweighing it.
Okay.
Well, I think,
Nope, go right ahead, I'll yield.
you said a word that just resonated with me, and that this is entering into a partnership. And I do think that is relational, that's not transactional. And so I things that jumped out at me were the Clermont, and then also one of the parties has Main Street's endorsement. And this is going to be taking place in the CRA. And I think factors like that, not necessarily where they live, but what they're promoting and what messaging they're sending are things, and I hate to say reevaluate. I hate to say send it out. I don't want to do that. I just think that those things are important when we're talking about a partnership.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the.
I still have the floor.
We just table it.
Do I not still have the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my motion is to approve the award to Midpoint Rec for 1 year.
Mr. Waugh, if I'm reading right, this was was supposed to have been awarded to Loss, right? So now we here again. We're just gonna forget about what everything and jump over. What kind of legal ramification are we looking at?
Well,
I'm going to second for discussion since we're discussing.
Thank you. And I twice now, council members have put words in my mouth here at this meeting, and they're not my words. I'm making this motion because I think the criteria that points to Midpoint Rec in a higher category mean more in the relation that we are looking to build in this place, in this process, than we are, say, the lowest bid or the cheapest bid in a piece of equipment that we're just trying to get the best deal on. So those categories that Midpoint Rec scored higher in, I view, from my opinion, based off of what the attorney's saying, that we can hear what others say, just like we did here, but it has to come back to points. And so with it being a point thing, they're already ahead in my mind in those areas based off of these points. It's on the sheet that they're ahead in those areas. It would only weigh that even more. That's why, for movement forward purposes, I'm making the motion to award it to them.
Now, again, Mr. Wall, what are legal ramification here? Because basically, Mr. Bain, you was not on the selection committee or award, and so basically, you trying to award more points when you wasn't on the committee. See, that's what I keep saying. We getting ourselves in a lot of hot water here, trying to redo everything that our procurement office have taken here. Okay, done here.
What else?
And let me say, and granted, I noticed. Looking at her package, she got a Main Street recommendation and all of these things, but the score is the score. Okay, and she lived down here in downtown, right, and Win Main Street. She here all the time, so yes, she gonna get those recommendations. But I don't think we want to open ourselves up to liability here. Is jumping over these things. See,
we just did that. We just did that.
I will tell the council a couple things on your point, Mayor. First is, of course, the safest thing is to just always accept what the evaluation committee says. But that said, you may recall that before the Florida legislature took away your ability, plats used to come before the council. And the council had no discretion whatsoever on approving those. It's different with procurements. The reason why those come to you is because you are the final say, you are the final judge, and the reason why you're able to override when it's based on the criteria is because you put out the criteria, they bid based on those criteria, and you may disagree with the evaluation committee. You don't necessarily have to agree with staff. So of all the reasons that I've heard to not approve the first ranked bidder, Councilmember Baines is the most legally protectable and safest for the city, if that makes sense.
And thank you. And I'm not awarding points. I am saying that it's a 9.7 versus 9, 9 over 8, 9.3 over 8.7, 9.3 over 8.7. I'm saying that as the decision maker, as one of 5 decision makers, those categories that they ranked higher in already, based off the evaluation, mean more to me than whether or not they rent an unrelated item somewhere, because that's what I see out there, versus they're not currently in business. I don't see I don't see where that ranks higher to me in my criterion of looking at these scores. That's why I think the 37.3 means more than 34.4. That's all I'm doing. I'm not awarding any more points. I don't want that to be said. I don't want that to be construed. That's not what I'm doing, and I'm going to sit here and take as much time as I need to defend the position that I'm making, because I do not want to be sat up here and listen to my fellow council members sit here and say that I'm doing something that I'm not doing. All I'm saying is that the criteria that is in the packet, the points that were already awarded, mean more to me in those categories than the others. That's my justification for wanting to award it to the different recipient, not based off of anything new or that I'm adding in bonus points somehow at the last minute. And we have just set at this meeting a precedent for going against the recommendation of our, not only the reviewers in the procurement department, but what our staff, even after that, already recommended. So, and we did that based just off a number, not even points.
I actually agree with you 100%. And my analysis is the same as yours. I actually don't weigh the time and business higher than I do the quality of the application. My concern remain, are we making the right visionary decision for the city? Because I fear that we're even having this discussion because there was a public application, which we want the public to engage. That's a good thing. And that initiated a staff action, which is a good thing. We want the staff to be responsive to the public. But I keep coming back to our responsibility is to the overall vision of the city, and also the assets of the city that are not ours. They belong to the citizens. I'm there with you on the scores. You have me there. You have my vote on the scores. Talk me through. We skipped that part of the process where we have ABA, we have DPZ, and we have skipped that part where we engage them and say, what do you think? We want to do this thing. Is this the right thing to do? And it feels whimsical in action. And I don't want to be whimsical. I want to be intentional and exercise wisdom, not whimsical. And so, and I feel that the scores have a whimsy to them. So I agree with you. I actually think that's extremely well founded. I just am trying to get to that point, and if there's, I also feel comfortable saying, we've hired the American Bicycle Association on the Coast to Coast Trail, we want bikes. Okay, I'm there. I don't need someone to tell me that we need to do that. So I'm 100% cool with bikes. I'm 100% cool. This is near the boathouse. It's non-motorized water sports. I served on that board for 10 years. I have the comfort to say, I like the non-motorized. I like bikes. I'm there. You can get me there. I'll just take that up with ABA when they come in.
Oh, right.
But how do I get there?
Yeah, and I just think that I don't see how tabling helps us, because if what the city attorney is mentioning in terms of we really need to go back to making it a point-based decision, that I don't see how waiting for that, if the passion of where we're wanting to go is this service and partnership and experience that's going to be provided. I don't see, for me, how hearing them say those same things is going to change the scores any differently.
Yeah.
So I view it as either we vote to approve one of them or we just reject it and start all over. I think the tabling piece makes it a little bit more problematic, to the mayor's point about, are we venturing into potentially more issues? And that's why I just made the motion at this point to award, but that's what I would prefer to do rather than award to the recommended.
Can we do an award?
Hold on just a
review?
second, Ms. Strange. I did have the motion. He made that motion, but I did not get a second on that. I can't recall.
I
Okay.
second for
So the-
discussion.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll second it, see what happens.
I thought you did, so
Well,
sorry.
I did for discussion, so I don't know if I
You
need to
did.
for
That
the
was a
motion.
valid second.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Just
Any
in
others? Yeah, well, we do have a motion for item number 11, I think we're on, to award to Midpoint instead of recommended lots rental. Any further discussion? And all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
And the chair vote nay as well. Motion fails 3-2.
I move to reject the RFQ or RFP.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to deny item number 11, request for proposal award. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. So basically, we're asking procurement to start all over with the process and hold up on that until after we get some feedback.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're gonna hold it up and till we get feedback from AVA and DPZ,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then have new criteria so that then the bidding process will be done with the new criteria, correct?
Yeah. So next is item number 19.
Thank you, Mayor. I just asked this to be pulled because in my agenda review meeting, I had a conversation with staff about potential, should this be policy, should this be procedure? I had kind of hoped this would get some clarification, but it looks like we're here as a procedure versus a policy. And I just ask the city manager, after we have citizen comment, to direct us here on whether it's best to go procedure versus policy.
This is a city attorney directed item. It wasn't, asked for by staff. And the reason why I elected to do procedure, and I know staff disagrees with that, is that the city council has not created a policy on this. So because we have, in fact, you've had an RFP tonight where the local preferences was used. And again, the main point of this is to apply the smallest Band-Aid possible to what I considered an issue without going into too much detail. And so because it was only used on RFPs, there was a great place for it in the procedures. And without council actually making policy, it is going to be on a workshop for you to make policy in February. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me what the council does. It just has to be passed by resolution one way or the other. And that's why.
Okay. I don't know, Mayor, if you want to open it up or have Mr. Suarez also give some comments on that as well, or I defer to you.
I'm gonna ask Mr. because I want to know for the public to understand exactly what's going on here. Mr. Freddie, can you explain?
Yes,
please?
thank you. So a policy is normally approved by the city council. I usually draft the policy for you guys to approve it or deny it, either way. It's done by resolution, policy is. What you have here tonight is a procedure. Normally, the procedures are approved by the city manager, not the city council. The procedures are more detailed, the policy is more directive. The procedures is based on the policy, to make myself clear. So by the council approving this the way it is tonight, the procedures through a resolution, it limits me to be able to edit or change anything in the procedures in the future.
No.
Because it's through a resolution.
No,
Okay.
that is not correct.
Huh?
That is not correct.
What-
So
okay.
Mr. Suarez is correct that this procedure can be approved by the city manager and it traditionally has been and should be. This part of it has to be approved by council. So any change to a local preference always has to be approved by council. Right now, since 2012, unfortunately, the city has issued procurements with this preference with no legal basis for it. Now, just because the council approves this does not mean at all that any other changes have to be made by council. The city manager can continue to approve that.
Okay. So basically changing procedures, and the reason, and let me get this straight, one of the reason we come into this now is because we started doing this anyway. And just to cover ourselves, we need to make this change.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Wall, what is your legal advice about what we've been doing since 2012 relative to the local preference?
I think it's wrong, but I think it's faultless in that I've spoken with Mr. Suarez about past results, and I think that it'd be fair to say that we're not aware of a situation where it would have made a difference.
Right.
and therefore I don't think that there are legal consequences, but this is to bring our policies and procedures into line with the law, and I want to ask the council to consider a policy in the future. I know that some have asked to do that, and it will be on a workshop, I think, next month.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I may say one more thing.
Yes, sir.
I would prefer for this to be in a policy, not in a procedure. That's my preference. That's my recommendation to the council.
Policy. Okay. This is the public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public that wishes to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the house, no one online, we close public comment. Come back to council. What say council?
I have a question. This is probably legalese, so it's probably more for Mr. Waugh, but Mr. Suarez, I may ask you to explain. It seems to me that we are adopting a policy to approve page 17, paragraph D, which comes under 5D. That is a policy, and it is my understanding nothing else has changed in the procedures. So are we splitting hairs, or is there a legal significance to the dispute between you two gentlemen between whether this is a policy or a procedure?
There's no legal significance. I respect Mr. Suarez's preference that he would rather have it in the policies. To me, because you haven't set a policy, it's just better in the procedures. It's a distinction without a legal difference, so long as you approve this or whatever is like it by resolution.
So my question is, if we just take page 17, paragraph 5D, and we have our resolution that says we adopt a policy that, and you copy and paste it, does that address Mr. Suarez's concerns and your concerns?
Well, it would address mine.
Yeah.
It would be legally permissible, and in fact, that is what the city did back in 2010, pursuant to a temporary ordinance that adopted local preferences. It's just that it expired in 2012.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't do it that way?
You have 3 different options.
Okay. Why did you choose this way to present it to us?
Because you haven't made a policy yet, and I was hoping that the council would have a workshop to express what it actually wants. I don't think this necessarily represents the final result of what you all will determine as policy, because I don't know all of your opinion. You may not want a local preference, so.
So we have a workshop next month on procurement policies. I think that's timely and important. So what I'm hearing you say is what you want to be clear to us, and please correct me if I'm misunderstanding. Tonight, we're adopting a policy to legitimize our actions for the last 13 years, a policy consistent with our actions for the last 13 years, understanding that in a month, we're still going to meet and revisit the procedures and what's important to us as council members. And is that accurate? That's what you want to make sure
I mean, it's
we understand?
accurate. I didn't think it would be controversial, candidly, so I just thought it would be a Band-Aid, and but that's accurate.
Well, we have a dispute, so I'm trying to.
Yeah, to be candid, I didn't want it to be here, but I think I have an obligation if it's brought up or where 2 staff are sharing 2 different perspectives. Yeah. I had hoped it would get worked out before it even came to the meeting, but we're here, so I feel like we need to talk about it because I've got 2 staff telling me 2 different things. Yeah. And I'm just trying to make the best decision.
I'm in the same boat. So I'm going to move to approve item number 19 as a resolution to revise the language. I trust our council to do it, to take paragraph 5D and incorporate it into the resolution so it is a policy adoption. Understanding that we have a workshop next month.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for item number 19, resolution number 2026-003R. Here's to policy, and we'll change it from procurement procedures to procurement policy is okay.
I think it was to make it a resolution in and of itself.
Right.
So it won't
Standalone
amend
resolution.
our procedures or our policies, but it'll be a resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
Resolution, but within the language of the resolution, it's not procedure, it's policy. Okay, make it policy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? The chair vote aye as well.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0. All right, item 21, not 20, 21, 22 been dropped. So item number 23, variance requests. Who's pretty, oh, okay.
Good evening, City Council members and guests. Justine Day with Planning and Development Services. Addressing agenda item 23, 693 Sky Ridge Road variance request. This item was tabled at the September 23rd City Council meeting to discuss with the applicant options to redesign the request. The applicant, Peter Lumsum, is requesting 2 variances to the Land Development Code on his installed pavers. The property is located within the R1 single-family medium density residential zoning district. The first variance request is to allow for a side yard setback to be less than the minimum 7.5-foot requirement. The variance request would allow an existing paver driveway expansion to encroach into the side yard setback at 0 feet from the southwest property line. The second request is to allow for an increase to the impervious surface ratio on the subject parcel to be over the 55% maximum. After the initial public hearing, staff coordinated an on-site meeting with the applicant that occurred on October 10th to discuss options of reducing or redesigning the request. The applicant provided an updated plot plan utilizing a Hollywood driveway on the south side of the property. This proposed design would reduce the impervious surface ratio on the property to an estimate of 58%. Upon review of the applicant's request, staff is not able to support the reduction to the side setback of 0 feet. Land Development Code Section 125-520 states driveways must maintain at least 5-foot setback from the side lot line. However, the subject parcel has a recorded 7.5-foot drainage and utility easement on all side and rear property lines. Thus, the driveway expansion may negatively impact the abutting property due to stormwater runoff. Section 101-246 of the Land Development Code requires a positive finding on the review criteria in order to grant a variance. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted and finds the application does not meet a positive finding on 3 of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Is the applicant present?
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. Mr. Mayor? Yeah.
Can we
My
get
name
you?
is Peter Lumpton at 693 Sky Ridge Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I did meet with the, Mr. John and Justine at my property. We just discussed this as he saw that there is proper drainage. There is no water settling at the side that the pavers were at. Now, what they suggested is, or what we suggested the last time when we were here, that we could do a Hollywood driveway, which I did support it, yes. We could do a Hollywood driveway, and up at the front, I would actually take off more pavers, put grass, and plant back some type of palm trees. Now, if we go with whatever they were suggesting, most of my vehicles now will be on the street where we do have a lot of accidents. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I do have luxury vehicles that I do not want to be spending excessive money on to replace mirrors and do repairs because there were multiple accidents on the streets that we submitted recently. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, I'm gonna open it up to the public, and if we have any other question, we will call you back at a later time, okay? Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in public, nobody online, we're gonna close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council?
I didn't hear anything about the homeowners association. When we were here last time, that was one of my requests, was to get with the homeowners association and come up with a resolution that works for them. Are they here? I don't see a letter in the packet.
When we met with the gentleman at his home, we did ask for any approval letters to be sent to us just to include in the packet. I did not receive that at that time or until this hearing.
I would like the gentleman, thank you, and I would like for the record to know what the status is with your homeowners association.
Okay.
They pretty much said they would go with the recommendation of the city.
Can you
Ma'am,
talk?
ma'am, come to the microphone, and can I get your name and address as well?
Yeah, my name is Susan Lumsden, 693 Skyridge Road. Good evening, everyone. The homeowners association pretty much said that they would go with the recommendation of the city council. Whatever your recommendation is, they would pretty much go with whatever is recommended. And that, the gentleman that was here at the last go around, that's what he pretty much said. He was the representative at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kurt,
Thank
did we receive a letter from the HOA?
No, we did not.
Stating that fact? Okay.
So since I have the floor, I'll say my concerns with this, first and foremost, are the neighbor relations and having an agreement with your neighbors. I don't know if I missed it. Was there a support letter from the neighbors on this one? I didn't notice it in the packet. So as you look that up, my second concern has to do with aesthetics and the heat from, a full frontal driveway, basically, which is what we're talking about. Obviously, we're working on our code. We don't have ones. We have to get by best we can between now and then. I do understand from the last hearing the issue with the driving in that community. One of the things that jumped out at me as I was preparing for this hearing is there is a 30-foot road right-of-way. In other words, there is a 60-foot wide road in this neighborhood platted for the city. If there was actual on-street parking, then folks in the neighborhood could park on street. The problem is because the front yards were built so close and so far into the road, there's only a 17-foot roadway. Mm-hmm. So when you put 2 cars on each side, there isn't even enough room for a vehicle to pass through. So I think a couple things jumped out at me trying to problem solve. I'm more inclined to problem solve if I know I have the HOA's support. I will say that. I like the Hollywood Drive, that was my suggestion. I like that you're willing to do it. That's nice to hear that we're working together. Instinctively, in the problem of parking in this neighborhood, and Mr. Mayor, you spoke to it last time, as I thought about solutions, I could get to yes with being able to use the garage, use the driveway, that's 4 cars. The Hollywood driveway gives you 2 cars, and then parking perpendicular in front of the house, leaving green open space. I also could get to a yes on parking in the road right-of-way, as they would be able to do if the road actually existed in that space. Right. So those are things that I can get to yes on. I remain hesitant and would say if I'm going to have a yes tonight to anything that's not a code enforcement violation, it's going to be subject to a letter from the HOA that says they approve what we come up with in writing. I want to see that from the HOA. Personally, that's where I'm at. So that's where I'm at. That's my time.
So what you're saying is the rules that we have as far as setbacks don't apply if an HOA approves it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm mindful of is at the last hearing, I was compelled with the statements of my fellow council members and the public that there's a legitimate problem in this community
With the street, yes.
with the size of the street, the width of the street, and the parking availability with the size of the houses. You know, we approved, at some point in time, I say we, you know, 30 years ago, the council approved 6-bedroom houses, 5-bedroom houses, 7-bedroom houses with enough parking for 2 cars, and it's not a walkable community. So I think that there was perhaps some foresight that was absent in the approval of the design of the neighborhood. And so what I don't want to do is punish the residents of the neighborhood. I would like to come up with a ongoing solution for the neighborhood that other members of the neighborhood can enjoy. I think that's part of the process we're going through with DPZ. So those are just things, doing my best to be creative up here that I could get to yes on. Again, they're all going to be subject to, is this what the community wants? Right. And what I heard last time was there's a legitimate need. So those are just the thoughts in my head. Mm-hmm. And
I mean, I would, you know, I could agree with you at that point, but then if we open up a precedent that you can do driveways across the whole, then the next neighbor will say, well, I'm gonna do that too, and I'm gonna rent my 5 bedrooms out and get 5 or 6 cars.
We should
And
assume
then
that's going to happen.
What would that, you know, what would that look like then? I mean, isn't it our responsibility and planning and zoning to create a criteria, a form base that, you know, makes it aesthetic? You know, we don't wanna make it look like it's part of Manhattan where it's all cement, there's no dirt or grass or anything anymore. Understanding that, you know, this, like when you buy a house, when you first buy a house, you're gonna look at the road. If there's not enough room to park in the road, isn't that then gonna be a criteria that you're gonna use in your mind? Maybe I shouldn't buy here, maybe I should buy in an area, especially if I have 6 cars that I'm parking, where I need to, you know, not an afterthought, okay, I buy the house and now I fill the front because I have 6 cars. And I can understand your position in that too. But I don't know if we do this, are we opening up a can of worms where our setback rules don't really apply if you have multiple cars, or if you can't park in the street?
Well, a lot of our neighborhoods, the streets are narrow. So that I mean, so that ship has sailed on that one. Yes. So I don't think it's fair, like Ms. Allison said, to punish them because they bought in a neighborhood, and at the time, they didn't need all of that space, and then life happens, people grow up, you have 5, 6 bedrooms, and they don't have parking adequately. So we need to help them and not hurt them, because they did not build the community, they just bought in the community.
You're absolutely right, but go back to what Mr. Peterson was saying. You're setting precedent here, and that's the thing that scares me, is the fact that now you're gonna have all the houses in the neighborhood doing the same thing.
Right.
Granted, it's the design, it goes back to the design of the neighborhood, which is one of the reasons I decided to run for mayor, because I didn't like some of the design in some of these neighborhoods when I was coming out here, because we was having these problems. Remember, I came from address management out of the post office, and so I was involved with a lot of these subdivisions and everything. And when I'm going into subdivision, I see these big old houses. You're cutting down. Well, first of all, you cut down the lot sizes,
right?
And then you put these oversized houses on a smaller lot than the city ordinance called for. And then you want to adjust the setbacks. And I'm saying, okay, you build, for example, you build a 5-bedroom house,
yeah,
and only allow for 2 cars.
Yeah, that's
to me, that doesn't make
smart.
sense. Okay,
that's not smart.
and not especially nowadays, because you know just about everybody in the house. You got 5 people in the house. Everybody has a car. You know,
your adult kids.
So
are
that's
living
my
at home.
concern, Mr. Peterson. To go back to one of your questions for the HOA, we cannot override HOA. HOA rules take precedence over us. Okay.
So should we get HOA here before we make decisions,
Right.
to have them to weigh in and table it yet again? Because again, they have an issue. I don't think it's fair to them as residents to be punished because of how the neighbor is set up. And I personally wouldn't want, because I have an expensive vehicle too, I wouldn't want mine parked on the street and I know it gets hit on a continuous basis. That's ridiculous.
Right.
So we've got to come up with a solution to help our residents here.
We need to come up with a solution to help our residents. I understand they went back after the last meeting. You went back and you reduced some of the, took out some of the concrete. I understand.
No.
And it was my understanding that you reduced. It went from what 67%. You reduced it down for.
They reduced it by 4%.
They
The
reduced it by
impervious, so they
4%.
did.
But we still 3% over the 55%.
So we need them to reduce
max.
it more?
Yeah,
Estimated,
if we can get them, if they can get it there, go back and figure out a way to get it down to that 55% or below, I have no problem with it, okay?
Could staff help them with that? Because again, I don't think it's fair to punish them.
No. Well, they did some reduction after the last time I was told anyway, from 60-something down, they reduced by 4%, but you're still 3% over the max of 55%.
And that's where I thought perpendicular parking, if you
Yeah.
come into the driveway and you park perpendicular, you don't need the full front to be pavers. You can make it partial, and now you've at least got some green.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
And
that's.
you could actually remove the pavers, put gravel, and then park on the gravel. So then
Well-
Well,
then
you
you
gotta
solve
sue
the
it.
drainage problem.
Yeah, well,
that was gonna
HOA
be,
gotta
that was
approve
gonna
that
be my
too.
next question,
Yeah.
Kurt. If they
Can they
took
do
out a
that?
lot of that and put gravel, because I see some homes right around here now that just
They
got
have
the
it.
whole front yard gravel. But that's pervious surface, so that would eliminate some of the problem, right?
Would that help?
Potentially. There's a, the
Potentially.
reason I say potentially is it depends. There could be engineering under the gravel. What kind of sub base? Because that's what engineering is going to look at to
Right.
see if it's going to shed water.
Okay.
That is the key issue here is how much water is going to shed off of that property.
There's also materials that you can put on grass that they're almost like honeycomb, and you put them on the grass and they reinforce for the drive, the
Correct.
car, so you can
Yeah.
park your car, but you still have complete permeability, and you still have grass, and that cools
That's
the
right.
air.
You could
There are
do a French
stabilized
drain
surfaces
system or
that
something
look like
that,
grass,
too,
Right,
yes.
but if gravel is probably a substance, right? So if they put it in, that'll reduce them down.
In general,
In
yes.
general,
They
right.
could
It has to
design
be
it,
thick
yes.
enough, but, right? It can't be just a
But
thin
I don't
layer of
think
gravel with
I
an
don't think I would
impervious underneath.
support gravel though, and the reasons why is the heat and the appearance of it. If I'm being asked to have some design standards on this, I'm not real excited about gravel in a residential neighborhood. It's not consistent, I think, with the current neighborhood. I think the folks that are applying, they want to do something nice and beautiful. That's why they did the pavers, and I think those are two, they're both. They both work,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure that I don't know that I would want to get there. If they only need to get 3% lower and they get 3% lower, candidly, it doesn't matter to me how they get there. But
I was just saying gravel because I noticed lately, it's a lot of homes starting to appear around here with a lot of gravel in the front yards.
Oh.
And then none of them have been brought to us, as far as I know, the code enforcement,
Oh,
so.
okay.
Oh, yeah, and everything, that's
I've
why,
seen that.
and I'm looking trying to find a way that you can reduce it, get down to the 55% and still have parking.
what's the
If
yard
it's-
pattern book call for?
Well, if it's council's direction, we can work with the applicant to try to get them down to that
Well, let's do
53,
that.
55%,
Can we do that?
and we can either bring it back to you, or if it's your discretion, you can approve it as is with that condition, that we get them down under that 55%, if that's the
We can
direction
get,
you want to go.
if they can do that, get them down to 55% and get a letter from the HOA.
Yeah, HOA.
Saying they okay with it, I have no problem with it.
I have no problem either.
But are we prepared to say if they come back and they're not at 55% and they don't have an HOA letter, that at that point, they've lost the favor of this council?
Yes.
Because that's where
Yes.
I'm at that point.
Yes.
Yes.
But there are two variance requests here in this item, and we're only talking about one right now. They still have the issue of this goes to a 0-foot.
Right,
side
that's what we're saying, to
setback.
bring, initially, I think we said to bring it to 7.5 on each side.
I didn't hear the 7.5, I only heard about the 55, so that's why I want to make sure, are we
That's what I
asking them
understood the
to?
last time, that they were gonna bring it to 7.5 on each side for
Well-
drainage.
So essentially, we're saying, we don't want to issue a variance, is what we're saying, right?
I'm okay with the Hollywood Drive so long as the neighbor is okay with it, because the entity that's likely to be
But-
affected
No,
is
what-
the
what-
neighbor.
But
what
as long
he's-
as they're at 55 or under, and
Right.
at 7.5 or more, right?
And-
I don't know if the Hollywood Drive puts them at
Yeah,
7.
drive-
And basically, the
That part doesn't bother me as much as the
7.5 down to 0 lot line, that's the side setback. So if you look at, where's the picture?
Can you put the
So
picture?
If they got
if I
rid of
could add
that
to that.
7.5 setback, I'm quite sure they, 7.5 pavers on the side, I think it is, they would probably be down to 55 below.
And if I can make a quick clarification, driveways and parking areas can go up to 5 feet to the setback. It's structures that have to be
Right.
7.5 feet.
Oh,
So
okay.
they can actually go up to 5 feet.
So this is,
And that's correct.
this
Yeah,
should be,
that is
this should be
correct.
5 instead of 7.5 in
Well,
the.
7.5 is a setback. The
Oh.
driveways and the pavers can go up to 5
They
feet.
can go up to 5 feet.
Driveway
Right.
apron.
Okay.
So
Oh.
removing 2 feet, 2.5 feet will definitely get them under that impervious
Get 'em-
surface.
That's what I'm saying.
And then there'd be no
Removing
need
2.5
for
feet
a
to get 'em-
variance.
should get 'em under
Right,
that.
there wouldn't
Oh.
be no need for variance if they could bring it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so they
okay.
just, that's what I was gonna, that's what I was trying to ask, is essentially if what we really want them to do is eliminate or bring in the side driveways
So it's
2.5
5 feet.
2.5 feet.
Well,
Just
Eliminate
the one on the
2.5.
right
The
side
one,
of
the one on the right
picture.
side, 2.5 feet,
Exactly.
there's no variance
There's no
needed, we don't
variance.
even
I'm
need to
pretty
vote on it.
sure that would eliminate or bring it back to the
Back down to
55.
Okay.
Perfect.
Correct, yeah.
Could you all do that? Would you be okay with that, Mr. Lumsden?
Did you understand on the right side, if you could bring it back 5 feet?
That was why I suggested the Hollywood Drive, because it should achieve that for them. Two strips instead of a full driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
They could do
Well,
that.
and
Yeah.
I think it probably, if all this concrete or brick, or block, whatever it is, if it meets code, I think it warrants a conversation of like,
What's
is
our
this
code?
what we want all of our front yards to look
yeah.
like? Because it really does have an effect more than just this neighborhood.
Yes.
In terms of the heat that it's gonna produce, the water runoff it's gonna produce, that's gonna affect the entire city eventually, if every neighborhood looks like this. So, I mean, I know we can't punish them to fix our code, so I do want us to work with them, but I think it does warrant some additional
mean,
conversation about, is this really what we want every front yard to look like?
I don't think we're punishing them to fix our codes. Our codes are there.
Make it easier for you.
It behooves residents to start understanding they need to come to the city and understand what the codes are before they do things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I mean, we make the code for everyone.
Yes, the codes
You know,
is out
So
there.
the code is so that you have, beauty in the
Uniformity,
neighborhood.
yeah.
You know,
So what we have is a lot of residents just making these
I don't think
changes
that's
without
asking a lot
coming to the city.
2.5 feet.
just take
is-
out papers, just take them out. End of story.
Okay,
That's cement.
where are we? Can we have, do we want to table this?
Are we able to
again
do
and
that?
Give council, staff a chance to work with them?
Well, I think to Mr.
Little
Bain's
debate.
point, if they come 2.5 feet off and they're 5 feet off the property line and they're
There's
under
no
the
variance.
55 foot or 55%, there's no variance.
No, there's no variance,
All
right.
we're doing is denying their application for a variance and
Right,
giving them 30 days to come into compliance,
Yes.
right? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
at that point, because if we're saying that's our tolerance level and they're that close to it,
Right.
Is that enough time, 30 days? Because I know.
They don't have to even come back to us. If they
90 days.
comply, they
90 days,
comply.
can we do 90 days?
So-
Give them,
If they come back to us, then, then
Just
we'll
to be
fine.
clear.
Well, actually, if we deny it and go that route, we'll have to go to code enforcement.
Right.
So just to be clear, the issue is the right-hand side here.
Right.
The pavers go up to the property line. If they were able to bring it back 5 feet, take
Yeah.
away this area right here,
Cut away
And
2.5
fill it with
feet.
gravel.
Take away 2.5 feet of the pavers
of the
and make it
pavers.
5 feet instead of 7.5 feet.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
no, they're going to the property line now.
Uh-huh.
They need to come back 5
5
feet
feet.
off of the
Or
property
they
line.
need to come back 5 feet off the property line,
Correct.
so that pavers on the side of their home will only be 2.5 feet.
No, it's 5 feet.
No, about 5 feet. Looks like there's a total of, I'm sorry, there's a total of 13.5 feet here right now.
Okay.
So remove 5 feet of that.
Right.
And they'll remove 5 feet, they'll still be pretty much in code.
And
7.5
briefly
feet.
talking to the applicant, they do have a little concern. We don't regulate if they park on the grass, but they were a little concerned that they might have part of the car on the pavers and part of the car on the grass, but
Couldn't they
that's,
fill that spot in with gravel, so they're parking on gravel and grass?
that is possible.
Gravel
Yes,
and
yeah.
pavers?
Not pavers. Pavers definitely shed wire. It's just how they do the gravel if they
Gravel.
decide to do it, yes.
You know. I think
Okay.
we're trying to solve their problem without having to, rip it all out and start all
Right,
over.
the applicant is also asking about artificial turf. It's the same issue. It's, when you put that base down,
Yeah.
typically artificial turf also does shed water, which is same as pavers.
Right,
so-
their other option would be to put a French drain down and then cover it with
I-
gravel, so then it drains to the
I thought they
street.
had a French drain in
But I
here.
mean,
didn't
that's gonna be a costly
I
process
don't
for them.
believe
They
this
didn't-
one has a drain.
They didn't have a French drain in this? Okay.
I think we still are talking about materials here, and if they do the reinforced earth material on the side of the house or in the front of the house, we still can have grass, We still have the coolness of the grass, and you've got permeability. I think the question is, are we willing to tolerate a new material because they can achieve the purpose they're trying to achieve with a different material?
So Kirk, let me get this straight now. We, on the side there, we take it down to 7.5 feet, take off 5 feet of that, all the way to the street. We'll probably be under the 55%. So all the concrete in the front of the house and everything wouldn't matter.
That's correct.
Okay.
My rough calculation, that would take off at least 3 or 4%.
Because they'd still be under the 55% limit.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to deny this variance request.
I have a motion to, where are we? Item number 23 to deny variance request. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second to deny item number 23, variance request for 693 Sky Ridge Road. Any further discussion? Mr. Peterson, did you want to put some stipulation on that if they go back?
No, because if they comply, then they're not, it's not,
Okay.
it's, once they comply, they comply.
Yeah, at
if they
this
don't
point,
comply, then it's
if we
gonna go to
deny
code
and they go back and
enforcement,
comply, and if they don't comply, it goes to code enforcement board
Right.
at that point.
And-
So, any further discussions?
What, did we want to put, I think there was some discussion,
I don't think you can
Councilmember
deny
Myers, you
with
talked about a
that- with an-
timeline, like
Yeah,
90
90
days.
days.
Would
Deny is denied.
would we,
We
could
wanna
we
put
include
90
in the
days on
motion
it.
that they would have 90 days to,
To come in compliance?
No, because,
Yeah, well, you can give direction to staff to amend the notice of violation
violation.
to
I'd be
give
willing to-
a certain amount of time.
Okay, yes, I'll do that then.
Okay, so then I'm amending the motion to deny with the staff giving them 90 days to remedy the fault that's there, whereby giving us like 5-foot setback then on that side, and either covering with grass or gravel and parking your cars wherever, but, you know, at least eliminating that.
Okay, thank you.
and
And we got a
I
second.
still second.
Yes, ma'am, you had a question, ma'am?
Yeah, we would like to leave here knowing exactly what we have to do to comply, you know, so we have a
And-
solid plan of action.
And when you leave here tonight,
And,
ma'am, I think we're gonna give you solid direction
Yeah,
on what you
so
need to do.
we had the contractor come out and, you know, give us some different scenarios on how we can maybe try to fix this. So one of the suggestions that he had was if artificial turf, a lot of commercial places use artificial turf, a lot of residences use artificial turf. My question is artificial turf an option?
For me, artificial turf would not be an option. I'm an advocate for the New Yard Pattern Book, which focuses on native landscape materials. It's one of the things that the city adopted. It's very important to me that we have materials that are good for our community, for our environment. Artificial turf is known for the toxins that it produces. It's not something that I would support. I'm not saying that the other council members won't support it, but it's not a material that I'm gonna get behind as happy about. As a city, we're going in a direction of working on our code and how things are built so that they're beautiful and they're comfortable. And we want, I think what you're seeing here is a group of people who want to see you being able to enjoy your property.
Right.
The challenge that we have is when you came last time, this is exactly what your application looked like. What we asked you to come back with was something that you could live with, that your neighbors could live with, but you didn't. You came back with the same application that you made last time.
And we did make attempts to have conversation, but they told us that we would be subject to another meeting before final decision was made. Before we can do anything, we had the contractor lined up, and he was texting us continuously saying, you know, what could I do to rectify the situation for you guys? But we said we had to wait until we had this meeting with the
This
city
meeting.
council, this
I
meeting,
see.
before we could move forward. So we didn't want to do anything that would, you know,
Yeah.
Be in
go
violation.
against the grain of what you guys were deciding for us and put us in further expense, because of course, as we explained the last go-around, we took out a loan to try to rectify the situation. And here we are again, we're having added expense to take out the pavers that we paid to put in. So now, we're trying to rectify the situation, so we didn't want to do something and have to undo it again.
Which I
So
fully
hence the
appreciate.
reason
And
we
what
had
I'm
them
looking
waived.
for is a proposal from you to us on what you can do to bring it into compliance. That's what I'm looking for. I'm seeing the Hollywood Drive, but I'm not seeing, the problem with the Hollywood Drive is it has the side of your property putting pavers close to your neighbor. And the reason why the 5-foot setback exists is because it's protecting your neighbor's property. And if we don't know that your neighbor is saying, hey, we're cool with that, we're gonna work it out. As I sit up here as the decision maker, I can't impose your will on your neighbor. I can't do that. I'm frustrated by this process. I wish that, I feel like there's a solution that's so close, and I hate to send you away with a no, but I don't have a solution here. And I'm really, is there, I'm not the person to come up with a solution.
I think we pretty much resolved the fact that if they take out on the side there, take out 5 feet.
5 feet of pavers, you solve the
5 feet of
problem.
pavers, they will be within code and everything, ordinance and everything, along the side of the house where you got 13.5 feet, reduce that down by 5 feet, and you shouldn't have any problem.
And I just want to suggest that if the council makes that decision, it really just shifts to working between the applicant and code enforcement on
Right.
what the right solution is.
Right.
And if artificial turf actually satisfied the code, I don't think it does. It doesn't. But that's going to be a discussion that has to be between the applicant and staff
Right.
after you make your decision.
I think what you're looking for is guidance here, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
we're
what I'm
looking for
hearing.
guidance
So
because-
guidance would be that gentleman behind you.
Yes.
He'll tell you exactly
Yes.
what you have to do to be in compliance.
Yeah, because
Yes.
even taking the 5 feet off
Right.
of the side on the right-hand side,
Yes.
when you park a vehicle, it's tilting
Well, you
over
could
this
fill it
way.
with gravel or
So-
other materials that could make it at level with the pavers. You know, whoever's doing your construction is well aware of that. Secondly, the person that did the pavers in the beginning knew he wasn't in compliance if he was any kind of reputable contractor building it right to your property line. So he's at fault, so he shouldn't really charge you to remedy a situation that he produced.
Well,
You know
if
what I'm
if I come out to do a job for you and you tell me that's what you want, I'm gonna give you
No,
what
you're
you
not-
want.
no,
Of course, he should've, again, it goes back to, as I said before, it goes back to the fact before residents start doing all these improvements, they need to check with the city and see what the ordinance says, okay?
So we're
But
saying
right
that-
now, I'm hearing, we gonna deny it, but if you work with city and, the gentleman behind you, Mr. Kirk, and to get 5 feet off there, I think you're gonna be in compliance and won't have no need to come back.
Okay,
is
so
what
I
I'm
just want to confirm gravel is an option in lieu of the grass? If we
Well,
take
to
off
me,
the pavers?
it's an option.
Yes.
And
But make sure you get your
Depending upon how
HOA.
it's put in there.
I
Again,
really,
work with the
I've
gentleman.
got to ask the city council not to get ahead of staff on this
Right.
and just let staff handle
Again,
that.
get with staff and let staff give your recommendation, because he did say earlier, it depends upon how the gravel is put in, so work with them.
Yeah.
Mayor, council, staff will
Is
work
there a
with the
reason why that
applicant.
wouldn't
There
work?
are options out there that are considered
Yeah.
pervious, there's pervious pavers, there's different options that we can come up with to work with the applicant.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Okay, I have a motion and a second for denial of, item number 23. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? And chair vote aye as well. So ma'am, sir, please get with, Kirk and, work with them. And I think we put in there 90 days, within the next 3 months or so, figure out what we're gonna do. And of course, after that, I think, if it's not meeting standard, it go to code enforcement, I think. But thank you, and another thing, please, I would also, suggest that you get with your HOA. Okay. Item number 24, ordinance number 2026-001, final accessory dwelling unit.
An ordinance of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 6, Financial Matters, Division 2, impact fees, amending Section 2-264, impact fee schedule, providing for a new impact fee schedule, adjusting and reducing impact fees for accessory dwelling units, repealing all ordinances or parts of the ordinances in conflict with this ordinance to the extent of such conflict, providing for conflict, severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you.
So I'll take this
Oh,
one,
you're
Mayor.
taking- okay.
Yes, so Mayor and council member, as you recall, on October 14th, at the regular council meeting, we had a resident come in and speak out about the high price of our impact fees for ADUs. At that point, council asked us to go back and take a look at it. So these impact fees include parks, recreation, police, fire, water, and sewer. At that meeting, council directed staff to go back and look at options that would make for more opportunities for workforce housing or in-law suites or things like that. So staff is requesting that council adopt this ordinance 2026-001, amending our fee schedule. And what they would ultimately do is reduce the accessory dwelling unit rate to 25% of the single-family rate. And so staff is recommending approval of that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the house, anyone online, no one online, we close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council?
Move to approve ordinance number 2026-001.
Second.
I have a motion and second to approve ordinance number 2026-001. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call. Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Bain.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number...
Mayor, can I move for a 10-minute recess, please?
Second.
Sure.
Oh, man.
Took the words literally out of my mouth. Do we need to
Okay.
vote? No.
Getting close to the bottom. Look, only 5 more.
Yeah, all that take is 3. Well, yeah. All right, item number 25, variance request for 4511 Lions Gate. Kurt, can I ask you something? Both of these are the same, these next two are the same thing.
So the next two items are neighboring properties.
Right.
But they were submitted simultaneously, so we will present them separately and they'll be voted separately, even though they may sound very identical.
Can we, well, that was my question, Mr. Ward, since they basically the same thing, can we be presented both of them at the same time and then we just vote on them separate?
You could choose to do that. From an evidentiary perspective, if there's an appeal, it makes it a little more difficult for
Okay,
us.
well, in that case.
I'm not trying to make it more difficult. You could if you wanted, but
Well, I was just trying to see if we can say by hearing the case, both of them, we act upon them separate, but if it's gonna create legal ramifications.
If you would like, when I do the second item, I can shorten that staff report to just what the changes are. How about that? Yeah? Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, go ahead, sir.
All right. Well, like I said, those two items are going to be presented separately. But agenda item 25 is for 4511 Lionsgate Avenue. The applicant, Adam Levy, is requesting a variance to the Land Development Code located at 4511 Lionsgate. This property is within the Hartwood Landing subdivision and is designated as a planned unit of development zoning district by ordinance number 2019-09. The variance request is to allow for a side yard setback to be less than the minimum 5 feet required by the ordinance. This would allow for an existing paver walkway to remain on the property, encroaching into the side yard setback at 0 feet from the south property line. The proposed paver walkway is estimated to be 240 square feet and will increase the property's impervious surface ratio to the maximum allowed. The variance has been requested as a result of a pending code enforcement case for installed pavers. The applicant has indicated that the area was flooding prior to the pavers being installed on the property. The lot layout indicates a stormwater flow from the back to the front of the property. After 2 attempts of requesting the builder to fix the drainage issue and nothing being resolved, the applicant proceeded to have a French drain and pavers installed on the property. The work included the gutters being positioned in a way to redirect the water off the property towards the road in order for the development's main stormwater drainage to catch the excess runoff. The applicant has also mentioned a substantial hardship and claims that the work was necessary due to the property flooding within the walkways towards the back of the property. Upon review of the applicant's request, staff is unable to support the reduction to the side yard setback of 0 feet. Land Development Code Section 125-484 specifies that PUDs are specifically approved after thorough evaluation of the project's concept plan by the City Council. Ordinance number 2019-09 was approved for a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet from the side lot lines to accommodate a minimum 5-foot drainage and utility easement. Enclosing this easement may negatively impact the abutting properties due to an increased stormwater runoff and negatively impact the entire subdivision's capacity for conveyance and containment of stormwater as a whole. Section 101-246 of the Land Development Code requires a positive finding on the review criteria in order to grant a variance. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted and finds the application does not meet a finding on 3 of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial on the variance request. And that concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name's Adam Levy. I'm at 4511 Lionsgate Avenue.
Okay.
This is a little bit different request, and obviously we had the flooding issue there, but we also have I have a medical issue, and I've got a letter from my doctor stating that something need to be done to where I could at least walk and maintain my home, if that makes sense. So I'll kind of read you the conditions. Not self-created, nor is it based on a convenience or aesthetics, even though it looks really good, by the way.
It's a safety-driven accommodation necessary for reasonable use to maintain, for maintenance of my property, and so that my wife does not have to take the garbage cans around the side, which is quite embarrassing. So I wanted to kind of be able to do that as the kind of the man of the house there. Again, additionally, my neighbor, and this is going to sound very familiar, Andrew Palmer and his wife Joan moved in next to me. This was an ongoing problem that I had since the developer had the developer try to come out and fix the problem, and I've got pictures of that. Was unable, and Andrew and his wife came all the way from England just to find another gimp like me. So he's got knee issues. So we kind of got together. We're just talking, and then the next thing you know, we're putting an actual drain in, fixing the issue, and then putting the pavers for both of us. So it really worked out well. I hope that you can consider this variance for us. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public that wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Hello. Oh my goodness, I am so nervous. My name's Joan Palmer. I'm Adam's neighbour. I'm unfortunate that I have a disabled neighbour and a disabled husband. So you can see that I'm in the middle of two men. This is to the ladies, I'm afraid. Two men that do have issues.
Ma'am,
Okay.
excuse me, you at 4515?
4515, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. So basically, I'm here now to support Adam's variant request. We coordinated this project together due to shared medical problems and a fall risk that we had noticed had happened. My husband did actually fall at one point. The pavers are the only safe solution for that area. Also with the problem that Adam had had previously and that we had encountered since we've moved to the property with the flooding. What Adam's done does not affect anything with our property at all. In fact, it's made it much, much better for both us, for my husband to move up and down the path, but also for the drainage problem that was there. French, as far as I'm aware from Adam and my husband, French drainage was put in, which I think is in your package, all the information about that. And to be honest with you, it does make the property look that much better as well. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may step to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, City Council. Vincent Nemick, Regency Hills. I love that accent. I'm sorry. It brightens up everything. But to be totally honest with you, this is an ongoing problem with the county, okay? All right. I'm a firm believer, like the mayor, 65-foot lot lines, 75, then went down 65, okay? You realize I was against this project being built, but there was nothing I could do because we annexed it, because we wanted taxes. You got 10 feet. From my house to my property line is 10 feet. So could you imagine that sharing with a neighbor? Okay, now the best part, when it rains, it floods, okay, yeah, but no, it really floods. I know that area because I live in that area, okay? So the best part is the houses are so close, it doesn't get to dry up. It's not Florida sand. The water puddle just stays there. Yeah. They did a fence drain. They got HOA permission. I read the whole packet, okay? They're doing everything possible. They finally got it, and that's why they don't understand, because the water is draining out to the driveway, which goes into the street, which goes into the sewer, which goes into the retention pond. So you're still getting the reclaimed water going back. So they're not chinching the water that was supposed to be saving. Let me just calm down, because this is important, because I sit there all the time and I see how you guys, at the kindness of your heart, and I hate to use this for example, but to make a sign bigger when the rules are saying it's supposed to be a certain square footage, to grant the variance for that. I mean, we're talking about this person's house. When they inspected that neighborhood, what I was against, and if you don't know this, I'll educate you even more. They only inspect one house. That's it. And then everybody else gets passed. I looked into this already because I was so against this neighborhood going in, but it's in, so now we're neighbors. Okay? And it's the developers. They're putting a size 13, as Lee Purvis said, into a size 6. 40-foot lots, 65-foot lots, 50. Help me, Your Honor, you know that. They wanted 30 at one time. And how they got away with it, it was like a piece of pizza, a pie, a triangle. It's ridiculous. So these people are stuck with this problem. Please find it in your heart. That's all I'm saying, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Mayor, the applicant did want to address one more thing, but I just wanted to check with you.
Just
Okay.
a second. Let me finish with public comment. No one else in the house or anything? Okay. I'll close public comment. Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. I wanted to present a couple pictures Nick was actually able to help me with. Let's make
Keep
sure
in mind, I
do that.
think they explained to you, if you put the pictures up there, we gotta keep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Also, I wanted to make sure that I didn't mention that HOA did approve us upon you, which I believe you have in your packet. And if you need any questions or any of the doctored notes from me or from Andrew, I'm more than happy to provide those to you. This is picture 1, kind of showing this is after the second time that they came to fix it. This is when they said it was so-called fixed. This is 4 days after, which they just put dirt. They didn't do a drain of any kind. And of course, I went nowhere with them. So this is where it all came from. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of it and could see it.
I think I saw this picture in your package. Okay. I close public comment, bring it back to council. I'm gonna be honest, what I saw there when I was looking at the picture, I think there was a problem with the developer themselves and the tilting and of the land wasn't tilted proper like it should, and they should have been responsible for fixing that, as far as I'm concerned. These are brand new homes out there, I think, if I'm not mistaken, just been built in the last couple of years or so. And you got this kind of problem, as Mr. Vincent said, you got this kind of problem out there in this area. I'm not saying putting pavers in is the answer to it and everything, because again, I kind of look at this a little bit different than myself. I kind of look at this one a little bit different than I looked at most of them that goes up to the 0 lot line, since they are pavers and both homes have pavers and everything, so it's one complete pathway through there. And it's all, my understanding, if I'm mistaken, it's all draining towards the front of the yard and off. I do have some concern about it draining into our drains. However, when it was explained to me, it's not going into the sewer, it's basically going to the storm water, which that's where the water gonna go anyway. But I still have a problem, because here we are, we taking and trying to fix a solution and adding all these things without coming to the city and finding out what the rules are, okay? And we probably could have worked with you a little bit more in the city and everything, but I tend to say I'm kind of, I don't know which way I'm going with this right now, to be honest with you, because
Should we have a moment of prayer, sir?
no, I'm gonna hear what the rest of the council members have, what the rest of them had to say first.
Well,
Anybody
that's
else?
always a good idea, actually. Well, here's my thoughts on it, sir, is that a community are people who share common values.
Right.
And decisions should always be made at the smallest point of governance, which the home is the smallest point of governance. And so here we have 2 neighbors. Breathe easy. I got you, okay? I'm fully supportive of this. The reasons why are, what are the concerns when we start dealing with a 0 lot line? The concerns are the impact on the neighbors. Obviously, not a concern. These neighbors are, not only are these neighbors collaborating, but there's 6 letters of support from other neighbors and the HOA. So these folks are doing it right. This is what a community is. I commend you. I applaud you. You're a shining example of how communities should engage. So I'll go there. The second concern is the public concern, stormwater. In this case, the water's One, they've got a French drain doing the same thing that the developer was
Right.
doing. And two, it's actually flowing into the grassy area. So maybe that'll actually help with the irrigation bill, which you're gonna need because utility rates, but that's another thing for another time. You know, and as far as the lot sizes, everybody's unique. Everybody wants something different. Everybody has their own taste. You know, it's like shoes. They come in different sizes. Everyone's different. And so you all have come up with something that works for you. I don't see any, first of all, I think it's beautiful. And I don't think it does anything negative to the community at large. There's nothing about you're not exceeding your maximum surface impervious area. So that's the other part to me. They've stayed within the limits of the code, and the only issue is the impact on the neighbor, the impact on the stormwater, and I think you've addressed those. So you both have my full support. I'm gonna vote yes tonight.
So you put up a fence also between you two, is that what you did in addition to the pavers?
Good fences make good neighbors.
Oh, no, but the initial picture showed two walls, so that's the same picture?
When the fence was there after they got done with construction again. When they said they fixed it, then they put the fence back up.
Oh, okay.
which
Now,
was brand
are
new.
these pavers, you know, you have a French drain underneath, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you have drainage through the pavers? Is there like grading put between so the water can get through the center? You know, I
Absolutely.
mean, I'm not a drainage expert, but I would imagine if it's impervious, it's hard for it to get through.
So the pavers themselves have the sand inside, which the water can obviously go through, which goes into the French drain. You've got a longer tube running.
Right.
And then another one that wires into it. So you've got one, as I'm told.
So you just have sand between the pavers, not a grate system where the water can flow through?
No, sir, they told us that water will flow through them, and then it demonstrated that.
And you've had storms where you've seen it actually function?
We've had 2 really decent rains, and yes, sir, it was perfect.
Well, they have the French drain that's underneath that.
Yeah, right,
So it all
okay.
goes down in there.
I think I'm in favor. I think it looks good. I think that you have your neighbors, you have the letters. It looks like you've done a great job with it, and I'm for it.
I'm for it too. I was thinking we make a motion to approve it.
I'll second that motion.
Yes. Mr. Bain, were you about to say something?
Thank you. I have a little bit of a concern about kind of referencing an ADA issue, because I think that putting in the city getting involved, saying putting in pavers to meet ADA puts me into some uncomfortable position there.
Okay.
And I don't know that it's within the city to do that for an individual private entity on their own home, on their own parcel. I think we have to look at our code. So I want to look at it from that lens. And I also don't think I have a real big issue necessarily, except that did you explore any other option to do drainage outside of adding the pavers on top of the draining?
So this really wasn't as much about the drainage as it was about both Andrew and I, as far as being able to walk and actually walk around our homes. I know that sounds almost ridiculous, but I have a huge fall rate. I just had surgery. Andrew had 2 knees done. So both our doctors, of course, were like, you need to make sure that you're on something stable. So we looked at rock first, because rock would have been the easy answer. The problem was that the rock is extremely unstable. I've got it in my garden area, and I don't walk in that anyway, so I'm just trying to say. So that was number one. Pea gravel type things, which was not acceptable by me and my wife, or I would think if I were a neighbor, I would have been super upset about that. And then as far as grass, I redid the grass twice, trying to see if I could get it leveled out some to even help, so where I could even walk, and I continually fell down. So, and the other side of my house is not done, just so you're aware. So I've only done one side that I can actually maintenance the house.
Just a question for staff. With regard to this neighborhood, and if this is an issue that is a problem, meaning multi parcels, if the solution that the the folks in this neighborhood go to because of our decisions tonight are to have 0 lot lines with pavers in between every house. By adding that additional impervious product, what is that going to do to the capturing of all of that water in that neighborhood? And I'd look to staff to kind of give me some guidance on that.
Glad you weren't
Are you
asking me.
concerned about the overall impervious? Because these are both under the maximum allowed for
No,
engineering.
I'm talking about,
He was
I'm talking about in general. So because we're
Go.
adding impervious at all the way to the 0 lot line. So if we have basically a neighborhood of in between 2 houses, every house in between the 2 is nothing but added impervious surface. And yes, it's draining into where it's capturing there. Is that facility is that where it's being captured, able to handle that increase based off of the increase of the impervious pavers that are being added? Because I mean, it sounds like this is really twofold. It's a request upon the applicant to be able to utilize his side yard based off of his existing condition, but also there's a drainage issue. And so I'm trying to look at the drainage piece of it too, of if this is a major problem in this neighborhood, are we going to see more and more of this? And I don't want to create a situation where if we have a potential flooding problem or drainage problem, drying out problem now, if every house or if a lot more houses start doing 0 lot lines and pavers in between every house, we're going to see a lot more water running into that. That's going to potentially create a bigger problem for this neighborhood. And I just want to understand that for the retention of it.
Well, all the lots in the neighborhood are designed to have runoff flow either forwards or back. This one is forward.
Yes.
So regardless, any rain event, any excess rain will come to the front of the lot, likely under the driveway area or down into the right-of-way.
Okay.
And then from there it goes to their stormwater that has the calculations for all of this area that the house and the lot are on.
So by adding the pavers, they're really not adding to the runoff amount.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess that's where I was getting at of that issue is because, when we talk about pavers, typically we talk about impervious and talk about water runoff, and that's part of the concern. And I just wanted to make sure that, this tends to be more of a lot line issue, not necessarily a water runoff impervious type of situation.
Correct.
Or combination of the two. Okay, thank you.
I move to approve item number 25, variance request 4511 Lionsgate Avenue.
I second it.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 25, variance request 4511 Lionsgate. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I've got one additional comment you might want to consider. I'm sorry for the late comment. We have a hold harmless agreement that we would like to apply to this. Basically, the city has access to that area. We have an easement, okay?
Right.
We don't own the property, we have access to it. Should the city ever need to get in there and alter anything, pavers or whatnot, we'd like to get a hold harmless agreement signed. We have a form, it's pretty simple. We would like to make sure that
Is
As a
the condition
condition,
hold
yeah.
harm, mean that we're not liable?
Yeah.
if we go
we have
in
to
there
get
and
in
have
there.
to alter it,
Right.
it's not on us to put it back.
I amend my motion to have a condition be the hold harmless. I saw a thumbs up from the property owner.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item number 25, variance request for 4511 Lionsgate Avenue. And I'm gonna just say, I'm gonna go ahead and support this, and the main reason because your 2 neighbors next door, I usually have a problem, but then both of you together, and everything, in this case, and it's going all together, I can support this, but then usually when just one neighbor do it right up to the neighbor's line, I have a problem because even though that neighbor may say, oh, okay, but that neighbor leave, then you can have a problem down the road. Okay, but in this case, both of them there together, and I don't see nobody come, I don't think anybody come in and complain about it, you know, so. And as it was stated, I think I read it was, still under your 55%, so. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. 5-0. 26.
26, and I'll keep it short.
Thank you.
Yep, so this is variance request 4515 Lionsgate Ave. This is the neighbor, the applicant. Andrew Palmer is requesting that same variance located in the Hartwood Landing subdivision, and it's under the ordinance number 2019-09. The variance would be for the side yard setback to be less than the minimum 5 feet, going to the 0 feet lot line of the north property line. And then the proposed paver walkway is estimated to be 240 square feet. This is a request as a result of a pending code case enforcement. As indicated, there's flooding on the property that was not resolved by the builder, and then pavers were installed. The work has French drains underneath, and the stormwater runoff is still from the back of the property to the north of or to the front of the property. At this time, staff is unable to support this request under section 125-44 that specifies PUDs are specifically approved and thoroughly evaluated by the City Council, and also by our criteria of section 101-246 of the Land Development Code, requiring a positive finding on the review criteria, and staff has reviewed the application and does not find a positive finding on 3 of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, before I go any further, if we decide to
again.
approve, yes, if we decide to approve this one, the whole harm agreement again? Okay.
Are you okay with the hold harmless agreement? Same one your neighbor
Same,
signs?
Same.
Everything's the same. Yeah.
Everything's the same.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to-
Explain anything.
No,
It's
this
just
is-
the same.
if
It's
that's
in the
all you wanna
application,
say,
you're
that's
fine.
I,
Hold
Yeah,
on, don't get beside yourself. Don't go too fast. Still gotta open up to the public, okay? It's all the same, but still, anyone in the public wish to address this may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Shocking, isn't it? Adam Levy, 4511 Lionsgate. I approve it because I love them. They're great people, and
Okay.
they really
All right.
made a difference in our neighborhood, so that makes a big difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, anyone in the public wish to address this may come to the microphone, state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one inside the chamber, nobody on virtual, so we close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council?
Well, I would
Before-
like to make a motion to approve item number 26, 4515 Lionsgate Avenue.
Second.
With
Lord.
whole harm.
Oh, harm, yeah, I'm sorry.
And I just want to make sure for the record, in case it's ever an issue in the future, that we had 6 neighbors in support plus the HOA. The stormwater maximum is not beyond the limit. The water is flowing into the grassy area, not into the street. And I think that was it.
Okay.
So, yep. I'm ready to call the question unless there's need for discussion.
Okay, and can we get a second?
I don't think I heard.
I second.
I think,
You got a
Bill
second at the
seconds?
end.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 26, variance request for 4515 Lionsgate with the whole harm agreement.
Whole harm agreement.
Okay. Any further questions?
No, sir.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes. Item number 27, council board appointments, outside agency.
I don't know if
Who's,
is gonna say, I would think this is just our conversation, right?
Right.
So to my fellow council members,
do we have a slide with all the boards that we can put
We
up?
do not have it on a slide. I
Oh, okay,
apologize.
okay.
We can, there is a, one in the packet.
I
that we
know it's
actually-
one in the package, but I would just,
But we can put it up there if you'd like to.
I
put it on
want
the
to put
screen.
one up so the people in the chamber can see it as well. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Bain, I
Put the
know
slide up. Yeah.
this
There
was
you go.
something you were excited about or looking forward to. Is there something you particularly are interested in on
No,
this?
well, yes, but also my question to my colleagues up here is, it looks like there are 2 open spots on here.
Right.
Are the
Are
dashes
there-
also open spots?
No, I think it says city manager. If you follow it across, it says there's a dash and it says the position is city manager.
Okay, and then under, okay, I got it. So the only thing we're
Did it
talking
just
about.
get dark in here? Okay.
Yeah. So the only current open spots are the ones that say open. I had thought the dashes were also open.
Yeah. I think it's just the only 2 that say open. So my question to my colleagues is, do any of your current appointments, do you want to change any of your current appointments? Or are you wanting to return to your current appointments, and the 2 that are open are the 2 that are open? Not say that those are the ones that I would default to serve on. I don't want to make it sound like that. But I think just to start the conversation, it might be helpful to understand what are we looking at in terms of actual boards to looking for appointments.
I would, personally would like to just stay in the positions that I'm in already.
As would I.
And we're doing a master plan for
but-
tourism, so I'm happy where I'm at.
Yeah, we're happy, everybody, I think everybody may be happy where they are, but still we got an open position, of
Right.
alternate for the MPO.
That would be nice if you would
And
like
we
to
had,
help with that.
Opening on Main Street.
Yeah, and looking at these, the chamber position and the MPO were the 2 that stuck out to me as where I would really, based off of passions, want to serve. But I'm willing to serve in any of them. And if the 2 openings are the MPO alternate and Main Street, I am happy to be the council liaison to those entities.
Well, sir, I think if I look through this list, you don't have any outside,
You don't have anything.
any outside duties, so yeah. If we can go, if you don't mind taking Main Street and then the alternate for the MPO. And while I'm here, Mr. Mathis, Lake County League of City Board of Directors, can we change that to say Heartland League of Cities?
We could definitely make that recommendation.
Okay, that organization has changed name. We went through some changes in the last year, and we changed the name from Lake County to Heartland, due to the fact that we also brought in not just Lake County, but we have Sumter counties there as well. And we were gonna need letters sent out to the league, designating the fact that I'm still there as a director. Mr. Peterson is my alternate. Okay, I think they still requesting that. What else we have open? That's it.
Well, Mr. Bain, you most recently ran, and I recall doing that, and that was quite the experience. As you were out knocking on doors, is there anything that, as a citizen, as a campaigning person, is there anything you see that we, maybe in your observations, suggestions you might like to see us consider doing differently, or?
No, the only recommendation I would have to do this process differently is just based off of how I've seen other boards like us, city council or county commissions do this, where we would get this ahead of time, be able to rank or preference where we would like to go so that we have that ahead of time coming into the meeting, rather than just simply say, hey, this is where the person who used to sit in this chair is, you just go there. And that works when it's one, but when it's more, it doesn't. And so I was just thinking about that process long term.
Well, let me add this. For the Heartland League of Cities, I'm still up there as the voting director, and that's because I'm ex-president, but I would be, if I didn't have to be there.
Oh, so you would like him to take it? You want to take it? I see that as a hint.
Well, no,
You wanna take it?
I'm there because as the recent president of, I still have duties, okay? Well, other than that, I would love to switch
Pass
it
that
around
baton.
and give Mr. Peterson the voting, if that's what he wanted to give him the vote, but I will go ahead and keep it under that.
He said this to get a gavel. He said this to get a gavel.
And everything. Well, no, not in this case, but because as the member that I am the voting member. On the board of directors and everything, so.
And to go to your question, Councilmember Strange, the other thing I think it would be helpful is understanding when these committees or entities meet, so that, you know,
Yeah, I was gonna tell
you can look at your work schedule, your personal schedule, and find out, can I even serve as a liaison to this organization, because it's at a time that it does or does not work.
Right.
MPO, Brian, is like usually like every 2 months.
Yeah.
So like the next one is February, then it'll be April, and then June, and then October.
Yeah,
and then
I think I
December.
remember it seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not familiar with what the Main Street board when they actually meet. So I will do my best to
They used to
serve
be-
and make it work.
Main Street used to meet the third Wednesday of the month at 8 o'clock in the morning, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
at
not
eight-
sure if
it's
they,
at
well, I know when I used to attend, it used to be 8 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Peterson, while I'm thinking about it, please, no, I should be okay. I'll probably be back. Then again, I may not, because I'm actually out of town the next meeting of the Lake County League of Cities.
It's not the Lake County League.
Heartland City.
Oh, he just passed the test.
Heartland League of Cities in February, be on February 13th. I'm gonna actually be
Okay.
in, I think I got a mayor's workshop or something up in Ocala that Thursday and Friday.
February 13th.
Yeah, so, just in case, please, if you don't mind
Yeah, no,
attending
that's
that one, in
fine.
case I don't make it back down. I think the final thing I got on Friday morning is a breakfast that usually end about 10:30, 11 o'clock, and I may be able to make it back, but in case, prepare
So are
yourself.
we keeping, Mr. Mayor, are we keeping you the voting member and
Yeah,
Mr.
I'm
Peterson?
voting
the-
member, but when I'm not there,
Yeah, that's the
he's
alternate.
voting member.
And then do we need a vote for clarification?
We do need a motion and a second.
Okay, I will move to put my name in the two open spots, the one for the MPO alternate and the Clermont Main Street liaison, and leave everything else the same.
Second.
Okay, a motion and second to put Councilmember Bain in the Main Street as the liaison for the Clermont Main Street, and also as the deputy assistant MPO board, okay? And leave everything as is. And by the way, Mr. Peterson, that meeting in February is in Umatilla.
Okay.
All right.
He says that now.
Well, that's one of the things, we meet in different cities every month, so you do a lot of driving all over the place. You know, but no other discussion, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and the chair votes aye as well. Okay, selection of Mayor Pro Tem.
Blank page.
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Myers.
A second.
Okay, have a motion and a second to nominate, well, I'm sorry, is there any other nominations?
No, are you willing to do it? Okay.
Okay. And do
That's why I said
it
nominate.
Since there's no more nomination closed, but have a second and a motion and a second to leave Councilmember Myers as Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 29, resolution number 2026-002, Considering amending the rules of conduct resolution. Yes.
A resolution of the City of Clermont, Florida, adopting the City of Clermont rules of conduct related to the conduct of meetings, the public's right to participate, and the activities and participation of council members, appointed board members, staff, and the public, repealing Resolution 2024-040R, providing for conflict, severability, the administrative correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
Okay, Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll save my comments for when it comes back, but I just want to present what is being proposed. So what is being proposed, the changes were highlighted and stricken or added. So at the bottom of page 815 of the packet, which is letter C, number 1, council meeting and agenda, it changes the start time of council meetings from 3 o'clock to 6:30 p.m., and it stays the second and fourth Tuesdays at that time. So 3 o'clock changes to 6:30 on the first meeting, which is the second Tuesday, and the fourth Tuesday of the month, it goes from 5:30 to 6:30. We still had 5:30 in the rules on that, so that's why it still said that. On page 816, item B, agenda items submitted by the public. Letter D, the way I read that was that it gave 10 minutes whether the person needed it or didn't want it, and I think just clearing it up that it's up to an additional 10 minutes. If they only need one, by all means, they don't have to talk 10, but if they want to talk up to 10, they have up to 10. So it's really just more of a clerical thing in that. It's not taking time away from the public in that area. Page 817, D, workshop meetings, that it would eliminate the first, because currently it still says first and third Tuesday of each month. And I think when the first was added the last time, there was a lot of discussion about it being a P&Z, and it never really came to fruition that it was on the first. So I just had that stricken from that to just say the third Tuesday, and put in the time of 6:30 p.m. so that it matches the city council meeting times in here in the council chambers, and any changes would be determined by vote of the city council. That's the same language that's in the city council meetings. Page 819, number 1, where it says in public meetings, letter small lowercase b, council members will be allowed 2 sessions of 3 minutes per item. I've stricken that. I'll save my comments for when it comes back, but that's the change. And finally, the only other change is in the agenda on page 828. It still had reports at the beginning. And so since this was an official document, we just went ahead and I asked the city clerk about that, and we just moved the reports down to where it actually is on the agenda. So those are the areas of change, and I'll save my comments for after public.
Okay, this is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I apologize, I'm just reading the changes, so that's why I have my phone out. I am in support of moving the meetings back to 6:30. It's very difficult for working professionals to assist, to attend these types of meetings. That said, I would like to clarify I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. This particular section is stricken out. Council members will be allowed 2 sessions of 3 minutes per item. These meetings run long, and one of the reasons because they run so long is because, I apologize if this sounds rude, but sometimes council members will argue for the same points over and over again. I think having a hard time limit and having effective management strategies would keep these meetings shorter, and so that we don't leave these meetings at 1 a.m. I think that is very important. And yeah, I think that's it. That's the only question I have. So if you could please clarify why was that section stricken out?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Fran Falcone, 3904 Dune Way. I'm just standing here in person to follow up the email that I sent to all of you supporting the change to 6:30. I think that we need to open it back up to people who are working. The fact that you've added the online contribution allows people who don't want to go out at night to be able to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. I do agree moving the meetings back to 6 o'clock is prudent because a lot of people do work. And like the last respondent said, you do have online meetings now, which makes more sense. Giving council members more than 3 minutes is not fair because the people from the public only have 3 minutes to argue a point. So I think that we need to keep it fair on each side. When I tried to pull a consent agenda item, I only had 3 minutes. But the one that was involved in it got at least 5 minutes. And then I had no chance to rebut that. So I think that it needs to be fair on each side. It needs to be held to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, City Council. Vincent Emick, Regency Hills. I guess I'll be the oddball one. According to my watch right now, it's 7 o'clock. Meeting started at 3 o'clock. Be prepared. You're going to release the 3 minutes. Be prepared to go to 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning. Your Honor, you've been at these council meetings. You know how late they go. I was also sitting in the audience for this. I know you're not a fan on it, but I just want to remind you, okay? I used to like going home and having dinner with my wife when it started at 3 o'clock, but we're going to 7 o'clock now. Could you imagine if this started at 6:30? 4 hours, we're in 10:30 right now. And you guys had a small agenda. A small agenda. Okay? You don't think this was small? You had 18 items, Brian. 18 items on the consent agenda. 3 were pulled, so that's 15. That is small. 2 applicants with the same thing, they were no-brainers. Okay? I mean, I'm sorry. You know how I am. I speak raw and I speak the truth. I'm sorry if I agree with you or disagree. But I really think it's working. And that other one saying, oh, we have this new technology, okay? Elderly people aren't computer technically suave, okay? Think about that. You know how many times I had my mother call me up, how do I work this and that? Okay? They're not, it's... then next, how do I unmute it? So what's a star 5? You're going to get questions like that. All right, thank you for your time, and please consider it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Mike Kramer, 208 Nautica Mile. Just look around. It's the same people at the end of the meeting, every meeting, whether it's late or not. It doesn't matter whether you have it at 3 or 6:30. I agree with Mr. Nemec. Do yourself a favor. Stay keeping it at 3 o'clock. Let's all get to bed on time. But it's not going to change overall. The same people and basically the same seats. You look out there and you know whether you've lost. If you see the last vestiges, you know you've gone really late.
Yeah.
So please, we've gone through this enough times. We're with you. The same half dozen people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Jim Creddy, 2177 Cedar Ridge Way. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council
How you doing,
members.
sir?
I would encourage you to go back to the 6:30 p.m. time. That's a much better time for public meetings. There's not many people that can arrive at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they're working and going to school. And originally wanted to move it to have the retired folks, the older folks, and folks that needed public transportation to come at 3 o'clock. You can see that never really worked out. So I would encourage you to go to 6:30, and also to encourage you to work a little bit more on the agendas to make it a little bit shorter. It was only 2 years or so ago, I remember I used to come, we'd be done here in an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours at the most. to go more than 2-3 hours is just not really acceptable. You folks need to work on being a little bit more brief and getting to the points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cassier Kyla Murray, 574 East DeSoto Street. I think it would be feasible to move the meetings back to 6:30, and the reasons why: people work, and there's no way they can get to the meetings if they're working. There's no way they could voice their opinions if they're at work, and they can't get here, okay? You talked about the elderly not wanting to drive at night. Well, now you've made it convenient. They can still watch the meeting and call in. So that's a good thing. So, but that's my opinion, to move it back to 6:30. That way, everybody will be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Otis Taylor, 3686 Caladesi. I also think that the meeting should be back to 6:30. As he mentioned earlier, it's the same people here. The people that's here, we care. We care about our city. So I'm going to sacrifice and make it earlier if I have to, but it's a major inconvenience for me. And I'm retired. And it's an inconvenience for me to come in the middle of the day because I do have other things that I do. So I think moving it back to the evening is more convenient. And if you look around all the other municipalities around, it's in the evening. And it's that way for a reason. People work, citizens work, and it's always been custom that if we make it shorter, don't have so much on the agenda, we can still do what we need to do and get out of here at a decent time. If we start at 6:30, we can be out of here by 8, easy, if we're doing it right. And it's been many a times that we've done that. I've been coming to these meetings for the past 10 years, and we can make it on time. We just have to make it shorter, but I think the evenings work out so much better for the community. For people who really care and who want to be here, make it convenient for us. And it's also for you guys that are out there. I mean, I don't know how you all manage it in the middle of the day like that. To me, it seems to be rather difficult. But evening works better, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public meeting. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, anybody online?
One member online.
1 minute online. Okay. Go ahead.
Jenny May, it's 4062 Greystone Drive at 7:12 p.m. It's been 4 hours and 12 minutes. So in regards to the 3 o'clock and the 6:30, I've used both, in person and technology. So, either one works. Now, in regards to the reason why I'm speaking up is something that Ms. Sinclair had brought up, which I just looked, is and Mr. Famasi, in regards to the council members will be allowed 2 sessions of 3 minutes per item crossed out. I believe that should be put back in because if this does, and if you all do decide to go at 6:30, then guess what? We'll be waiting for everybody to speak and listen and make comments and all that, and it'll probably be midnight by the time this meeting is over. So I think that, and also, we all have 3 minutes as public, so I think the courtesy of you all also to have the 3 minutes as well as 2 sessions, so that would be 6 minutes, I think is appropriate. And also, in regards to the agenda, if this does go to 6:30, then the agenda should be reflected so that everyone, including you all, don't go all to midnight. It's going to be tough on you all as well as the public. And that's all I need to say. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one else in there? So, in that case, we close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council?
Thank you. May I start, Mr. Mayor? To address the question about the time limit, the way it's written, it's not used. And I'm a firm believer if we're going to have something as a policy that we actually implement it. And I think the way it's currently written puts our staff in a really binding spot. it also creates a potential issue for when, are we talking about 2 3-minute sessions to actually ask questions, or are we talking about 2 3-minute sessions or a 3-minute session to make a statement? Because I view those two things as very different. If we're doing our job and we need to ask questions based off of research, based off of what someone up here spoke, I'm uncomfortable handcuffing any of us on seeking clarification and asking for information based off of reports, based off of statements, based off of research. And if we do it that way and we actually truly enforce it, are we now requiring whomever is controlling that to stop the time every time we ask the question, then the person answers, and we start the time back again, and then we stop it?
Right.
I think it creates a problem when it's fact-finding. I actually don't have a problem with a rule on statements. I really don't. But the way it's currently written is just 2 3-minute sessions. And I'm very uncomfortable, and I think that we're doing our residents and our city a disservice if we say we are truly limited to 6 minutes on a very, very important item. I'm thinking like the comprehensive plan. Think about if you really only had 6 minutes to ask any question or follow up on anything, and that time was running. Even if somebody goes on and answers your question for 4 minutes, that's 4 minutes of your 6 minutes. I'm really concerned about that. That's the premise of why I struck it. If we can come to hey, you can ask all the questions you need, but when it comes time to statements, but that leads me to my next point, the flow of the meeting. The flow of the meeting is a problem whether we start at 3 o'clock, 6:30, or 9 a.m. That's just a reality. The flow of the meeting is a problem. And so other boards and commissions, even in our city, structure themselves such that at each meeting, there's a flow. So the item comes forward, and then it's, okay, Councilmember, you're the first person tonight. Councilmember Myers, you do your stuff. Councilmember Peterson, Councilmember Strange, Councilmember Bain, the mayor. And then the next meeting, we start with Councilmember Peterson and then work our way through. And there's a flow to it rather than this kind of back and forth where we kind of ran into that tonight, where folks were wanting to make a motion before, but not even maybe even realizing that there were some other statements that wanted to be made. And so we don't have a system that allows us to like buzz in and only our microphones, live when we get called on. So, but we could have a flow that could help us if we wanted to implement a time limit on statements that, okay, this is our Q&A. We go through our Q&A, and now it's your statement. Here's your 3 minutes. And you're on that, and you're on the clock. And when that goes off, it really is incumbent upon, our rules do say, our city attorney is our parliamentarian, our advisory parliamentarian, but it's the chair of the committee. So the council, it's the mayor. For P&Z, it's the chair. For code enforcement, it's the chair. It's really up to whoever has the gavel to enforce that. Or we as council members have to start implementing parliamentary procedure and make it, and I feel like sometimes when we do that, it gets a little like jabby. And I don't want to create that, because I think that makes our environment harder and makes it seem like we're not getting along when we're just trying to maybe move a conversation along. So 6:30 time, not going to beat the dead horse. I know it's been discussed before, but we are the earliest municipality in Lake County that holds council meetings at 3 o'clock. The county, I understand, there's not a municipality, they're a county, they're full-time. This is their job. I'm just saying that for municipalities, Tavares is at 4 o'clock, Leesburg is at 5:30. Everyone else is at 6, 6:15, 6:30, or 7. And I'm amenable to 6. I just put 6:30 in because I didn't want to propose like a new time just kind of haphazardly, but I'm amenable to that. And the reality of why I want a later time for more involvement is because we've heard from residents how difficult it is to get here during the workday. We've heard about how difficult it is on certain days, depending on what's going on at City Hall, to even park to attend the meetings. We have heard that we like the online participation, and if someone chooses to not attend for whatever reason, maybe they're not feeling well, maybe they just got a lot going on, but they want to chime in on their one issue, they can do that from home. But to make a carte blanche rule based off of we think a demographic will not attend, I think is not giving credit where credit's due to that demographic. And it's just not realistic with our population, and it's not realistic with look around the city and see who's out and about and how many people folks are out and about. If we were in a rural community with dirt roads and no street lights, then yeah, I think driving late at night might be more of a consideration. But I feel like we're doing a disservice to our community by having such early meetings. So that's where I'm at with this, and I can assure you here that whatever we decide, that's going to be where we're at, and we move forward. From my perspective, anyway.
I'd like to go only because I feel like I might be the one that's on the fence about all this. So I want you all to hear what's on my mind. Ever since you brought it up, Mr. Bain, I tell you, this has been a great issue for me thinking about it. I'm trying to break it down in ways that make it easy to explain in some form of 3 minutes or less. And I keep coming back to, why are we here at these meetings? And I think that's really important. I think it's often the different reasons why we might be here end up collapsed. And in talking to a number of people, there's a couple things that have really resonated with me. And one is, when we come to these meetings, specifically city council meetings called for purposes of conducting the business of the city. These are business meetings. They're not intended to be town hall meetings. They're not intended to be workshops. Now, we treat them that way in the way that we conduct ourselves, and you make valid points, Mr. Bain, about the need to discuss and get the answers to the questions. But the reality is, but for the optics of the public and my authentic wanting to hear what people have to say, I could come in and make a decision. I could make a vote, make a motion, move on, and be done with the business of the city because I am prepared, because I do read the agenda, because I am doing my research. So there's one approach to these meetings where they are intended for the business of the city. And I think if we ran it as the business of the city, we could run these meetings as we have done in 2 hours or less, I think realistically. So then there's the other reason why are we here, and that's public engagement. Engaging the community, having a sense of relationship with the community, and having people be able to hear why we're voting the way we're voting, because that's something I hear from the public. And the only reason that this one has weighed on me is because I have heard unequivocally, present company accepted, to people tonight recognizing the business of the city. But really, if there are sides to politics, every side has said 6:30, 6:30, 6:30. And candidly, Mr. Bain, 5:30 didn't cut it, and I don't think 6 o'clock is going to cut it. I think it's 6:30 or it's early. That's what I'm hearing. There is no 6 o'clock makes people happy. It's 6:30 or it's early, and people are not happy with that. And I get that. But I think that's because the public sense is that there's not a way to engage in the business of the meeting, the business of the city. The problem is it's a business meeting. We're here to do the business. So, thoughts. I'm going to say the ugly ones first, because then I can skip over them. So the first is, if 500 people show up to these meetings, that is 1/46th, 1/52nd of the citizens of Clermont. That means 25,500 people think we're doing just fine if 500 people show up. And I've never seen 500 people show up. I don't know what that would look like. So I think there's a lot of people who recognize this is the business of the city, and they're trusting us to do it because we are a representative, constitutional. So then there's the technology question, and I think really valid points are made that a lot of older people aren't familiar with technology. I even said in my meeting today, technology scares me, and I am not typically considered an old person. Ask my daughter, she might say something different. But I think that if our goal is to be available to working people, candidly, I think working people in 2026 are familiar with technology and more able to throw in a little Bluetooth while they're at work and participate if they wanted to participate. Being said, I'm not trying to encourage people to dip out on their job. So here, and I also think my third point is that I think 9:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. is far worse for us making sound decisions than 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Because at the end of the day, we have to make the decisions on behalf of the 25,500 people who aren't here. All that being said, I've heard the resounding message from the public. So here are things I want to put out as things to consider. One is, I've asked before, I'll bring it up because it's been a year, if we move public comment to the end. That allows people to come after work for public comment. It also allows them to comment on what we voted on that day. Is it going to allow them to skew our opinion at the meeting? No, because we've already made a decision. But then again, if 10 people stand up during a meeting and speak on behalf of 26,000 people, they weren't elected to do that. So is it appropriate for us to give weight to a large group of people who might come in? Maybe, maybe not. It's 2026. We have emails, we have Facebook, we have phones. People can reach us if they want to engage ahead of the meeting. So I'm not sure if that addresses the real concerns, but that's one thing. I've suggested town halls once a month. Why? So that we can hear from the public, so we can just sit and hear from the public. Do it on a Saturday, do it on a nighttime. I'll work with you, whatever date and time. But I'll tell you what I think was probably the best suggestion if we want to meet the 6:30 meeting time. And it was this. If we start a agenda review, this might have come from you to me through someone else, I don't know, because I've heard you use this word before. Something like a workshop at 3 o'clock. We all sit and have meetings with directors before we come here, and we ask all the questions. Well, what are we doing? Now we're taking however much time we all, let's say we all take an hour. That's 5 hours of staff time to prepare us for these meetings. Well, if we were here at 3 all together in a publicly noticed workshop, we could ask all the questions that we want to ask, have the benefit of each other's questions, have the benefit of staff's questions. Now they're spending 3 hours instead of 5 hours helping us prepare. And then we could roll into that 6:30 business meeting with all our questions answered, give a chance for the public to weigh in, but we're pretty much just voting. Like, we're moving and voting. And that kind of goes to the procedures of the 3 minutes. So for me, after how many weeks you've been bringing this up, Mr. Bain, I want to address the public's concerns of a 6:30 meeting. I can't in good conscience sit up here and say, I'm good with 9:30 to 1:30 in the morning. I just don't think good decisions are made at those hours. So if we can find a way to guarantee the meetings are over by 9:30 is what I would say, 10 o'clock on an exception, we need more time. Or if we consider maybe the workshop with the 6:30 meeting, you can get me there. I don't know how we would do the 6:30 and guarantee 3 hours without the workshop starting at 3. But I'm wrestling with this because I can't in good conscience go to 6:30, though I want to for the public's sake, because I know what this takes. And so I'm not going to put us in a position of having meetings regularly going until 10:30, 11, midnight. So I wanted to go so you could hear where I'm at. Those are my points.
I would like to say part of the reason that this meeting was pushed back was to help our seniors, and it also helped us as a council to be able to talk more and still be at our best. Because as you see, our meetings are marathons. They are not 2 hours. They are 4, 5, 6, and 7 hours. Sitting here at 6:30 to go to 10:30 and 11 is not realistic. And the other thing that's really, really big for me, because this is what I hear as a woman, I hear that you don't give a care about my safety, the deputy clerk or the clerk or Allison, because it's not safe for us women to be on the road at 10:30 at night, 11 p.m. They have long commutes. Anything can happen to us. And I'm not comfortable just to say that, oh, we had a meeting. So we had a meeting. So what? Your life is put in danger. So what? You had a flat tire. We had the meeting at 6:30. And guess what? We have the same amount of people that come at 3 o'clock that comes at 6 o'clock. And when the 9 o'clock hour comes, the only people that are sitting in here are department heads and spouses. Everybody else, the public has gone home because the public has their life. And I don't begrudge them that. So if our meetings could be 2 hours, of course I'd be okay with 6:30 to 8:30, because that's how it used to be. When I first got on this council, our meetings were done at 8:45. And only on a rare occasion did it go to 9:30 and 10, and that's because we may have had a lot of public comment. But we haven't had that since then. Our meetings have gone at 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m., almost 2 a.m. That is ridiculous. And I am sorry. I don't feel comfortable being on the road at that hour, and I definitely don't want our clerk and our deputy clerk, who have long commutes, to be on the road at that time. Anything can happen to us, and crime is up at night. More crime is committed at night than it is during the day, and we as women are targets. You men are not. Nobody's going to mess with you all, so to speak, if your car breaks down on the side of the road, heaven forbid. But for us, that's a whole different story. Whole different story. Yeah. And business hours are from 8 to 5 p.m. They are not at 6 to 1 a.m. for a reason. And, you know, I appreciate that, people want to come because they're at work or whatnot. Well, we have the same people that come. We don't even have 1% of the population coming here. And now we have technology, so it makes it easier for you to actually participate. As Councilmember Strange said, you can call, you can email, you can get on the Teams. There's so many different ways that you can communicate with us. But I do not think having a meeting at 6:30 that's going to go to 10 o'clock, 10:30 or 11 is worth us ladies, our lives being put in danger, because you don't know what's going to happen on the road. You hit a pothole and you get a flat tire. That's all it takes. So I am strongly against pushing these meetings back. Again, if we could have these meetings at 2 o'clock, for 2 hours, I wouldn't have an issue, but our meetings do not go that long. We do not know how to edit ourselves. This meeting proved that. We continue to talk and talk and talk and talk. 2.5 hours on consent, 2.5 hours on consent, and it's been that way since September, and we haven't changed that. So I think it's unreasonable to expect us to sit up here for 5 and 6 hours because we were elected. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. And again, the public goes home at 9 p.m. They're not here at 10 o'clock. And then our staff, they're here, okay? And they're tired. They have to drive home tired. And when you're tired, when you drive, you're more prone to get in accidents. Come up here and be at work at 8 o'clock. And don't mention about our police, because our police that are supposed to be here, they work overtime. And after 4 hours, they have to leave and bring somebody else. So that's costing the city even more money, because this is overtime to be here in the evening meetings. It's just not reasonable to expect us to spend that kind of money and then to put our safety in danger just so that you can say, hey, I had a meeting at 6:30. No, change. I know some people don't like change, but life is change. You've got to get over that. We've got to be flexible. That's why we have all of these other ways to communicate with us. You know, this isn't 1985 where you don't have a cell phone, you don't have email, you don't have text, you don't have Teams, no, this is 2026. We have technology and we need to use it. And again, I need you all to think. We as women, that puts us in danger. I know you all don't have to think about that because you're men. But as a woman, no, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that.
I mean, we started this meeting at 2, let's say we started at 3 o'clock. So we're now 5.5 hours in, but at 3 o'clock, if you looked out, there was a lot of people here. It's 7:30 now, so you're saying, where is all the people, the working people? They could be coming, nobody's really coming now, nobody's even calling now. Your point was very valid. I don't even think it's 1% of the people that attend these meetings. It's the same people that come to every single meeting. We know them by face, we know the sound of their voice, we know who comes. And like you said, 3 o'clock, there was probably at least 15, 20 seniors that I know out there. And they all came because they wanted to protest. And they even came up to the mic and they said, no, you can't talk about it. And they embarrassed that poor woman. I feel bad for her that she wanted to, just say her point. Listen, I come because I can come at 3 o'clock, but I can't come at night. So I don't think that was very nice that we did that to her, but I apologize for you people about her. So I'm totally in favor of keeping it at 3 o'clock. I would even make it earlier if possible, but 3 o'clock is good. And then secondly, we initiated a time for the council to speak. I've never seen that timer go off for us. It goes off for the public right away. But as soon as we talk, no. And we even gave ourselves an option. We can do 3 minutes and then, okay, can I go a little bit longer? Yes, okay. But nobody ever does anything for that. And there is members on that speak more than others, like myself. I'm kind of quiet, but if I would respect a 3-minute time for myself. With that being said, I have to deny this resolution. So I would make a motion to deny the resolution.
Before, I didn't have a second, but anyway, let me address some of these things. First of all, I don't think anybody up here been involved with this council as long as I have. I've been in our first step room in this chamber, well, in the council way back in 2007. I've been in, at that time, it used to start at 7 o'clock. We had a 7 o'clock, and like I said, 2007, first time I came in here. It started at 7 o'clock back in the days, okay? And the room used to be packed with people. Of course, we didn't have the technology, I admit, we didn't have the technology, but the room was packed with people, and you really, came in, and it was some nice, even then, starting at 7 o'clock, and the meeting went to long, and I was in here till 11, 12 o'clock some nights, depending upon, and listen, here's what I want you to understand, and I keep telling you all. Agenda. Look at your agenda, the things you're putting on your agenda. When you load your agenda with all these things up here in the consent agenda that has to be pulled because they haven't been discussed, and then you sit here and waste 2-3 hours going to the consent agenda trying to explain something, you're going to be here all night. Consent agenda is for, as I read, is for non-controversial items. But yet and still, we keep putting things on the consent agenda that we hadn't been discussed, so they get pulled, and then we sit here and we waste all this time on the consent agenda. The key, as Ms. Meyer said, we used to get out of here at 8. So I've been out starting at 6:30 and been out here at 7:30. But the key was the agenda. We didn't put things on the agenda that needed all this discussion. And go back to comment you were kind of making, Ms. Strange, is the fact that I have agenda review. When I come down for my agenda review on Monday afternoon, I ask all the questions I need to ask about what's ever on this agenda. If they can't give me, they can't answer, they go and find the answer for me. One of the things I did, which I think I noticed you all still doing, you all have all the department heads come into agenda review. That, to me, that's a waste of time. Okay, I don't need all the department heads coming into my agenda review. I have consideration for my department head. I have my city manager, my deputy city manager, and my city planner. If they can't answer my question, they go get it for me, or we may make it. And this, where I had an experienced city manager, used to sit there at times and make the call for me right there and get an answer for me before I leave this. So most time when I came in, I didn't have to ask a whole lot of questions. See, I didn't have to. And I'm not, and so you have to look at your agenda. That is the key to you getting in and out of here. Stop forcing and we're running through things and trying to force and make everything so fast. And we're like I say earlier tonight, we went through an item for the 4th time because we didn't sit down and talk about it when we was talking about the procurement process. That was the 4th time that item done come before us because we were rushing through and hadn't sit down and thought about it and talked it through, see? And every time it came to it, it was on the consent agenda. And we ended up having to pull it. So we need to really take a look at the consent agenda. Ms. Strange, you talked about having, coming in here doing the agenda review before council. Sunshine Law won't allow that. Ain't no
If
way
we
we
notice
can
it as a workshop, you sure can. There's no reason why we can't do an agenda review.
Well, I don't have no problem with the processing. That's the other thing. We keep trying to change the process. You have your individual agenda review. I don't know when you all do yours, but I do mine on Monday, and I ask all the questions. I get any answers I need to get answers on. I've had developers come back and say, hey, we're going to pull it because we understand what you're saying, okay, before I do that. Parking is another issue I have concern with. Like today when I came down here, I couldn't hardly at 2 o'clock. Lucky I came at 2 o'clock, so I was able to find one, but I went out to the door. And I was looking out in the parking lot, I think you said I'm staring out into space. No, I wasn't just staring out into space, I was looking at the parking lot out there. That's what I was trying to get a read on, how many parking spaces in the, because people coming that want to come can't hardly park here, and that's one of the reasons I'm hearing some of them, they come down, they turn around and go back because they can't get a park. Because guess what, the parking lot full of workers. That's where they at 3 o'clock. So they don't have parking, so some people are leaving. And granted, today we had a house full, and I thank you for answering my question, Mr. Peterson. They was here because you put out the word that we're gonna be talking about here. They came to complain, and that's when you see a house full of people, when you sit out and you complain, and you go out and you recruit people to come in here and do that. And they all got up and left. But I've been keeping a watch on this chamber ever since we went to 3 o'clock. And every time we start our 3 o'clock meeting, I have 15, 16 staff members in here, maybe 3 or 4 residents at 3 o'clock. That's been the norm. Just about every council member, I do this, see? When we was at 6:30, people came in. I'm gonna guarantee they came in because they wanted to be here. And yeah, they left, usually about 9, 10 o'clock at night if we was here. They was gone because they came and took care, they did the public come in and left like I used to do sometimes, but I didn't feel like I wanted to stay because nothing interested on the agenda. You know, I would leave early. And then they go about the business, or they'll take care of the business they got, and they go. But we can arrange this agenda so we can start at 6:30, and we can be out of here at 9 o'clock if we want to. And for as the 3-minute time limit, I will never, and I said this before when y'all proposed this 3 minutes, I will never put a time limit on not one council member up here, okay? Because as Ms. Strange said, we here to do the business of the city. I cannot sit up here and time myself or trying to ask questions, as Mr. Bain was saying, ask questions, get answers to things, and figure out I'm making the best decision for the city if I'm trying to rush myself. And as you made a comment to me earlier this evening, Mr. Peterson, which you think I didn't hear, that I went past 3 minutes doing the report. Yes, I did, because I had a ton of questions to ask.
But we did make that motion, right?
Well, it may be a motion, but again, if I need to ask questions and go that, I'm not looking to put no time limit. I didn't put no time limit on you. And even tonight, I sit here, like I always do, and every one of you went past 3 minutes when your statements just now. And I don't have no problem with it. I really don't. That's what we're here for, to talk and say. I can't talk to you all individually, but this is the time we can talk at this dais. So if you want to talk 5 minutes and get your point across and convince me, fine. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna listen. Okay, it's called doing the business of the people. Now, for us being here late at night, hey, I feel you and know it's not safe out there, and Miss Myers, but when you ran for the office, that's what it was. We was here at night. People always been here at night. It's unsafe out there, and I fear for my wife all the time out there when she's outside the house at night. I understand that. I fear for myself when I'm outside the house at night. However, when I ran for this office, I knew what it was. I knew what time it was. I knew some nights it had to be here. And as Mr. Nemec said, when I first was elected, I had some 1 or 2 o'clock nights.
Yeah, but we've had every meeting for a year and a half that's been over 2 hours.
And I agree. Every year for the last year and a half, we've been doing this, and I've been saying the same thing. Agenda, watch your agenda. Watch the agenda. But yeah, every week I see the same thing over and over and over.
But to be fair, we've had agendas where you could be done in an hour, and we are not done because we do not edit ourselves. Let's be real. We do not edit ourselves. We continue to talk and talk and talk. You know, we go back and forth on issues like you said. We spent an hour and a half on one item on the consent agenda. So our meetings aren't getting shorter because we're passionate, we want to talk, and we're keeping on talking, and it hasn't stopped. I don't see it stopping. I just don't see it stopping for us.
Again, and let me say this, as I say before, I let every one of you talk and didn't interrupt anybody. Okay, thank you. But then I go back again, you gotta be careful with, and the key to me is the agenda, and I've been saying that for over a year now. Is the agenda, watch the agenda. And you're right, we spent 2 hours, I'm sitting here watching, we spent 2 hours on the consent agenda. See, Which supposed to be what I always looked at, I mean, before I used to come in and say consent agenda, okay, 2 minutes, we done. Because we didn't have nothing pulled, but now, that's what I'm telling you, we putting things on this consent agenda every week. I'm sitting there, and I'm gonna tell you, after review right now, they looking at me and say, how long you think the meeting gonna be? And I can go through there and say, well, this gonna get pulled, this gonna get pulled, this gonna get pulled. And my estimate, what I gave them today, I said we're gonna be, first I said about 7:30, we'll be through with it. Then I went back and recalculated after they told me we pulled 1 or 2 items, but here it is still, we still here at 7:44.
I think you're
Okay.
skewing the bet then, aren't you?
See, well, no, no, I'm not skewing the bet, because I went back and said 7 o'clock, I changed mine
7:30,
to
I
7
think.
o'clock. But then again, and I looked at them and I say, well, we shouldn't be in there more than 2 hours. If that consent agenda, we didn't have to pull stuff off the consent agenda, we wouldn't have been in here, I don't think we should have been in here past 2 hours. But because I saw what was on the consent agenda and knowing some things was gonna get pulled, that's why I did that. I have no problem with town hall meeting, I do town hall. Another thing with 6:30, moving back to 6:30, I think we'll get the people back in here to do this, and that's what we're here for, the business of the city. And the business of the city involved in the people sitting out there, the residents, okay?
All
And when
26,000.
they're not out here, and we kind of worry about, being here so long, or not wanting to hear from them, that's not taking care of the business of the city, the residents, okay? Suggestion was made, move public comment, but I'm totally against that, because basically that's one of the main things I come in here, is public comment. So I can hear from the resident, what's bothering you, because I can't be everywhere, every place all the time, just like you all can. So I want to hear what the public come in, what's your problem, so I can take care of that. See? And like I complained about, the report's been moved back to the end of the council, because I used to use report as a way of answering them in public comment before they leave, before the people leave. But now, I'm gonna sit here and answer some questions, just like I had to have Mr. Famasi stated after the report, so that I can answer some of his questions. See, when reports up there, I was able to take care of that then, see? You know, but see, it's almost like we're doing everything we can not to take care of the people and avoid the people, okay? We need to quit worried about ourselves. If you want to serve up here, quit worried about yourselves and take care of the business of the people. We knew what the requirements were and knew what it was when we got elected. Yet and still, we got elected. Now we got elected. We want to change everything for our own personal convenience.
I don't think that's the case.
See, yes, it is.
I think what we have to do is we have to look at, we have to look at progress too. We have to look at technology, like Ms. Strange said. It's not 2000. Everybody has cell phones.
Can I finish up and then we'll
Okay,
move on,
sorry.
because I do want to get through reports and get out of here. But anyway, for us technology, you got people out there working. If I was at work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I can't get on the phone or nothing and call into this meeting.
You talking to me?
Yeah, well, we talk about technology, because you got the technology. Everybody, these guys still at work, so they can't not get on. Some of them can't get on the phone because their job won't allow that.
They can email, they
Well,
can
they
text.
they email it, but that's a whole different story, emailing and talking. And to be honest with you, I never emailed anybody when I wasn't on the city council. If I had a problem, I came and stood at that podium, because guess what? I'm old school.
Okay.
I'm an old man. I'm old school. I want to look you in your eyes and talk to you face to face when I talk to you. I can tell you. Notice I do not email. Most people know that's one thing about you. Don't see me on the email. You don't see me on social media. You don't see me doing that, because no, I'm old school and I'd rather talk to you face to face. And that's why I go out here and I meet people at their homes. I meet people in the street. And that's why I do my luncheon once a month, so I can talk to people. I do a town hall. That's what I consider a town hall, once a month. See, because it's about the people business. As Mr. Mathis asked me yesterday, doing my agenda review, how many hours do you spend doing this job? I wish I could really tell you. Okay. Yesterday, after you asked me that, I went back and counted up. I put in about 12 hours yesterday on so-called part-time job. This is what I put in yesterday. This morning, 8 o'clock, I was down here in the meeting at 8 o'clock. So I, I'm constantly here, and I'm not complaining. I enjoy it. I enjoy it, and I knew what the requirements were when I ran, and I accepted that, and I'm here to do it, and I'm constantly doing it. And people complain to me, don't know how I do it, and why I'm everywhere and what I'm doing, because it's what I ran for, and this is what I said I would do for the people, and this is what I'm doing. But anyway, I'm still believing that we need to move it back to 6:30. I don't have no problem with eliminating the time limit, because people, it's my chance to talk to you all. And if y'all want to sit here and talk to me and tell me, give me feedback, I want to hear. I want the people to hear. Okay? Why are you restricting yourself for trying to do business and everything where you can't answer any other question? You go in and then say, one of the things I don't understand is we have gender reviews, but yet and still we still have to come in and ask a whole lot of questions that could have been answered at gender review. See? And like I told I went in to Mr. Van Wagner and Mr. Matthews a month or two ago and say, hey, I don't want city staff there with me. I don't need all of them. Let them stay on their job and do their job. See? Trust me, I think about staff. I don't want to see them sitting over there, and that was my goal. One of my goals is the short meeting, but then when 2007, I used to come standing there and I'd be in here at 11, 12, 1 o'clock all the time. But I think before last year, so our last couple of years, we had got our meeting down to before we got at 7:30, 8 o'clock. But we had started going back and looking at the agenda. So that's what we need to look at, and quit trying to rush and do everything all at once. Hey, if we have to put it off another week, go and put it off another week. Okay, that's where I stand. I'm in support of your motion, Mr.
I made a motion.
What was the motion?
I made a motion to deny resolution number 20002R.
I second.
I have a motion for denial of proposed changes to rules of conduct on item number 20, is it? Item number 29.
We're voting, so this is the parliamentary issue of making negative motions. You want to vote the opposite of what you would vote if it were in favor, right?
Yes.
So parliamentary procedure is you move the item and you vote it down if you don't support it.
Yes, and
okay.
Yes.
And so the only thing I'll say is I do hope, obviously it's going to fail. So whether it's a motion to deny or a motion to approve, it's going to fail. I just want to say I hope we address some of the structural things that need to be addressed, because those matter regardless of what time we start. I'm not confident that that's going to happen, and it really makes me sad to say that, because I think we're just not there in a functional state to be able to do that as a council. I also think that we're potentially treading into an area of sending a message that what happens here, what's said here, what's asked here, doesn't matter in our decision. That we're going to make our decision based off of a meeting or a review, and I only get 3 minutes, so hey, sorry, that's not going to rise to the top of the 3-minute question I have available to ask. I worry about that path we're going down on that. We all can be long-winded. It's politics. Whether we like it or not, we want people to understand what it is that we're doing up here and why we're doing it. But the reality is we're shutting people out by doing the opposite, and by saying that we're going to just come to the meeting, call the item, vote, and move out because, whatever the reason is. And I do take offense. I'm sorry, Ms. Myers. I do take offense that when you say I don't care about the safety or I don't consider safety, I'm offended by that statement. To sit there and say that I have never thought about your safety or anyone's safety is out of line.
Well, this is how, from a woman's viewpoint, because I am a woman.
I understand that, but you're saying I am. You can
I'm
say
sorry.
that you view it,
I view it as
but
that
that's
way.
not the first time
And
tonight. That's not
I'm
the first
sorry
time
if
tonight
that
that
is
you
not
have put
my
words in my
intent.
mouth or insinuated where I've come from. And I take
did I
offense to that.
insinuate? When do
I
I
take
say it another
offense
way?
to that, and I want you to understand
Okay.
that I do consider safety. And to sit here and say that a council member up here doesn't care about the safety of our staff or our fellow council members or our residents simply because they have a difference of opinion on when a meeting time should start is out of line.
Well, I would rebut that because what I was saying, if you fully listened, if we had the meeting end in 2 hours, that's one thing. Our meetings do not end in 2 hours. So that's what I was coming from, is because, as you see, our meetings haven't ended in 2 hours. Our meetings last 4 hours, 5 hours, and 6 hours. And if we started at 6:30, that does put me and the other females, our safety in jeopardy if we are on a road at night and we hit a pothole and we get a flat tire or something else happens. I think of that. And I am sorry if I offended you, because that is not my intention to offend you by any stretch of the imagination. But I am speaking from my perspective because it did not seem that you put that into consideration.
Ms. Myers, I think that was in consideration, but I know you're a female, and like I say, I've always had consideration for the safety of not just female, but everyone in the city of Clermont. That is always one of my concerns, you know. To move back and work and to think we don't think about your safety because we're out there, but guess what? When you walk out that door, I face the same challenges you face going on, whether I'm a male or female. We all face the same challenges of being safe out here on these streets. Okay?
More than likely, people
And
aren't going to
everything,
mess with a man versus a woman because they see women as weak versus men as being strong. Typically, I know that's not always the case, but typically, people are more inclined to go as a woman because we are more of a target than you males are. I'm sorry, that is the way that it is. Overview. I'm not saying that we're not strong. I'm just saying. Typically, that's how when people want to do harm to us.
I'm gonna say
that's
this.
what I'm just saying.
Well, maybe it's just me, but I beg to differ with you because when I see a female out there, I'm more apt to make sure she's safe more so than I worry about that man sitting over there. Okay. Now, and I think most of the police officers I know out there are that way, and most of the people, yeah, we do have a handful of bad people. And I know I had some bad things going on in my community today before I came down here that I've been trying to deal with, and I still know they're going on. So we do have some bad ones out there. But to think simply because it's not, and you're a female, that you're a target to be a crime, and I would say to all the females in Clermont, don't go out after dark. Okay. Okay. But again, I have a motion.
And the motion is to deny?
Motion to deny. And
How do I vote if I'm supporting the motion to deny?
You vote aye if you support the motion.
So I'm gonna vote aye.
I don't know what you're
I'm
going
not in support of 6:30 meetings under the circumstances. The motion is to deny, so I vote aye.
So,
That makes sense.
this
So
is.
I is for deny.
Aye is for deny, yes.
Well, as usual, when I call the question, like I say, I have a motion and second for denial of item number 29, resolution number 2026-002R, which is consideration for resolution. Which is the change of codes of conduct. Anyway, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Nay.
And the chair vote nay as well. Motion carries 2-0. So, motion, resolution number 2026-002 is denied. Item number 30. Ordinance number 2026-002, intro.
An ordinance of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Chapter 32, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places to remove the expiration date, providing for conflict, severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Okay.
Move the intro.
Hold on. And let me get some clarification here. I guess because, and I think we talked about this before. It has always been the policy of somewhat the procedure of this council that when we do an intro, we just read the intro, we vote to move it forward or not. Of course, this council, here we go again, we added time to it. This council decided they wanted to, even for intros, at one point, they wanted to hear from the public. Okay? You know, So, I've been having trouble trying to deal with that, whether we're gonna hear from the public on this intro or not hear from the public on this intro. So I guess what I'm asking is, what is your preference? Do we hear from the public, or we go ahead and just read the intro, vote yea or nay to move it forward, or what? Okay.
This is a first reading, is it not?
It is.
It's not an intro, it's a first time that we read an ordinance so that the public has an opportunity to fully engage in the process of the government.
If they want,
If
but
they
there
wish
is
to
no
do so.
public hearing necessary until the second reading.
Okay, but we do need to make amendments if we want to make an amendment, and that
That is
requires
correct.
public comment.
That is correct.
Okay. Yes, I would like to discuss the ordinance so that we can conduct the business of the city. And if that requires public participation, I would love to hear from the public on the issue of the golf cart ordinance and every other ordinance that comes before on an intro.
Okay, well,
Technically, it's a
like,
first reading.
as I say,
Calling
I
an
just
intro
want
is
guidance.
legally.
He's saying, we sit here and talk about the meeting, but then, hey, just understand, just added time for every time introduction comes, you added minutes to your meeting. But at this point,
I'll withdraw
item
my
number
motion.
30, huh?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Which motion?
I made a motion, so I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
Thanks.
This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item number 30 may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the chamber wants to address this, anything online? Okay, thank you. Now, what say council? Bring it back to council.
It was my understanding this was because we put a sunshine on the initial resolution. So this was just removing the sunshine and let it stay unlimited. Is that
The
correct?
sunset in this case.
Sunset,
If you approve
sunshine,
it, it'll
whatever.
become sunshine.
It's kind of late.
Yep. So in my discussions with staff and preparing for this meeting, about 25 people have applied for the permit. So far, I asked staff, and in my own experience, there's been no negative feedback on the golf carts that we're aware of. In fact, more people are asking to be able to do it. But I did feel that 25 people was not a very large population, and my suggestion is that we approve this with we had debate in our meetings, 2 years, 3 years. I say 3. We maybe settled on 2.5 year sunset, so it comes back again.
Right.
Because I'm not quite sure. We put a sunset on it in case things we didn't anticipate kind of go
We didn't
sideways.
anticipate if there was going to police problems, things, speeding, accidents.
Right. So my suggestion was simply that we move it forward. I think, from what I can tell, I would support moving it forward, but I do think it would be prudent to put maybe a 2.5, 3 year sunset, so it comes back again just one more time to see what happens. Thoughts?
I would second. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I think, we put this motion out, but I don't think it's not like, we didn't put any kind of golf cart parking.
Right.
We didn't take a lot of things into consideration. I mean, if you really want to have alternate, forms of transportation, you have to create this for the people too. Whether you have bicycle parking, golf cart, you have to do that, have charging for the golf carts, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a good idea. We maybe do it with another sunset for a year and then revisit it again to see if we are getting participation. I mean, if only 25 people are using it, it's not very much.
Right, and we make it permanent because 25 people. So I was thinking 3 years because it gives it real time to see what happens. But I feel like those are substantive. Maybe they're not, but I thought they were substantive potential changes. So I wanted to bring it up during the first reading.
Did you make that motion yet, or are we still opening
I'm open
conversation?
to
Okay.
time. I'm not certain on the time.
I would prefer just to approve as is.
Sunset?
I would not like to have a second sunset. I think for everything I've heard from residents is that they appreciated and understood the value of the first sunset. But if they're going to now invest anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 to $10,000 for a device that could now then just be sunsetted in another 2 years, 3 years, 1 year. I know ordinances can always change, but now we have it written that it has to change.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just cleaner to move forward, and we've had a year of review. I would feel the same way for our transparency purposes on the backyard chickens when that comes up. Just, if we don't have the issues, let's move forward instead of just keep people going through hoops.
So we're saying to not have another, just approve it indefinite?
I just had an idea, so I'm running it by the four of you.
Mr. Watt, we want to go ahead and get, is it okay if they, being this, supposed to be the first reading? Can we go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and just approve it without having to come back the second time? Of course, I don't think so because it hadn't went out and really advertised to the people. But I need you.
I just want to make sure I understand the question. Are you asking whether or not if there are changes made on the second reading, it'll have to come back?
No, well, I think Mr. Peterson question, if I understand him, he want to make a motion to just go ahead and say, move it forward without having to do anything else. It just,
To approve it as is?
Yeah.
Certainly you can do that.
okay, without having to come back to the council again.
Oh, no,
It's-
not as
it's
is.
not
This,
as- it's not
this will
being
require a
introduced.
second reading.
Okay, that's what and I think that's what he was trying to do.
I'm
That's why
sorry.
I asked. Okay.
But I think what we have to try to do is, just make a motion to have golf carts is one thing. But we have to incentivize it to the public, to the businesses around, have them maybe create like golf cart parking and you get 10% off. So now that would stimulate people to get golf carts. A lot of people don't want to spend 10, 15,000 for a golf cart and, they feel like they're the outcast in here as opposed to,
So,
like I think of Publix parking, there's a little golf cart parking in there, so they kind of want to have you there. They don't want to have you, parking in a regular spot and, you know what I'm saying?
So let me-
Yeah, and so where I'm coming from is we're establishing policy, and I just want to be prudent that we're adopting good policy. You bring up a valid point about
Right.
people's investment, which I had not heard, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Right.
I just felt like 25 people wasn't a huge
No, it's not.
number, and I was concerned with it having a permanent policy that seems significant, what vehicles are on the road. I'm unfamiliar with it, so I'm just being cautious. But if the general feel is no, people like this, we're ready to move forward, I'll support it. I'm not fighting for the sunset. I just thought it was worth considering.
I have no problem with moving it on down the road and approving it, but what I think I'm hearing from you, Mr. Peterson, that maybe we need to send some suggestion back to staff to add into the policy, because you're concerned about the parking and all this.
Well,
because
I
don't
think,
that's in
it
the-
has
in
to
the
be
policy.
incentivized to
See.
create, right now, I don't think people, they don't have any place to go with their golf cart. They're gonna
Well-
park in it, now if somebody's gonna say, wow, I want to, like, I know in the villages, they split it, they can take a parking spot and golf cart, so people would know what to do. And,
Well, developers love that. They love to get credit for a parking spot that's half the size. Yeah.
Yeah, but then they can say, well, my concern right now is these are the kind of things, because it's not in this ordinance right now. So rather than waste a whole lot of time, by the time, if we turn around and bring it back to us in a couple of weeks, and this stuff not in here, all these things, do we want to get with council, staff, and make sure these things, if you want them in there, is in there before it come back to us? So we don't have to sit here and waste 2 hours
Right.
discussing these things?
Right.
The way I
See, this is what
interpret
I mean about it, agenda, make sure things is done before they get here.
The way I interpret what Mr. Peterson is saying is that as we're going through our comprehensive plan and our code changes, that we want to make sure that Mr. Norris's crew and DPZ, and they're incorporating into the new code parking that takes into consideration the golf carts. And my approach was simply, do we want to adopt a full ordinance on golf carts before we have those written into our code and we know that that's what the public wants? I think that's what the public wants. Again, I'm not necessarily even advocating for the time. I think it's prudent to put the sunset, but I don't think it's necessary. But I also don't think we need to put the parking in the ordinance. I think that's done through the code rewrite.
I was just talking, if you want, like I said, it's only 25 people permitted, so that's really nothing. So do we want to continue, now these people already bought their golf carts to use in town because we're allowing it. Now, you can't really take that away from them and say, no, you can't use your golf cart anymore.
Well, and that's my concern with a permanent adoption, is that feeling will be even stronger if we don't have a sunset.
Right.
If we adopt it and there is no sunset, then people will have a sense, if you will, again, please excuse it, of perhaps entitlement to the right. They'll treat it as a right rather than a privilege because it's been given as a right. Whereas if we give it as a test, as we're going through the code rewrite, and we put a longer period, because 1 year wasn't really enough, and maybe longer period. An investment for a 3-year project seems like it's better to make than a 1-year project. That was my thinking.
Yeah, I would
But I
agree
could
with
be
that.
overthinking it. I just
Yeah.
wanted to give everything that's happening downtown a chance to play out.
Yeah.
And what if it's a disaster? You know,
Right.
we'd have to take away and change an ordinance versus just saying, well, it's sunsetting and that was the plan, so we're letting it sunset.
Okay,
That
I'm in
was-
agreement to that, yeah. I mean, I just think that if we let, you know, if you tell people you can use a golf cart, they go out and spend 10, 15,000 for the golf cart. And now you go, oh, no, you can't have it anymore. So you can drive it in your driveway, that's it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know, either, I think you should either do it or not do it, or, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing as if you say, you can use a bike trail, but we're not gonna make any bike trails, but you can use your bike, but we're only gonna have it for a year. After that, no, I spent 5,000 for this fancy bike, and now you can't use it anymore. Is that fair to the public?
Well, I keep hearing 25 people, that's all, but guess what? I think that's a lot of people in a community that's not a golf course community. So 25 is a lot of people, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I don't think anywhere along that course where we have it is a golf course. But yeah, we got all these people buying golf carts, you know, doing this. So I'm not, the 25 people not really my concern. The thing is, do we, and I have no problem going ahead and making it a permanent thing. So, but I thought what we were doing here tonight was trying to decide whether we're gonna move it forward. Okay.
Well, I'm going to take my shot and see what happens. I'm going to move to approve ordinance number 2026-002 with a 3-year sunset. See if I get a
Second
second. Great, got a second. Cool. Let's call it.
Just a clarification question. Is this still just the one quadrant? And where's that language in here? Where am I missing that?
Doesn't have the borders, right?
Didn't we have it, didn't we just prohibit it to one quadrant, the northeast quadrant?
The quadrant is anything south of, north of Highway 50,
Right.
west of 27.
But I don't see that actual language in here, and well,
That's exactly right. That is what it was approved.
because where I was thinking
there's no sound.
with this conversation about the additional sunset is, gosh, guys, it's still only one quadrant. Why don't we just let it go? And that can be our test. If we really run into issues, this would be the area that we could really test that in if we needed to. But we're still, I guess though, maybe not, because this ordinance doesn't have it in here, prohibiting just that northeast quadrant.
So it does say designated city roads. Did we maybe have another ordinance with it last year?
I think what happened
That's what
was
I thought.
there were 2 versions, and I think this version that was edited probably was the original version, because I'm just looking through the old version that was drafted
So we may have
last
to just
year.
start all over in terms of, but
Well, the
if
question
publication.
is, how do we designate the municipal roads? Because what's actually is convenient about this could be a happy accident, that if there is a desire for other parts of the city to be able to have the golf cart, this says designated roads.
Yes, but we have the issue of golf carts can't go across State Road 50. And
Well, yeah,
so
yeah.
if we open it up, it really is trying to it's telling our residents they can't, but they really can. And so I think that was the reason why, if I remember correctly, one of the ultimate reasons why that northeast quadrant was designated.
But you may have people down by the Arc that want to do it. There could be.
Oh, I
could see
fully agree.
places-
Yes, I'm not opposed to opening it up long term, but I thought this was still just designated to one area, and it looks like this ordinance doesn't. So then the question goes to the city attorney: do we have to go back to the drawing board because this ordinance isn't the actual correct ordinance?
This,
Yeah, I mean, we could. Look, it's certainly up to the city council to determine where it wants the geographic limitations to be. I'm looking at the codified version, though, that's on Municode, and it defines municipal roads as any road open for use to the public.
But this is designated municipal roads, and I remember we had discussion around.
Yeah.
Was 12th Street one of them or not? So I'm wondering.
That's correct. It
I'm
does say
wondering, was there a
designated.
resolution that went with it, or was there another
I don't
ordinance
know.
that went with it?
I don't remember how it got there, but I thought for sure it was voted on to just be that quadrant.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It
But I'm
was-
thinking it was a second tool.
It was voted on. We
Oh,
chose that quadrant.
I see. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I apologize. So when I look at the codified version, it's 32-105. It does list your designated areas, and
Yes.
it does limit it to the one quadrant. So
Okay.
in looking at this, oh, there it is. It's, oh,
So it's a
let me
second
let me
ordinance.
find what you're voting on right now.
Yeah, we don't have a 32-105.
This is 32-102.
Okay, so all that's doing is amending. Let's see and make sure that all this is doing is amending that section.
Oh, yeah, so 105 stays in effect.
Correct.
So you did know what you were doing.
No. It looks to me that that's all you're doing. So you would be amending that one section and the rest of it stays the same.
So 105 still says
It
the
has the
designated road.
limitation. You still have
So that's
32-105.
So it just wasn't included because it's not germane. It doesn't change.
Yes.
Good question, though.
Okay. Well, with that, I would say I think we should just go ahead and move forward. I encourage us just to do that rather than having another sunset.
I got my second, so I'm willing to let it ride, and let's see what happens. Let's see how tonight ends.
But I think I heard 3 years in that motion, though.
Yeah. I moved for
So
a
that's actually
three-year
a three-year
sunset.
sunset.
Yeah. And, you know,
Okay.
maybe I'm not dying on any hills on this one.
I have a motion and a second to move ordinance number 2026-002 into a 3-year sunset. Mr. Waugh, my legal question here, now that we're making that motion, that introduction, do I have to do a roll call, being it's an ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now that you made that type motion, I think I have to do a roll call vote rather than just a, you know, because you're actually changing everything here. All right, in that case, Councilmember Strange,
Aye.
Councilmember Bain,
Nay.
Councilmember Myers,
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson,
Aye.
and Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1, so we go into a 3-year sunset. And let me just say this, Mr. Bain, I heard Mr. Peterson, I heard what you're saying. If there are some things that you would like to see in this ordinance, I think you need to probably get with staff and try to get them added, so when it comes before us again, everything, it'll be there. Because I don't think some of that stuff is there right now. All right, let's start with, reports now. Wow. Mr. Van Wagner is here. Let me say this, my prayers and everything goes out to Mr. Van Wagner and his family. Some personal issues they're trying to deal with and everything, so I ask that you please keep them in your prayer and everything. In the meantime, I'm gonna ask Mr. Mackes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep this short. I do have a lot to cover. City offices will be closed on Monday, January 19th in observation of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There will not be a council workshop in January. The January 27th council meeting has been canceled due to legislative days in Tallahassee. It's late night, sorry. We're not in Hollywood, we're in Tallahassee.
That conference will be in August in Hollywood.
Also, February 10th will be the next council meeting. We do have some upcoming events. January 14th, Coffee with a Cop at One Utopia at 792 West Montrose Street. On January 17th, Saturday, is Arbor Day at Lake Hiawatha Preserve, 8 to 2, or until the 300 saplings have been given away. Monday the 19th is MLK Parade and Celebration. The parade begins at 10 o'clock at McKinney Park. Celebration begins at 11 o'clock at Waterfront Park. And on Thursday, January 22nd, there's a ribbon cutting open house for the Clermont Fire Department Public Safety Training Center. at 412th Street from 5 to 7 p.m. Because we're not meeting till February, there are some really good shows coming up at the Clermont Performing Arts Center. On the 16th, The Modern Gentleman. The 23rd, The Mansplaining with Tom Brosco. And on the 30th, Smokin' Renegade. And that is all I have, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney Waugh.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, at the next P&Z meeting, we're going to have some training regarding best practices, and those will include materials on sunshine law, public records, and what the city's policies are regarding just practices and interactions with the public. Second, I'm going to follow up with an email to this city council, just because it's a new year, with some reminders on the same laws, some of the mandatory things that the city charter requires that I just think are a good idea to keep in mind. And, you know, since it came up, maybe a little bit of Robert's rules. You know, motions to deny, for example, are in an extreme acceptable in a board meeting, but are typically not the way we move things forward on an agenda, and I'll explain why. We had a question earlier, I think from Mr. Fumasi, about the Wellness Ridge CDD, and I want to advise both him and the city council that, I mean, there is an interlocal agreement being negotiated currently between the CDD and the city that allocates responsibility between the city and the CDD. To the best of my knowledge, they're entirely public, as well as public records. I mean, nothing has been agreed to. It is something that will have to come before council once it is negotiated, but it's things like, you know, who's responsible for roads in certain areas, who's responsible for sidewalks or landscaping in certain areas. And the agreement may have some relevance for some of the matters that Mr. Fumasi has raised, which I have looked into and I'll be able to talk about later. The CDD has filed a petition with the city to expand 168 acres. That will come before you probably in March. It's currently under review by staff. So I don't have a lot to tell you about it right now, except that we've received it. Staff is looking at it, and it will come before you soon. And I think that's all that I have at this time.
Mr. Waugh, when you talk about CDD, I know the county, we have no control over the CDDs and everything. To go back to what Mr. Fumasi is saying, like he's saying, I think he was saying that the funds are not being utilized down there. Any way we can have the county, you let us know what they're doing with the funds and everything, because they're controlling all that, and we have no say-so in that, so.
I have started looking into this, and at the city manager's request and at Mr. Fumasi's, so yes, the answer, Mayor, is yes. I'll try to present something to you about that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder to the public that Thursday, Lake County is having their 2025 Comprehensive Plan Update meeting here in Clermont at Aurelia Cole Academy. That's Thursday at 6 o'clock. I know we talk a lot about the city comprehensive plan, but we are also in Lake County. And Lake County, what they do with their comprehensive plan is we see as we get frustrated or concerned by what's, you know, designated as future land use and zoning areas. That's all part of the comprehensive plan of the county. So I really encourage residents to attend that and have their voice heard from a city perspective. It's my understanding, I think it's the only one in South Lake that they're holding. So they're holding it here in Clermont on Thursday. And then I just wanted to ask my fellow council members in terms of a potential workshop idea on whether there is appetite for us to New Year have a conversation to set goals and an evaluation process for the city manager.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I open it up because if it is, I think I would like to get that potentially. It sounds like February might be pretty packed, and there might be some changes coming to how long or when that February workshop is. So if that's the case, then if there's the appetite, can we do that for March?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
March 31st is the March council workshop.
No, it's the third. We voted on the third Tuesdays from January to October, right? Is that what?
Sounds right.
Except for the budget month, I think is
I'm
what
here
you.
every Tuesday.
I
You
know.
just tell me when you need me. I'll be gone next Tuesday. actually.
17th is
Shouldn't
what
say
I-
that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
17th?
That would be our workshop day, March 17th. That's a Tuesday, that's Thursday.
All right, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Myers.
I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Councilmember Peterson.
I'm in the Irish Club, because I don't have any Irish in me, but I'm in the Irish Club at Kings Ridge. And I was inundated by,
Doesn't stop most people anyway.
top of the morning to you, laddie. I was inundated by, I had gotten an email or a text message about the utility bills.
Yeah.
Nobody knew what to do. They were totally, what should I do? How do I do this? I don't have a computer. How am I supposed to? So I called utility, I spoke with Dana, really nice girl. She set up now a in-service at Kings Ridge in the clubhouse for the 20th.
That's awesome.
She's gonna bring a laptop, do it all. Everybody's really happy. So I just want to give kudos to her for her quick action on getting that done. You know, because I think it's something, especially when they came up with this thing where they send you a notice on January 10th, that it dies at the end of the month, so you have to do it.
Right.
And, you know, people will use, and then they also hit everybody with that 3% charge, which isn't anything, but to some people it was a big, what the hell are you doing to me? But other than that, I just wanted to comment how quick she was able to react and get this done. And I think it's good that we do this maybe in other communities, possibly Heritage Hills or Summit Green. Maybe have them contact their wellness director or activities director, have her go there and do that maybe before the end of the month. That's it.
That's good. I love that.
Yeah.
Councilmember Strange.
Wanted to, on behalf of the city, if you all don't mind, I wanted to welcome Rutgers University to town. They are doing their winter training here for their softball team, so that's exciting. Also exciting news is Madden Media, who is the public, well, I don't know what they do. They do the media for Lake County, whatever that is. They're doing a program called Off the Track, and they're interviewing 4 of the Olympic track athletes who are here in the South Lake area, and they're going to be taking them into South Lake cities to do kind of a come downtown, come to this event. So I did plug Clermont, Pig on the Pond, the Great Clermontian. I might have plugged the spring games because they're doing it in March. But if there's any other ideas for March, I will happily pass it along. I felt like between downtown and those, that gives them something fun to do. And they're going to be promoting the heck out of that, like worldwide. So hopefully that is good. And whoever's working with True North, if you want to mention that to them, they were totally excited to do work with the city. Related to that, I've been talking about it, but the capital funds are opening now. So I'd been in touch with Brian to talk about, if you have ideas or thoughts, let's get ready for those because capital funds are opening. It's not a lot, but it's something. And Go Sports, which is the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, is lining up in a way that I'm really pleased to see to bring us as a city track, triathlon, soccer, softball, golf, swimming, rowing, wakeboarding, and sailing. Pretty much any event FHSAA up to college that we can get, they're going to be bringing us all the bids that they have, which would be anywhere from 1 to 5 year kind of bid cycles. So that's what's coming. I told you we got some cool stuff. That's all I got.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year.
So, of course, now my report. First of all, let me say, Mr. Mathis, impact fees.
Sir,
Isn't there a study going on right? Don't we have a study going for impact fees?
I believe we do for some of our impact fees,
Okay.
yes.
I think one of the callers, and I got a lot of email. I think we all received MA as concerned about impact fee and mobility fees, but I wanted to just clear it up. Understand that we just increased our impact fees a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago. I think we did. It hadn't been that long ago, we just increased the impact fees, and now we got another study going on, because you can only do a change or do impact fees increases every 3 to 4 years, am I right? 4 or 5,
Yeah, that's
Mr.
the
Watt,
current
how many
law.
years?
That's the current law.
3 to 4, you have to have 3 to 4 years, between 3 to 4 years before you can do them, but we're in the process of doing the study now. So the email that you all been receiving and all the information y'all getting thrown at about impact fees, that's where we are. I'm not quite sure about this thing with mobility fee. To me, I know I've asked this question before, mobility fees to me is nothing more than another impact fee. So
Mobility fees typically take place of the transportation impact fee, and what it does is it allows you to use it for things like trails,
Right.
anything that's mobility, anything that, it could be micro-mobility.
Right.
So anything like that, it just,
But-
it takes place of the transportation impact fees.
But basically, what they trying, the person that keeping, sending us all this, trying to encourage us to implement, mobility fees, which I don't think we have do we have the right to do that, Mr. Ward? Do that have to go through the county as well?
We do have a right to implement.
Okay, but then again, you finna hit the people with more fees and more money, so, so you just get that consideration, that's what that email about. Again, Happy New Year to everybody. Parking spaces, I've had a request for, I guess from it's dentist office, Jim Davis across the street is that dentist, or our Tom Butcher, one of them over here, and everything. He's saying he's having a problem with everybody that's parking in the parking lot there behind the restaurant. A lot of, if you don't mind looking into this, Mr. Mathis.
Yes, sir.
I'm understanding is that some of the teachers that's from the school, instead of them parking in the school parking lot, they're parking over here by the restroom and taking up all the parking. And now they complain. They coming to me complaining about the fact that the customers is coming and have nowhere to park. They're having to park all over the place. So they actually requesting to see if we can do a one reserved parking space out there. So that's one of the things they asked us to consider, putting a reserved parking space in front of his office out there by the restroom. Okay, because most of his customers and clients are elderly people, so they're having to walk a long ways and everything. So we want to give that consideration. Mayor's Luncheon, thank you everybody for participating in Mayor's Luncheon. 41 people attended this time, and great. MLK Day, let me elaborate a little bit more. If you know anybody that want to do some vendors, be a vendor down there, or even participate in the celebration at Waterfront Park, please, I guess you can contact me or contact my wife. And the parade, if any of you all want to enter a vehicle or organization, anything in the parade, let me know, and we can try to get that done for you as well. The parade will start 10 o'clock at McKinney Park, go through down to Soto Street to East Avenue into Waterfront Park, and have what? Well, I don't know if any council member replied back. That's what I don't really handle the parade portion, but I will check into that tomorrow and see what they're doing with that. I actually kind of like give that out to Lincoln Park Motorcycle Rams Club, and they supposed to be doing all that portion, but we'll check it. Do you want to be in it? Yeah. Okay.
I didn't get anything.
Well, we'll try to work on that. Okay. One of my concerns with the water bill, Mr. Mathis, is I have a big concern with the gentleman that came up here. Everybody water bills keep going up, and of course I keep complaining to Mr. Van Wagner and other people about, I'm not happy with my water bill, plus the fact that that seemed to be a serious problem, and we need to try to get a hold of that, why everybody bills keep going up every month. And I don't know what's going on there. They're getting these outrageous water bills every month and all that.
Yeah, and Public Works actually reached out to him as he was walking out and got his contact and said that they'll be talking to him tomorrow. They're gonna look into everything and we'll be getting with him tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so we need, well, like I said, we need to maybe, I know I talked to Mr. Van Wagner and mentioned to him, but we need to sit down and try to get a hand on that. It's a little tough, and I know we also talked about coming up with better ways to detect leaks and everything, so these guys don't get these outrageous, outrageous bills and everything. So please, let's get on board with that. Mr. Famasi, I think he answered some of the stuff on your CDD. That's where we are. MSTU. I know last year we set up a workshop on MSTU. It's getting late. MSTU, And I know I kept asking, and the workshop was between you all, because that's all between the county and you all, and, I, personally, I kept trying to tell you, basically, tell me what you want, and I'll give you that. And the last thing I can remember you talking to me about it was the fact that you all had some kind of agreement. I never understood exactly what went on, and it just kept going, and after asking 4 or 5 times, I finally got to the point where I guess you're all happy with what you got, but if you're not,
Well, I explained the agreement before.
come, can you come to the microphone, please?
So at the county workshop, the county made an agreement with the residents. They were going to wait 2 years. They were going to reduce the cost of the millage rate
Right.
down to 4. So they said half. After 2 years, if not enough commercial comes down to the Wellness Way, they would end the MSTU.
They can.
Yeah, they would end it.
So were you happy with that?
Yes, we accepted those terms, but I am, like I said, there's not a whole lot of commercial coming down there. So we accepted that because the city also gets funds from that. Your street department's not here right now because there's negotiations, if I'm incorrect, that the MSTU from the city's end was used as a bargaining tool with the CDD. And the CDD has control of those county funds. My CDD, Wellness Ridge CDD, which is AKA Lennar. So they have 2 revenue sources that they're using. One from the county, MSTU, to fund those lights, which is what I was talking about earlier. All those lights are not on right now. Because I guess from what the county explained was SACO has not hooked them up yet because there's some kind of issue. And from what I understand, you just had a meeting here about the Wellness Way area, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, maybe someone else on staff did.
Yeah, they have regular Wellness Way meetings, and we've also been meeting with the commercial developers about
Right.
stuff.
So how does somebody get access from the public for those? Because those are supposed to be public meetings, right?
These are not, these are actually staff technical ones.
With the CDD, correct?
Not with the CDD.
Okay, when you negotiate with the CDD in the city, are those open to the public?
When those meetings occur, I don't know. I'm not aware of when those meetings occur. The ones I'm referring to is economic development, folks from the county and the developers.
That's the
Developers.
one that I think you're referring to the meeting, well, we used to do year or two ago, where we used to meet with everybody once a month. Now the county is starting to do that again, right?
Right, I guess
That's
they used
the
to
one
call it
you're
the horseshoe
referring to?
meeting or something.
And I don't think it's talking about the MSTUs or
No,
the
it's not. It's
CDDs
about
and
development
everything.
patterns and
See.
working with SECO to get the lighting and everything like that.
Right, in the Wellness Way area. So shouldn't somebody from the resident be invited to those to witness those kind of things? Because you're talking to the developers, which are controlling a lot of our area, and they're controlling a lot of the costs and causing a lot of the cost, running it through the CDD. They run our HOA, and we have no control over our own area, but we're just being told, hey, just pay the bill.
I'm happy to bring it up to the
Mr.
county.
Mathis,
Yeah.
Can you contact the county?
I absolutely
and
will, yes,
everything, and find out when they're having a meeting, and you or Mr. Van Wagner attend those, and I would like for you to get concerns from Mr. Famasi about those, because to be honest with you, I've never been a big fan of CDDs or IMSTUs, but I know we talked a lot about the MSTU last year, and I know I kept asking you, and I felt like you all were pretty much satisfied with where everything went, and
We were forced into an agreement.
Wait,
So, no, we were forced because this MSTU fight, if I remember right, then the city suggested that we be DNX'd because of the MSTU workshop. Don't tell me that's not true. It's recorded.
You're right. It was a comment made about annexation.
And you guys voted to go forward and look into
I wasn't
it.
in agreement with that either. So.
No, I know. And then I found out that the developers threatened to sue because of that, because it would cause huge technical situation over it because of all the agreements for the Wellness Way implementation plan and the county and the city agreements. I get it. So it was worry about the developer suing.
I wasn't worried about being you all being DNXed. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't think that was gonna ever happen.
Well-
My concern with you was the MSTU.
Right.
And everything else, and they could say whatever they want to say. I just didn't see with legal reasons how they were gonna do all that and everything. So my concern, as I kept iterating to you, is let me know if you're happy with what you.
Well, we took the agreement that was offered to us, because it was made during the county workshop. And the tax was a thorough way through the city because the city was involved in approving it, because the county can't do that to that area. It had to be approved by the city through your ordinance.
Well, the city cannot, you're right, the county have to implement MSTU.
Right.
We can't do it.
Right.
They have to do it. But then we have to come off of the approval, and I felt like we could have had some leverage in trying to
Correct.
meet your needs and everything down there. That's why I had you all talk to them and work it
Right.
out of what you all really wanted.
Right. I got that. And my other question to you is, when you voted to approve the CDD, the Wellness Ridge CDD, and in that agreement, you're allowed to review their budget. Has anybody, the council, reviewed any of the CDD's budgets?
I have not, no.
No. So nobody's taken that opportunity.
And when CDDs first came out, and I've learned a lot more about them when they first came, because I went to my legal and asked them, what is this there? And of course, it's a new thing, so
Yeah.
I sat down and on the recommendations and everything, but after I got to learn them, I'm not a big fan of them.
No, I understand that.
Who, I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
What's that?
What is this meeting? Who is negotiating? What is going on?
I'm unaware of any meeting of negotiating.
Well, the CDD is negotiating with the city of Clermont about infrastructure and what they're going to accept from the CDD, because the CDD takes control of these development centers after they approve it from the developer, because it has to do with the bonds.
I'm with you. Who, to your knowledge, on behalf of the city is negotiating?
The street
What
department, second in charge. Am I incorrect, Mr. Wall?
If we're talking about the interlocal between the city and the
Yes.
CDD, then I'm involved. Public Services is primarily involved.
Yep.
Are there
And-
any
and-
sort of credits being given? Is that being negotiated?
Not that I know of. I mean, the agreement draft that I've seen has to do with allocation of responsibility. There are provisions being talked about reimbursements for certain kinds of things on the border between the jurisdictions, but those aren't hammered out yet. So it's really in a draft stage. And,
Right.
Yeah.
From what I gathered, I heard that the city is bargaining with the MSTU money.
I am not aware of that, but
Okay.
I'm not.
I don't know how the city can borrow with MSTU money.
Because it's passed through, but there's a lot of negotiations about money going on. The problem is the CDD they expanded their area of responsibility into the Wellness Way Connector Road and the Wellness Way.
But this would have to come before us.
Yeah.
This won't be something that's done at the staff level.
Right. And these are my concerns, because they're making us take on areas now, the roadways.
No,
Yeah.
I just didn't know if it was going on at the staff level or if it's going to come to
Well,
us
it's
eventually.
coming, it's behind the scenes right now, you know what I mean? They're working out an agreement.
I mean, I'm happy to share. I pulled up a copy. This is not in the darkness. I mean, this would be subject to public records. This is
Only thing I knew is the fact that I thought it was conversation going on about areas of responsibility.
That's what it is.
Okay.
That's what it is. There is nothing in here about what money comes from. I mean, Section 2 is maintenance responsibilities. Who does what? Who reimburses what if someone does something on behalf of the other?
Right.
Landscaping, irrigation, a right of entry to do these things, and then there's the term.
Correct. But there is money being discussed about reimbursement for areas that are considered inside the CDD, but they're also in the right of way of the city, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So, and that's going to affect me financially, because I'm paying from both pots that are paying the services back for that middle area that is owned by the county.
With the council's blessing, Mr. Wall, when do you think that this will be before us? 6 months, 2 months, 12 months?
Month and a half.
I mean, I'd like to have a better understanding of the nuances and complexities of this before this comes to us. I personally don't want this to be something that I get the week before and I'm expected to digest. I mean, I would offer and ask that we have a workshop to understand it. I don't know that there's time to do that.
Right.
But individually, I want some serious understanding of this before it comes to us.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, that's okay.
I'm just trying to bring light to the darkness because this is all being negotiated. I've already turned in a bunch of information requests to my CDD, and they're very slow coming back, right?
Sure.
And they're not having their meeting until January 28th.
Well, for me, just one of the 5 votes, I feel like, I personally, we've had this conversation, he knows how I feel about this. I don't have a problem with CDDs and MSTUs. I think they're great tools. I think in this case where there's an injustice or a feeling of injustice, perhaps an injustice, is the citizens are paying the rate as if the developer built all the things, but they have a CDD and an MSTU overlapping that paid for the things, whether it's the road or the infrastructure. And so there's a sense by the citizens that they're double paying. And so my only concern, as you're in negotiations, so that you can be aware of my concern, is that there isn't a double payment. That as long as they're not paying twice, there is a scenario where sometimes the developers are doing the work of a contractor and they're getting paid as the contractor because they're building on behalf of the city. Things like that happen. That's fine. What I don't want is a double payment situation. I would not support that. So I don't want anyone to be blindsided or surprised if the Lennar folks are watching. They know how I feel about this too. So I'm saying it to you, I'm saying it to you, I'm saying it to you. Just
Well,
make sure there's no double dipping or hidden double dipping, because you know I'll find it.
Well, here's one of my concerns, which I think was happening before with MSTU and CDD, was they was collecting the money, but they wasn't providing the services and everything. So that is a serious problem to me, because first of all, like I say, I'm not a big fan of them because these people down there is paying 3 taxes. Okay, you got your regular property, you got a CDD, you got MSTU, and then you got your HOA fees.
Well, and that would be fine if they
ridiculous.
didn't pay the fee as if those things already existed. That's where you're paying
Yeah.
tax.
They're just building the clubhouse this year, and we've been paying the fee for it for 2 years.
So,
Well, that was always my concern. You could, for example, when we were talking about MSTU, that high rate they charge.
Right.
Yet and still, you know, you just building a new community. You got a millage rate set way up here. It's gonna be years down the road before you need to be replacing anything. Well, in the meantime, what you doing with all this money you collecting each year?
That's my thing, is it's become a slush fund.
Yeah.
And now they've given it to the CDD that already manages my community to do the county's end and the roadways, their roadways. So all the planting along Wellness Way, we paid for that through the MSTU, and my CDD is managing it for them. And you wonder why the developers can't get a turning lane off of the current commercial lot over there. They can't get a turning lane off of Wellness. They had to build it only on Schofield Road. So you can only go in and out of that one property in one turn in. Because they planted all these new plants and everything, I thought that was more important instead of making access for commercial. That makes no sense.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Can you check into all of that for me, please, sir, and everything? Because it's always been one of my concerns. They collecting all this money for the MSTU, yet and still, you know, I don't see no services need to be rendered, and so why they charging such a high rate at this particular time for all these years down the road before they do it, and what's happening with the money? Okay, because I don't think we getting any of it here in the city. So and that's basically my report. Anything else need to come before the city, before the council? Anything else need to come before? If not, meeting adjourned.